Alrighty, good morning or good afternoon, everybody. It is May 26th at 3 p.m. We are going to start the Temecula City Council. We are first going to start with the invocation with spiritual leader from Trumpets of Tizara, Miss Karina Reed, if you can please come up. And then following that, we're going to have three incredible young, brave children to do the flag salute. It's going to be Hunter, Mia, and Olivia, and two of the young ladies are going to be from American Heritage Girls. So if we can all rise.
Please bow your heads with me. Lord, I ask that you would fill this space with peace. Lord, would you fill the grounds with peace today? That so many have come with just things on their hearts, Lord. So many different agendas that we see today, and we just call upon your peace, Jesus. We thank you for that peace over hearts and minds, peace that calms emotions. Father, we ask for your wisdom to come to the council. Lord, we ask that you would open their ears to hear without agenda. And we thank you, Lord, that every decision that they make will be of you and from you to serve this city. Lord, we ask that you would bless this beautiful city through the council's decisions, and that today there would be honest conversation, not just within the public, Lord, but within the council itself. I ask that you would remove deception and manipulation from all decision-making. Lord, we know that you hear our prayers, and so we call upon you to come into this place. Lord, you have placed every council member in their seat. They are there and accountable to you, Lord, and so I ask that they would feel the weight of the seat that you have granted them. Lord, we thank you for your goodness. We thank you for your peace, Jesus, which is ruling over this meeting today. Bless everyone who enters into this space. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, ma'am.
God bless you.
If I can please have the three young children come up. You guys are going to do great. Thank you for joining us.
Place your right hand over your heart, everyone. And please take off all your hats. Now let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. Why don't you three come on up real quick? Just have something for you. Here you go. You know, I have to say, this is that was incredible to be able to hear everybody at one time. So I just want to thank you all for contributing, and thank you again to the three that just were here, and yeah, you guys are amazing. All right, so the next one, we got to do roll call.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mayor Alexander.
I am here.
Councilmember Kalfas.
Here.
Councilmember Ron.
Here.
Councilmember Schwank.
Here.
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Outstanding. All right, we're next going to move into our presentations. First one is going to be a presentation by Mayor Alexander, myself, regarding the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. For many of you who maybe this might be one of your first meetings this year, we have been rolling these out every single council meeting. So there's a quote from our founding fathers every time. And so this time around, let me see if there it comes. I was able to pick this one from Thomas Jefferson. I know no safe depository of the ultimate powers of the society, but the people themselves. And if we think them not enlightened enough to exercise their control with a wholesome discretion, the remedy is not to take it from them, but to inform their discretion by education. Just to expand on that a little bit, this quote from our founding father, Thomas Jefferson, shows that the ultimate power of society lies within all of you who are sitting in these seats. That if people lack the knowledge or judgment to use the power wisely, then the solution is not to remove the power from the people, but to be able to educate them to make a wise decision. And I believe that Jefferson wanted to inform and educate the populace, and it is essential for the functioning of our democracy. So I just want to thank you guys for listening to that and just reminding ourselves the importance of the founding of our nation. Next, we are going to move into a presentation by a local nonprofit, Circle of Care Ministries Food Pantry. If you can come up. So one of the things that we also have been doing this year is every time in the beginning, every first meeting of the month, we bring in a local nonprofit to be able to share what they're doing. We want to be able to encourage and let people know how they can be a part of this community by serving each other. And this year's quote is it's going to be community serving community, Temecula together. And so this is just a part of that, and I just want to say thank you and welcome to begin your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Keim. I'm the CEO and pastor of Circle of Care Ministries. We started in September '99, and this September we'll celebrate our 27th year of continual operation. We started first on Pujol Street with the aim of ministering just to the single moms that were there living in Section 8 housing. Since that time, we've grown from the first night of 20 people served, or 20 families served, to 250 families a day being served currently. During COVID, we were at our height of 500 families a day, 5 days a week. God has always made the provision, and in that, his promise to us is that the supply would always be sufficient for the day. We've provided you with a short video. I'm sorry that it's not specifically for Circle of Care, but Circle of Care is greatly featured in the video.
Wonderful. Well, let's roll that video.
Feeding America Riverside San Bernardino is the largest hunger relief organization in the Inland Empire, with over 100,000 people who rely on us each month. Feeding America Riverside San Bernardino distributes over 2.5 million pounds of food per month and partners with over 250 local nonprofit agencies.
Well, hello. This is Circle of Care in Temecula, California. This morning, we've already loaded up the van with totes that be preparing to go out to different stores that we pick up from, and then bring it back to this warehouse.
Our mission is to alleviate hunger in the Inland Empire. We envision a community where everyone has access to an adequate and nutritious food supply. Our retail rescue program goal is to feed more people and fewer landfills.
The Retail Rescue Program works with 270 stores and benefits 94 of our partners. Every month they rescue over 1 million pounds of food, from meat to produce to dry goods and even non-food items. Our pantries, with the help of all their volunteers and staff, are able to serve over 75,000 families each month. The Retail Rescue Program greatly benefits our partners, but is a very demanding program. Our partners have to ensure food safety throughout the entire process, from the store all the way back to their site. They have to check all their donations once they receive them. Monetary sponsorships are needed to ensure our partners have key pieces of equipment to run this program, such as transportation, cold storage, and heavy machinery.
This is our warehouse. The Crossroads Church here on Yanez has given us about 4,000 square feet of warehouse space at no charge. We have our 12-foot racks. We stage our products as they by date when they come in, and then also when we buy bulk items, we do it according to the products.
This exclusive program also helps grocery retailers benefit from reduced disposal costs and donation tax advantages while supporting their local hunger-fighting programs. It's a big job that we can't do without you. For more information or to donate, visit feedingamericaie.org.
With that, we invite the community to participate with us in food drives. High school students needing community service hours can get their community service hours with us. We constantly are looking for new avenues of resources. And in that, we thank you for your participation with us. Chuck Washington has been generous with CDBG, or I may have the wrong acronym there, this past year in the absence of FEMA's CDBG. Last year, or 2 years ago, we were awarded $250,000, and this past year, there hasn't been anything. So we buy food as funds are available, but primarily the foods come from local grocery stores, restaurants, and logistics centers. So in that, we've been able to serve the community, and about 60% of the participants that come through, or the participants, those that receive, are actually citizens of Temecula.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my council comments, or do any of my, I cannot talk today. Do any of my councilmen have anything to add or comment about? No? Please, yeah.
I wish there was a bigger crowd that could be here to hear this today. So I'm really happy that you were presenting today of all days. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was thinking the same thing. Absolutely. What a perfect time. If I can ask one thing while we have just a few people in the crowd, what is your biggest need? If there's something you can say, this is our biggest number one need, what would that be?
Finances.
Okay. All right. Does everybody hear that?
Yeah.
All right.
It costs to give away free stuff.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for your time and your presentation. We look forward to connecting further with you in the future.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bless you. Thank you. All right. We have one more presentation that just got added on to the agenda, and that is going to be a presentation by former mayor and City Councilwoman Lori Stone. And this was quite a surprise to me. So thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and guests. It is my pleasure on behalf of the Uni American Eagles to present an honorary doctorate to Mayor Jessica Alexander. Upon the recommendation and the faculty, and by the virtue of authority vested in them, the trustees of the Uni American Eagles have confirmed Dr. Jessica Alexander having successfully completed the requirements, and thereof she is awarded the degree of Honorary Doctorate of Philosophy, Community Service. In recognition of her lifelong learning and her extraordinary leadership serves and achievements in the fields of community service, leadership, and global peace. With all rights and privileges obtaining in whereof the seal of the Uni American Eagles and the signatures of its officers have been affixed here on this day, the 27th day of April 2026. So congratulations, Dr.
you.
Jessica Alexander.
That's a surprise.
And I know
Thank
that
you.
you are the presiding officer of this meeting.
Thank you.
I was wondering if we could just take a quick little picture.
Yes.
And I'll send it to the Eagles, the American Eagles. So
Thank you, ma'am. Wow, what an honor. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. That was a wonderful surprise and an honor. Okay, next one, we have public comments. City Clerk, how many public comments do we have?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have approximately 100 comments on the main item today. However,
I clap.
yes, congratulations, community. However, we have just a handful of people, 2 people here on non-agenda and 2 people here on the general plan update. So with the mayor's concurrence, we'll go ahead and hear from them first.
Sounds good.
With the non-agenda, they have 3 minutes. With the general plan update, they have 5 minutes or less. So, I'm sorry, I just got a third non-agenda. Okay, so the first non-agenda speaker is Mr. Jim Davis, to be followed by Tim Kimball. Mr. Jim Davis, to be followed by Tim Kimball, to be followed by Philip O'Reilly. If any of you are here in the room or in the conference center, we will go ahead and give you an opportunity to come up and speak now. And then on the general plan update, I also have Gerald Montante and Dennis Fitz. So any 5 of you, if you are here and would like to be heard now, we welcome you. Jim Davis, Tim Kimball, Philip O'Reilly.
I see them walking in
Yep,
right now.
Dennis Fitz
Wonderful.
and Gerard Montante. When you come up to the podium, if you could just give me your name and go ahead and speak, please.
All right, the first one, if you want to come up, please. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Good.
So Jim Davis and I are here together. Better I could go first. So,
And what was your name, sir?
my name is Dr. Timothy Kimball.
There you go. Thank you.
I have resided in this valley since 1985. Is this something I can put, right here?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Aha.
You just, if you want to just pick that right up. On the right-hand side, just pick that arm up.
Oh,
Yes.
aha.
Should, there it is.
There we go. All right. On Saturday, April 25th, 2026, the Old Town Temecula Gunfighters performed in Old Town on private property. On Monday, I received a phone call from Jamie Lenos from Temecula Code Enforcement. I also received email and a letter that was enclosed, notice of violation. The first sentence stated, the City of Temecula Code Enforcement received a complaint regarding a potential violation of the Temecula Municipal Code. I am a potential violation. I am here today to determine if there was an actual violation or a potential violation. If there's an actual violation, the gunfighters would like to have the ability to correct the violation so that we can continue performing in Old Town. We were only given the option to discontinue our shows, not correct the problem. I told Ms. Lenos that we have performed in Old Town for the last 38 years. I asked how we could be in violation. She likened our situation to speeding and driving recklessly for years and finally getting caught and given a ticket. I thought that was a real poor analogy. We were not told of the nature of complaint either. The Old Town Temecula Gunfighters have performed at Sam Hicks Park, Front and 4th Street. In the 80s and 90s, we used to perform in the intersection of Main and Front Street. We have performed on the steps of City Hall as well as the balconies of City Hall. We performed for 10 years at the Hotel Temecula for the benefit of Old Town and Reality Rally. We've performed all over the last 38 years, California, Nevada, Arizona. So pictures of the gunfighters have been taken by enthusiastic visitors to Temecula. Visitors are excited to see cowboys, and they enjoy our skits and our gun safety demonstration. Our photos are in family picture albums in every state of the Union and every country of the world. The gunfighters were founded in 1988 and has been active in the entire time. At every performance, we do a gun safety demonstration that is geared towards kids.
And that is your time, sir.
Okay. Please don't erase the history of the Old West or the history of the contributions made by the Old Town Temecula gunfighters.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Tim Kimball, to be followed by Philip O'Reilly.
I'm Tim Kimball. That's Jim Davis.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Davis. Thank you for having us be allowed to speak. I'm a member of the Old Town Temecula Gunfighters and have been since 2004. As you already know, we received a notice of violation from code enforcement on April 27th. The notice is extremely vague. It mentions that there was a complaint, but about what was not mentioned. It says there was a violation of the Old Town specific plan and mentions the land use matrix 4-1. It does not say what we violated. The notice gives no option of appeal. All of these are blatant violations of due process. It's not like we've been performing in secret. We performed all over Old Town for over 38 years. We were on the vacant lot at 4th and Front State long before I joined in 2004. Newspapers printed articles and photos of us from Western days. So I think we have a right to know what we're being charged with. Oh, I forgot. We advertise on Facebook. So we have been ambassadors for Temecula, as Tim mentioned, all over California, Nevada, Arizona. We performed in front of 10,000 fourth graders at Anaheim Stadium. We have a 100% safety record. Not one member of our team or one audience member has ever been injured during our shows. We are not rushed. My question is,
If we can, I know you guys are all wanting to support. If we can just let the speaker speak, please. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
my question is, though, is why now? Because of one complaint after 38 years? Really? I spoke to businesses on Saturday, up and down Front and Main Streets. Most of the owners of those businesses love us. Why? Because we bring business to Temecula. And like us, they don't understand why we are now persona non grata. So all we're asking is, how do we actually violate the code? And what can we do to rectify this, short of no longer performing? After 38 years, I think that's the least that is owed us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
The next speaker is Philip O'Reilly. Philip O'Reilly.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming in.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip O'Reilly, and I've proudly lived in this valley for 30 years. I think it's a beautiful thing that we've got the valley support out here today. And ultimately, I brought with me a few things I'd like to share. We can get this going over here. I bring to you today the Murrieta Gateway Monument petition. I bring this today because my father was the original crafter, fabricator, welder of the Old Town arches here in Temecula. And to say it as I see it, I watched this town go from 10 to 110,000 people. Currently, Murrieta and Wildomar are looking at redefining their border by Palomar Street and Jefferson Avenue's connection, which would bridge right unto us over here. Jefferson Avenue connects to Old Town and those beautiful arches. All things to say, I wanted to bring some awareness to this, as ultimately the city of Murrieta has brought forth that they will be widening the road from a 2-lane to a 4-lane. Our house here is the only ranch that has not had this eminent domain process started, as they were unable to 20 years ago to put public easement on our property. We fought off the power lines then, and I'm here to fight them off here today as well. And ultimately, I see the opportunity for Murrieta as well as Temecula in the valley for something that just doesn't exist currently. I'd like to bring my phone out and showcase some photos to highlight some things as they exist. This is our property here. We are the last bump in the road on Jefferson before that dead end. There's the church, the water towers, and us. This is the current 180-acre development that's going on in Wildemar, and to highlight, they will be bridging together Palomar Street here with Jefferson over here, and we are the first house that you will see coming into there. Now, the idea of this Gateway Monument would be to herald and honor the whole region, as ultimately I think there's a lot of things that have fallen unrepresented in our region. As I put in this little spiel down there, we're talking about Juan Murrieta's sheep farm, the Pechanga Band of Indians representation in Murrieta, the Southern California Railroad and the Murrieta Grain Elevator, the Ranchero era, Highway 395, as well as modern and future Gem of the Valley representation. Unfortunately, unlike Temecula, we don't have a lot of brand work and artwork in Murrieta, so I just urge the crowd, if it is something that interests you, I'll be passing these out if that's okay with everyone up there. And ultimately, I'd like to get some support with this QR code on a change.org petition in order to show the council that, we do mean business, we want to honor our city, and we want to see that beautiful highway constructed. As a last little tidbit, this Highway 395 reconstruction, as Murrieta calls it, will be bridging together 79 south and north through Lake Elsinore to the 74 freeway, as well as through Temescal Valley Canyon to East Ontario Avenue, all in a straight line connecting to the 91 freeway. If that doesn't scare you guys in terms of traffic of what that back road's gonna become, well, I'm telling you right now, it's a little bit more serious than people are taking it. So ultimately, that's my time. You guys have a beautiful rest of your day, and don't let these power lines happen, please.
Thank you, sir, very much for coming.
Dennis
We
Fitz.
have one more.
Dennis Fitz. And just a friendly reminder, sir, you have 5 minutes. And just a friendly reminder, the city council prohibits any audio-visual usage up during public comments other than still hard copies. So if you have pictures of something, you're more than welcome to go ahead and use that slides, but no videos or telephones or those kinds of things. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Okay, I'd like to address the land use plan in the general plan. While much of the residential area of the city was mostly developed, the draft land use plan ignored a large area of underdeveloped residentially zoned land in the northeast part of Temecula. This area bounds Nicholas Road and is generally called the Nicholas Valley. We have an area where many houses are still on dirt roads. This is really outrageous for an upscale community. When I moved to the Nicholas Valley in 1991, the potential land use by the county, the swap map, was zoning for half-acre residential lots. The city's original draft plan showed 2.5-acre zoning for most of the Nicholas Valley. The city staff recommended this zoning due to the lack of paved roads and drainage issues. This zoning has not changed since then, despite the pavement of major roads and drainage improvements. As stated in the original general plan, the city of Temecula, at the request of residents, prepared a study overlay for the Nicholas Valley. This special study overlay was completed in 1995 and presented to the residents at several meetings. The proposed land use varied from very low to medium low density. Largely due to the high cost of road construction and flood prevention for the proposed alternative zoning, the residents favored the original designated plan. In 2007, the city of Temecula studied the Nicholas Valley again with the primary intention of paving Leifer Road. A number of public meetings were held and many residents attended. The Nicholas Valley was divided into 4 planning areas with proposed densities from 1/2 to 2.5 acres per dwelling unit. The intent was to form an assessment district for Leifer Road. A survey was taken, and do I have to do anything here?
Nope, just put your paper right under
Oh, there it is. Okay. Of all the residents, and this is the respondents, if you look at the lot size, out of the 72 respondents, only 10 wanted to keep the original 2.5-acre zoning, and that was in 2008. A final survey was conducted in 2009 with density options of 1/2, 3/4, 1 and 2.5 acres per dwelling unit. While most of the residents wanted higher densities, the vote was split between the 4 choices and no clear majority was shown. At this point, the city took no further action. With the extension of Nicholas Road complete and most of the drainage issues addressed, it's time to finalize the zoning for the valley. I think 1-acre zoning would be most appropriate and would be acceptable by most residents. A change from very low to low density would accomplish this. An alternative would be for the city to perform another survey. Instead of splitting the vote between 4 choices, it would be better to use the ranked sum vote, where residents would rank the choices that they like best in all 4 of them, if there are 4. If no majority is obtained at first, then the rank sum process would be used, and the one that received the least votes would be dropped, and that would be filled in by their second choice. A higher density zoning would benefit both the landowners and the city. With the current zoning, it's not possible to subdivide lots less than 5 acres because they don't make 2.5 acres each. Such large lots really aren't in conformance with the rest of the city in this area. Rezoning would give the residents more flexibility in developing their properties. Thank you.
All righty, thank you very much, sir, for coming up. And I believe we have a few more speakers on these items.
Yes, Madam Mayor, as a reminder to the public, these 3 speakers are receiving 5 minutes each instead of the standard 3 for non-agenda because their items are on the business portion of the agenda. Gerald Montade, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right, sir. Thank you. And then lastly, Heather Stanford. Heather Stanford.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming in.
Good afternoon. I know some of these people. I'll just bore you with about 2 minutes here. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Gerald Montanti, and I'm a 4-decade resident at 31605 Calle Girasol near Riverton Park. I am here this afternoon to ask the council to update the zoning designation in Zone 4, I guess that would be west of Walcott, from very low density to very low to low density housing. That's the 1 acre Dennis mentioned. Our current very low density restriction is no longer matches our community's needs. It severely limits housing options at a time when families and seniors are struggling to find attainable places to live. Transitioning to low density development enables a subtle and thoughtful variety of single family lots while preserving the neighborhood's distinct character. This minor change promotes smart growth, reuses existing infrastructure efficiently, and keeps local tax dollars in the city. This is not about high-rise development. This change affords new opportunities to my children who are currently shut out of the housing market. I respectfully request that the council direct staff to initiate a zoning amendment study for Zone 4 to explore this change. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, sir.
And our very last speaker is Heather Stanford. Welcome, Heather.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heather.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council and city staff. My name is Heather Sanford, like Sanford & Sons, not Stanford like the college. But anyway, I am the CEO of Mission Hope, and thank you for allowing me to speak before the real party begins today. One of my favorite parts about living in this valley is this, that we have a heart of a community that cares about the people that live here. So my agenda item is completely unrelated to the big fiesta of the day, but I did want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for myself and my team for the opportunity with the agenda that it is on today to partner with Thessalonica Family Services, our DBA Mission Hope, to ensure that every single citizen in Temecula has a place to call home and healthy food to thrive. And by doing this partnership with us this year, that's exactly what we're going to make sure happens. We're going to be able to save the city time and money by funneling it through my Mission Hope team that are well equipped to do wraparound services for people in need, especially families with kiddos. We don't ever want a family living in a car or at a park or on a couch at somebody's house and bouncing around. We want them to be stable in school, be able to get food every day, and get the wraparound services they need to get their life back in order to thrive. So I just want to throw out there really quick, I'm not going to take up my whole 5 minutes because I know you guys got a lot to get to today, but in the last 5 years here, we have served, we have housed over 99 children, 167 people individually. We have served 60,892 people in our resource center in 5 years, and we have provided 103,000 people with 3.45 million meals in the last 5 years, and we'll continue to do that at Mission Hope. with partnerships such as the councils and the city of Temecula believing in what we're doing, and thank you for honoring us as we honor our values of dignity and hope and resilience for these people. We see the humanity in every single person, regardless of creed, race, color, or anything, and we believe that they deserve the right to thrive in our environment. So thank you, council. I appreciate your consideration of the proposal today, and I hope it all goes through, and you all have my phone number and email address. If you have any follow-up questions, I would love to chat with any of you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Heather. You as
Thank
well.
you.
Always good to see you. Okay, so moving into the reason why I think a few people are here today. I am just going to read the script so that way we just have a couple of house cleaning items here, make sure everybody's on point, and so that way we can have a very smooth meeting. The goal here, and I'll reiterate it again, is I want to get everybody who submitted a card to speak today. That is this council's goal. We all want to hear from you, and we would like also SDG&A and other organizations to do the same. So that being said, again, I want to thank everyone for being here. It is an important meeting today, as we all know. At this time, I want to share, again, just a few housekeeping notes. First, please note that agenda item 16 regarding the Red Hawk specific plan is being taken off the calendar today. It will be placed on a future item and will be renoticed. Any written comments already received will be part of the record for that item on a future agenda. If you are here for that item and you do not need to stay for the rest of the meeting unless you wish to do so. Second, we are moving item number 19 regarding the SDG&E proposed transmission line to the top of the agenda. So we're going to take that here in a moment. I know many of you are here for that. The city is facilitating this meeting for community awareness. This meeting is the first of many meetings to come. Today, we will begin with a presentation from staff, followed by our council questions of staff. We will then hear from SDG&E representatives, followed by council questions of the representatives. We will then go into public comment, is where all of you get to speak. We currently right now have approximately 100 speakers right now on the docket. And so those, in order to hear from everybody, each speaker will get 1 minute to provide their comments. Please note that you can comment in one of three ways on this item. I know some of you don't like to come up to the podium and speak, so there's some other ways here. You can comment in person here at the podium, via email, or via QR code. Please feel free to ask staff any questions you may have on how to provide comments. All public comments, no matter how they are received, will be made part of the official record. Finally, I ask everyone in the council chambers and in the conference center be understanding and respectful of each other. This meeting may be a little long, but it's very important. We will take recess as needed. Please refrain from interruptions or displaying signs in front of other people. So if you want to display a sign, we would ask at least that you go to the back so you're not in anybody's view. Let's see. I want to make sure I do not lose my spot. All right. We will take recess, as we said. Disruption of council meetings is prohibited pursuant to the law and policy set for the council protocol manual. We would like to hear from everyone in the most effective and efficient manner possible. Instead of clapping or jeering, consider the following. This is what we would ask. If you agree with the speaker's comments, please raise your thumbs up. If you disagree, so everybody can see, go ahead and put your thumbs down. Please raise your thumbs when needed. The city clerk will be calling up 2 names at a time. Please be present to speak when your name is called, as we will try to move this meeting quickly to accommodate every one of you. Is there anything to add from any of my other council members? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And just sort of build off what Mayor Alexander was talking about, we will certainly take some breaks, but you might see one of us or all of us at some point step off the dais, maybe use the restroom or something like that. Just know that there is technology in the back. It's super weird. You can go to the bathroom and actually still hear the people talking. So we will be able to hear you 100% of the time.
Do you now understand why I had him do that comment? Thank you very much, Councilmember Zach Schwank. All right, with that being said, I want to make sure, let's get a staff report, if we can start out.
Madam Mayor, City Council, I'd like to introduce Brandon Rabideau, the Assistant Director of Community Development, to present on this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, residents, neighbors, and fellow businesses. Tonight we're presenting on the SDG&E Golden Pacific Powerlink project. But before we get started, we want to make sure we're providing some facts to the community so everyone is aware of what's going on with this project. We want to be clear in saying this is not a city project. The city is not a municipal utility. We do not have a utility. This is not the city's project. We do not approve or deny transmission projects. We'll talk about who does in just a few moments. And additionally, we're sharing information we've been provided to us by SDG&E, or San Diego Gas and Electric. And the city was made aware of the project in mid-April 2026, and I'll share more about that timeline in just a few moments. We invited SDG&E and the California Independent System Operator to today's meeting, and we will give them an opportunity to share their thoughts as well. So why are we here? Clearly, this is a project of immense community concern. We want to provide transparency to the public. We want to provide an opportunity for the City Council to hear from the public, and one opportunity for the City Council to communicate with each other and the public. And if desired, the City Council can provide direction to staff on next steps for this specific project. We're going to go through a little bit of alphabet soup so everybody knows what the acronyms mean. We want to be clear and transparent with everyone. So the California Independent System Operator, CAISO, is an organization. It's a nonprofit through the state of California, and they manage the flow of energy within the state. Additionally, there's San Diego Gas and Electric, which is a regulated investor utility serving San Diego and Orange County. I want to be clear, SDG&E does not provide services to Temecula. Sempra Energy is the parent company of SDG&E, and the proposed project is called a extra high voltage transmission line. This is a standard to transmit 1,000 to 2,000 megawatts of energy, which could power approximately 1 million to 1.5 million homes. It is also called a 500 kilovolt or 500 kV project. We talked a little bit about the California Public Utilities Commission. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute, but we call that the CPUC. You'll also may hear a term, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. That is the federal arm of the utility regulators. You may also hear the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. That is the environmental document that provides transparency, public input, and studies to back any type of project within the state of California. On the federal side, you have NEPA, which is the National Environmental Policy Act. Does something very similar to CEQA in terms of transparency, communicating, studying to understand the impacts of a project. And then finally, the branding name for this project is called, through SDG&E, is called the Golden Pacific Powerlink Project, which is a extra high voltage power line project. This isn't the first time the city's gone through a power line project. In March 23rd, 2001, the Valley Rainbow Extra High Voltage Transmission Project was submitted by SDG&E. This was a different alignment than what is being proposed, but it was going through the city. On December 19th, 2002, the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, denied the project. They found that the project could not be justified and was not cost-effective to ratepayers. On the current project that we're speaking about today, on May 18th, 2023, the CAISO board approved the 2022-2023 transmission plan. This plan included a line called the Imperial Valley North of Songs. That's for the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, for those unfamiliar with that acronym. And that was for an extra high voltage transmission project, or 500 kV project. On April 29th, 2024, the project was awarded to Horizon West. And in the summer of 2025, SDG&E assumed responsibility to build, own, and operate the new line. The city is unaware of any notifications from the California Independent System Operator to the city about the project at that time. In mid-April 2026, the city started to receive emails from SDG&E and public relations firms hired by SDG&E about the Golden Pacific Powerlink project. The graphic on the right of your screen is the initial graphic that was provided on the webpage, and it did not show any high voltage transmission lines going through Riverside County. The city manager, being wise and been through these projects before, directed staff to learn as much information as possible and to attend any outreach meetings. And just for clarity, the city added the red star on this map just to show you where Temecula is in proximity to the region. During that time, mailers from SDG&E went out to residents along the proposed, or preliminary path, I should say. These are an example of the mailers. There's no map on here. The image is not from the city of Temecula on the left, and I'm sure there'll be additional comments about that in the future, but that is what was sent out to folks along the path. Then on April 15, 2026, a fact sheet showed the proposed extra high voltage transmission line following Temecula Parkway along Highway 79. As you can see, in comparison to the prior graphic, this is now showing the proposed project going through Riverside County and Temecula. On April 24, 2026, a meeting is scheduled with SDG&E, the mayor, and city staff to learn more about the project on May 4, 2026. And at that meeting, SDG&E provided a presentation to staff, and the mayor and city staff shared that the preliminary route was of major concern. Concerns about the map being provided were also shared that needed to be more transparent, clear to the public on what was going on. And we shared a litany of concerns related to public safety, hazards, insurance, CEQA, planning, evacuation routes, high fire severity zones, economics, cultural resources, habitat, biology, and more. There was also a letter of concern from Mayor Pro Tem Ron. And at that meeting, we asked about alternative routes. No alternative routes were shared at that time. On May 5th and 6th, the city manager sent a letter to SDG&E to hold all records and notify the city of any future meetings. We also started to share information on social media. So on May 6th, the community was made aware of this project through the city's social media, through various social media platforms and emails. On May 12th, 2026, the mayor sent a letter to SDG&E sharing concerns, and the mayor also invited SDG&E and KCO to today's meeting. On May 12th and May 14th, SDG&E held community virtual open house meetings, and there was hundreds of people that signed up for these meetings. We're not sure how many people attended multiple meetings, but for instance, one meeting had well over 300 people attending. On May 12th and 14th, a new map was shared at these community meetings, and this map actually showed an even more clear alignment of the preliminary route going through Temecula Creek. Temecula Creek was shown as the preliminary route, and then SDG&E during their presentation to city staff provided this slide, which you may see again. The city was notified at this fourth step in the transmission line planning process. We were not notified in the first three steps. We're currently at the fourth step, which is about to start environmental engineering and studies. At the next step, the California Environmental Quality Act and NEPA process, or National Environmental Policy Act process, will begin. In terms of timeline, this is a slide that SDG&E has shared. We are currently where the red arrow is. We're at the virtual open house point, but SDG&E is stating that in summer, fall 2026, there'll be in-person open houses, and then the process for starting state and federal permits will start shortly thereafter. So let's talk a little bit about the preliminary alignment. The red outline is the city limits. That's been added by city staff from SDG&E's map. That is the boundary of Temecula, and you can see the blue dots on the screen that follow the Temecula Creek path. We understand from SDG&E that the preliminary route alignment is a 1,000-foot corridor study, and we understand that the map shows, again, it's following Temecula Creek within the city. As everyone is aware, Temecula Creek is surrounded by homes, parks, schools, and businesses. So let's talk a little bit about what extra high voltage transmission lines look like and are. So just to be clear on the terms that I'm using, I want to share with the public. When we talk about height, this is what we're talking about. When we talk about span, the distance between two transmission towers is what we're talking about. And we talk about right-of-way, or ROW, that is what we're talking about. It's the land below the towers that doesn't necessarily follow the footprint of the towers. It's usually larger than the actual footprint of the towers. So what do these extra high voltage transmission lines look like? Well, they have height ranges between 125 feet to 191 feet. That's comparable to a 12 or 19-story building. So in comparison to existing buildings in the city limits, Abbott Vascular off of Overland Drive is approximately 5 stories. Temecula Valley Hospital is a 5-story project as well. The spans, we discussed what those look like on the screen before. Spans are between 1,400 feet and 1,800 feet. For approximation, that's 4 to 6 football fields for the NFL. As mentioned earlier, the right-of-way is approximately 200 to 250 feet. That was the red line that I showed earlier, and it may be more depending on terrain. So as we talk about these extra high voltage transmission lines, we have questions, and some of those are, what do these look like in a residential or commercial area in terms of scale and how does the massing look? The following examples are not in Temecula, and many of these transmission lines existed prior to development occurring, not after. There are various types of extra high voltage transmission line structures that may be utilized. They can change shape and form, so these are just examples. So this is in Ontario, California. You can see the scale of a single-family home. That's a 2-story home, and then the transmission line in the middle of the screen. This is another example from Rancho Cucamonga for scale. This is an example from Duarte. This is a commercial office area of the high-voltage transmission lines. So, why is the project being proposed? According to SDG&E, it is for California electrification policies, grid reliability, and reducing transmission congestion. I mentioned earlier we talk about who actually approves these projects. The California Public Utilities Commission approves these projects, the CPUC, and this information that's highlighted and quoted below is directly from CPUC's website. I'll read just a brief excerpt of it. The CPUC regulates investor-owned electrical utilities, which SDG&E is, and the CPUC also approves the necessary certifications and permits for the construction of high-voltage transmission lines, anything above 50 kilovolts. What is the CPUC? It's made up of 5 commissioners that are appointed by the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, and these appointments are confirmed by the state senate. The commissioners serve staggered 6-year terms. So, that's a little bit of overview and facts about the presentation, but as we can see, we have a lot of community concerns and questions. So here are some of the questions we've already heard. What type of users will be served by these extra high voltage transmission lines, industrial, commercial, and residential? What communities and areas will the project serve? Who is making the specific decisions where the preliminary route is going? Why was this selected as the preliminary route? Who benefits from the project? What are the other alternatives? How will Temecula and our community be included moving forward? And how will our stakeholders in our community be engaged? These are just a few of our stakeholders, but not all of them. And we also want to know what already has been studied. Again, I'm saying it again just for clarity purposes. This is not a city project. The city does not approve or deny transmission projects. So today, staff is looking for direction from the City Council to consider a resolution of position, conduct further research and requests for information or direct staff to, and any other direction the City Council deems appropriate. And with that, the QR code on the screen would allow residents or community members to submit their comments and make those available for the record. Additionally, we have SDG&E's webpage available. Staff is available for questions, but obviously SDG&E will be coming up in the next presentation. They're available to answer questions.
Outstanding. Thank you very much for that report. Great job. With that, I'd like to push that out to the council members here. Do we have any questions for our staff? Nothing at this time? Okay, I see nothing else this time. Next, what we'd like to do is move into calling up SDG&E for their presentation. Are they here? SDG&E? I think they're walking up right now. Excellent. Again, we want to thank them for their time for coming in today to be able to go over all of this information. And thank you. Thank you very much for, is it the four of you for coming back? I think I've met a couple of you from our last meeting. Thank you very much. I know the public is very excited to hear about what you have to say. We're going to have a lot of questions and comments. And so if we can just move forward, and I'll give you guys the floor, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
my
you.
name is Kevin Garrity. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for San Diego Gas and Electric. Appreciate this opportunity to have a discussion about the Golden Pacific Power Link. We think the way we'd like to address it is Jeff Billington from California Independent System Operator will talk about the need, how the line became to be something that our state selected. And then Erica Martin from SDG&E will walk through just where we're at in the process of this initial routing. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. As indicated, my name is Jeff Billington. I'm the Director of Transmission Infrastructure Planning at the California ISO. The California ISO conducts a transmission planning process on an annual basis. It's based upon our FERC ordered tariff. It's an open and transparent process throughout. And like I said, it's an annual process. It's currently effectively about a 15-month process that does have overlap of each of the years. And one of the main inputs, or two of the main inputs actually, come from the state agencies. The ISO has a memorandum of understanding that was renewed in 2022 with the California Public Utilities Commission and the California Energy Commission, in that it's to really tighten the linkages of resource planning, transmission planning, interconnection and procurement of resources and planning the transmission system reliably to meet the load growth. And so the California Energy Commission is responsible for the state's load forecast, which they provide to ourselves, and the California Public Utilities Commission, which is used so it's consistent planning for the resource and transmission needs within the system, or within the state. And the California Public Utilities Commission is responsible for the resource planning, and through their integrated resource plan, they develop the portfolios of resources that we utilize in our transmission planning. And through that process in the 2022, as staff indicated, the California ISO in the 2022-2023 transmission planning process, and within the transmission plan, identified the need for transmission to meet the load growth and the make in terms of the resources that were identified within those portfolios to meet the reliability and state goals, the need for transmission projects. The line, and in the transmission plan, it's identified as the Imperial Valley to north of Songs transmission plan. It is the one that is now being referred to as the Golden Pacific Power Link. It is one of the transmission projects that was identified within the transmission plan to reliably supply the load that is continuing to grow within the state, as well as particularly along the coastal system, with the renewable and the resources that are needed to meet those from a reliable point of view, to transmit that power to deliver to those loads. And so through that, the need was developed in terms of for that going through. The analysis was selected in terms of that a 500 kV line for this project from the Imperial Valley area to what's referred to as the North of Songs substation that will tie into the 230 kV system on the coast in that area. And through the transmission planning process, once that project the need was identified, and through our board in terms of the transmission plan, we go out on a project of this nature for competitive solicitation for the projects. Going through that process, looking in terms of for developer to identify to meet the functional specification and the technical requirements, and from the point of delivery to the interconnection point, that in a cost-effective manner, giving consideration in terms of the affordability and efficient in terms of alternatives to meet the needs to reliably develop in terms of the system in the California system. And so that was as the staff indicated, San Diego Gas and Electric secured the project and are proceeding with the project based upon the needs that were identified within the 2022-2023 transmission plan and the functional specifications that were identified as a part of that transmission plan. I'll turn it over to Erica.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Erica Martin. I'm the Director of Project Development for SDG&E on the Golden Pacific Power Link. I'm going to walk through some slides, although I'll say the staff report covered a lot of background and helpful information that I don't need to repeat, although you'll see some of it in the slides. We can move more quickly through it. And since we had Jeff here cover the need from CAISO in the transmission plan, I won't go back through that either. And I'll keep an eye on the time. So we talked, Mr. Billington covered the statewide transmission planning process that occurred before the need for the project was identified and the CAISO annual transmission plan that identified the project. Those steps you can see on this slide, they're the first 3 arrows up there, and that's that statewide transmission planning process. That gray arrow is where we are now, and although it looks like we're at the end of a process, what we're at now is the very beginning of the routing and siting process, the development of the project, beginning with SDG&E, as Mr. Billington described, securing the rights to the project after a competitive solicitation, as the staff reviewed, and working to refine and develop the project. Once we've completed this early development process, which includes engineering studies, technical studies, environmental studies, and significantly community outreach, which is what we're doing here and what we will continue to do for the next several months, then we will submit an application to the CPUC. And in addition to their transmission planning responsibilities, they have ultimate responsibility over the routing and siting for the line. And they will review in a formal regulatory process both our proposal, and they will also conduct the CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act review for the project, and they will determine both if the project will be built and or where it will be built. And so I'd really like to impress upon you all that this is very early in the process, that we have not submitted that permit application yet, and once it goes to the CPUC, that is a lengthy regulatory and environmental review process where routing and environmental and community concerns are discussed and considered. So just a review, and I'll go through this relatively quickly. SDG&E's project goals are first and foremost to design and build the project that CAISO identified in the transmission plan. Any project, any proposal has to meet CAISO's project objectives, or we don't have a project. That includes the origination and the endpoint of the project, starting in Imperial Valley, an existing substation there, and ending in that new substation that will be built by Horizon West, somewhere north of the Songs generating plant. And so the goals of CAISO are our goals here, including delivering a project in a cost-effective way, because ultimately this project, the costs are borne by the ratepayers in California. And that's all of the ratepayers of the investor-owned utilities, PG&E, Edison, SDG&E. All of those customers have the benefit of the transmission system, and so all of those customers will bear a share of the costs for this project. And so a top consideration will be the affordability, how much, when we design and route the project, considering the costs that would be associated with the design and the route. And I'll just note as part of that, that we know from our experience owning and operating a transmission system that the largest driver of costs for the transmission line is the length of the line. Each additional mile that's added adds construction and material costs, and that's the biggest needle mover for determining what the cost will ultimately be. And so that's one of the considerations as we're looking at developing the most cost-effective project that we can. And then we also heard that CAISO has set a target in-service date for this project of 2032. So that's the date that we're working to meet with our project timeline. Here's a map of the area without the line on it, showing the starting and end points as identified in that 22-23 transmission plan by CAISO. That red triangle is the existing substation in Imperial Valley. And the white triangle up in the northwest corner is an approximate location of the new substation, since that is being built by another developer. We are not here to talk about that. We don't have that location to provide to you today, but we do know that it will be north of that Songs generating station. And this, I think you've already seen, this is the preliminary proposed routing corridor. This is the starting point. And when I mentioned earlier that we're at the beginning of that routing and siting process, this is where we're starting. No final decisions have been made. We are at the beginning of the study and analysis of this route. We're at the beginning of really hearing public comment on this route. But this is the starting point for us to continue to refine and develop. I know that this is a very high-level map, and that is because our development and engineering is also at a very high-level stage at this point. Our continued public outreach and stakeholder conversations as the project develops will continue to provide more detailed information as it becomes available. Oops, wrong way. And so this highlights the segment that's in Temecula, also still very high level, but it shows some of the topography and the features of the map just to give a better understanding of the portion that is in Riverside County and that passes through the city of Temecula. It's approximately 5 miles of the current proposed alignment, and the corridor, as was mentioned earlier, is still 1,000 feet. That's not ultimately what the right-of-way would be, even if the alignment didn't change. That's just a very wide, steady corridor for us as we're continuing to understand what potential impacts might be, what are concerns and questions, and how can we incorporate that into the design and development of our project. Here is again the timeline of the project, and you've heard us talk about each of these pieces a couple times. I also want to reiterate the in-person public meetings that will be held in the late summer and fall. We don't have the dates for those yet or the locations. We're using the information that we gather in this early public outreach process to identify the places where those need to happen and the folks that we need to hear more from, especially as there is more information that's available about the project and the status of it. We do know that things will change, information will change, and we want to continue to communicate out about that. Those public meetings will be an opportunity for us to communicate and for the community to communicate with us. We will plan to file our project application before the end of this year, another opportunity for us to communicate with agency oversight and for the formal record of the proceeding before the CPUC to begin and to have public comment on the record and public participation. Those are additional opportunities for communities and stakeholders to be involved. And again, we are shooting for a construction timeline in the fall of 2029 and an in-service date in 2032. I think I've got some information on here for you all to contact us. I think you also have that. I'll just end by saying that we understand the questions and the concerns that are raised by a project like this. And that is exactly why we are out holding virtual open houses and public open houses to be able to hear and take that feedback. We're grateful for the time, we're grateful for the input. We'd like to keep the dialogue open. Thank you.
I want to thank you all so far. I know we have some questions coming up, but again, I want to thank you guys for coming out here being able to present this and allowing the community to be able to be heard and have questions as well. So with that being said, I would like to start opening this up with our council first, as we always do, with questions. As the mayor today, I have some questions that I would like to lead with. And if anybody, whether CAISO or SDG&E, would like to be able to come up and answer any of these questions, that would be great. So thank you very much. So first, I'd like to start off by asking a question regarding the planning and the transparency of this project, so we can ensure that the council and the public fully understand all of the options tonight. CAISO, I believe you're in the house. If you can come up just for a minute. Can you please share on the primary maps and full bids submitted by CAISO in 2023 for this project? They received 4 bids specifically from Horizon West, SDG&E, SCE, and California Grid. Of all the bids, CAISO picked Horizon West map, which CAISO has revealed was the only primary map going through our city of Temecula. All of the other bidders' maps went through open spaces and not through populations. Okay, remember, up or down? And although Horizon West won the bid, you gave it the route over to SDG&E, if I was correct on that. So we'd like to see what SDG&E's original 153-mile route that did not go through the urban areas of Temecula, as well as the other maps from the bidders that did not go through the urban area of our city. Would you by any chance have those today? I know that we had asked for them before.
I don't have copies of those in terms of with me.
Okay, so we want to respect everybody. I know.
We do provide in terms of a selection document that's posted on our website. The full bids themselves have a significant amount of confidentiality and that within the bids. And so those have not been made available. Like I said, we do make available a selection report. I will note as we go through the selection process, there's a number of factors that are taken into consideration to come up with the selection of the awarded bid. Looking at in terms of right-of-way being one component, costs, and a number of other factors with regards to the bidders. So that is all a part of the analysis, and for those components, the individual bids themselves are confidential with the exception of what we have provided within the selection reports.
Okay. Would any of my council members like to ask a question on that one directly? Yes, please.
Yes, I would. You didn't answer the question of, why was that route selected? I don't care about the bids. I don't care how much money it was going to cost. Why was that particular route selected? Going through a dense residential area, down a environmentally delicate stream bed, and Temecula is known as a hot air balloon community. So how in the world can hot air balloons exist with 200-foot towers of high power going through it? I mean, it makes zero sense to me, and so that's what I want an answer to. I could care less about the bottom line. Tell me why it came through Temecula.
As I indicated, the routing is one of the factors when going through of the selection. And so taking into consideration of all of the factors, it was determined that at the bid that was selected was taking all of that into consideration, the appropriate alternative or selection or proposal to proceed with.
So when a hot air balloon, and it happens often, you see it on the news, hot air balloons hit those high power lines because you're at the mercy of the wind. So you don't always have the ability to outmaneuver a power line. And so therefore you're putting, and if someone were to die with those power lines, I'll be the first one to support whoever's going to sue you guys forever.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for your question, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We need to just keep it to questions, guys. We'll have our time for comments, but thank you very much, Stu.
Boy, I don't envy your position here. So just following up on the mayor's original question, your selection criteria, there's a lot, but it's a bit of a black box when it comes to the public or even our city understanding why this particular alignment or why that particular project was selected of the four. But in that criteria, and what you do have on your website talks not just about the alignments themselves and different proposals, but it specifically mentioned local opposition in its analysis along with cost. And the only local opposition in any of the bids, as I understand it, there's only one urban area it's going through, which is the city of Temecula. So how does, and if you could also clarify, because we've heard several different descriptors of what, I always say CalISO, but what the agency, how you prefer to be called. But if you could explain to us, how did you come up to this decision, given that those don't seem like, criteria when you and the CPUC and others are supposed to select the environmentally superior alternative in this analysis?
Well, that's one of the components, and as Erica indicated, that is identified as preliminary and will go through the CEQA process with the CPUC for the detailed permitting and routing. A preferred alternative will be submitted by the proponent, as well as alternatives are required, and they'll go through the EIR in terms of the environmental review to determine as to what a final route will be.
Okay, but that didn't answer the question again. I don't understand how, I know this is frustrating, but just bear with me here.
Oh, no,
how opposition comes into the selection criteria. Like that's specifically mentioned on your website. So why was that even discussed as part of why you would or how you would select a project? That doesn't seem like a criteria that should be considered by the state of California.
Well, as we look at in terms of the preliminary proposed routing, as, like I said, one of the factors, that gets weighed as we look at it. And so as we're looking at which alternative or which project sponsors project to proceed with, we give consideration to that routing and to, like I said, in terms of other factors, which include costs, which includes the track records of the bidders, cost containment that is determined within the bid. And like I said, all of that is outlined within the selection report that is publicly available and posted on our website with the selection of the project sponsor.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for your question. I believe Councilmember Brendan Kalfas.
Yes, thank you. This question is for yourself as well as SDG&E. As was said, this wasn't your original route that you submitted. My question would be, if you can't tell us due to confidentiality of what your original route was, can you explain to us why you believe that going through this route initially wasn't in the best interest of SDG&E, since that was not submitted on your initial proposal?
That is a challenging question to answer because we are in a different phase of the project now. We are refining and developing the project that we acquired in this past summer of 2025. I will say that we have spent a lot of time looking at the different ways to get from Imperial Valley to north of Songs. And we know that there are alternatives in different segments of the line. And those alternatives will be submitted to the CPUC for their review also. It is a challenge, to say the least, to get about 140 miles from Imperial Valley to the north of Songs. There are a number of considerations that we have to weigh for a proposal as well as for alternatives. CAISO's project objectives are the first. There's constructability and feasibility. Where can the towers go? Where does the topography allow them to be built? Where is there space to put them? There's cost. We talked about affordability and length. There's environmental concerns that need to be studied in a transparent and public way. We haven't completed that yet. There are community concerns. There are cultural resource concerns. All of those are potential impacts that will go into both a proposal and an alternatives analysis that will be submitted as part of our application. That will be a chance for us to share what we think about those alternatives and that route, and then ultimately it will be the CPUC that studies and analyzes it to determine what actually should get built and where it should go. And I know that's a hard answer, but because we're in this preliminary phase of development, I wish I could be more concrete, but I think that that additional information will be part of our public outreach process.
Absolutely, and just a follow-up question on that. Would it be fair to say that your original bid that you guys would like to win, right, because that's millions of dollars in cost generated for your private entity, you believe that the route that you submitted was the best for your shareholders at that time in order to win the bid?
If we didn't believe that, we wouldn't have submitted it.
Thank you.
Okay to go?
Yes, please go.
Thank you much, Madam Mayor. I'm just trying to build off of your question because I have several questions and trying to figure out where they're going to align. But if we're talking about planning, we're talking about maps. You had mentioned that this is like the very early stages of this process. So it doesn't feel that way. When we received emails in April, it feels like very late in the game, right? So my question is just essentially like, why does this feel so late to us when you're saying it's like, hey, this is just the beginning, you know? It doesn't feel that way from our perspective. And looking back at the timeline, there's 3 years between the start and where we are now. And to get an email in April just seems, doesn't seem like it's the beginning of the process. So I don't know who'd like to answer that or speak to that.
Yeah, I understand that. And it feels like that in some ways to us as well because the competitive solicitation process started in 2023. And we were a bidder in that. And so we know that the need for the project has been identified for a couple of years. The awareness of the project in the public also has been. This is a unique process for an electric infrastructure project. For SDG&E, and I think, relatively in the state, in this transmission plan, there were 3 projects that went through the competitive solicitation projects. Many of the other ones, the rest of the other 42 projects, did not go through this process, but this extends the timeline. There is a transmission plan, there is a bidding, there's an awarding of the project, and then there's a project development phase. Because whatever is submitted in the competitive solicitation process is extremely high level, and it's a bid. It's not a fully developed, fully engineered project. So since that project was awarded originally to Horizon West, and then it was acquired by SDG&E in July of last year, there has been some development of the project, but really we've taken it up in earnest 9 months ago. And so in order to have any information to share, even a high-level public route, we needed to take that time to understand what it could be. These very preliminary engineering studies, technical studies, that's what we've been working on for the past 9 months in order to have something to share. There are many questions that we get where we don't have specific answers to them because we have not developed the project to a high level of engineering or siting, and because we are so early in the process. So I know those are a lot of steps. That all took a lot of time. I understand that would feel that this project has been out there for a long time, But I just have to emphasize again how much more there is of the process to come. We, when we're submitting an application to the CPUC, we don't usually start with public outreach 6 months or more before we file, because we usually like to know a lot more about the routing, about the structures, about the impacts, because it does make it easier to provide information and to have that dialogue. But given the size of this project, the places where the route currently goes, the questions that we knew would come up, we made a decision to have these discussions earlier, before we have even settled on what our proposal will be to the CPUC, before the CPUC does their public outreach. And so that's years to come. So there is, as I said earlier, lots of opportunities for participation, written comment, oral comment, on the record, off the record to us. There are lots of opportunities for continued engagement.
All righty, and I believe if you want to just stay at the podium one more time. Sorry. I believe I have one more question from Mayor Pro Tem.
I should have brought a bigger water bottle.
If you need more water, let us know,
Okay.
please.
Happy
We
to
have
get
more.
you some. Okay, so the maps that they're provided are like a, treasure map on the back of a,
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
restaurant's, placemat, right? But the CalISO and SDG&E aren't making decisions on that. You have a lot more detail in these, and specifically running along some of the alignments that we're most familiar with in our backyard. There's only one place you can put a line of that magnitude, and it's along the Temecula Creek. So you have higher level engineering and drawings and details than what you're providing us today.
We really do not. We are actively studying those things. We have identified, using a map, that high level, those high level locations. Now we need to go out and do field surveys. We need to do LiDAR and check those physical locations. We need to send out biologists and other folks to go out and do field surveys for those to identify habitat.
No, I understand how that works.
Yeah.
Because I actually used to do that for a living. But what I'm wondering is, like, your alignments don't have a lot of wiggle room around them. You're not going to put it into a neighborhood with existing houses. You're not going to put it in the middle of a street or a freeway. So you're already selecting areas where you know you have a high likelihood of placing the alignment. So what I'm asking is, why wasn't that information shared with the city early on in this process? And I'll also say, no clapping, come on, let's keep it together. I'll also say, when you came to the city's meetings, you provided and brought forward every map except the map of the city of Temecula. Now, but I also have it on good authority that you did the same to tribes in San Diego County when you met with them and had missing maps of their specific tribal territory. So I'm having a hard time understanding how this is a community outreach process. It's open, it's transparent. You're trying to get, the feel of what's going on. When you're showing up to meetings with municipalities and tribes and other entities who are going to be impacted the most by these projects, knowing full well where these alignments are and not divulging exactly what you know about those alignments.
I'll say on the meeting with the city, that was a display problem in a PowerPoint slide. And so it just wasn't clear. It is a high level map, but it was not at all an attempt to leave out information, and we offered to come back and correct that. We haven't had that opportunity yet. We are providing the information that we do have, what we do know. And I don't know what you're referring to in terms of the tribal meetings. We have tried to be very open and transparent. And that sort of goes back to my earlier point about how we get asked questions about really specific location of siting and exactly where will the right-of-way be. And we don't have an answer because we genuinely don't have an answer. We don't know, but we want to understand what are the concerns, what are those specific areas, questions, things that we don't know about that are on the ground. We're looking at maps. We're going to go out and look in the field to engineer it, but we also need to know from the folks who are there, what are those things that we need to know? That helps us to cite, to even understand where it could be cited. That's why we have a 1,000-foot corridor of a place where it might go. But again, no final decisions are made. No routing has been finalized by us or by ultimately the state agency that will make that decision.
Okay, good. All righty, thank you for answering that. I'm going to ask some questions here because I know a lot of these questions are probably things that the public is going to ask. But what's a really good thing right now is we have these wonderful individuals here who are going to help answer those questions so everybody can get those questions answered. So with that, I'll just leave it ended open for anybody who would like to answer this. Independent real estate valuation data shows the placing of high voltage corridors near residential parcels can slash properties and empty lots values to up to 50%. How does SDG&E plan to financially compensate Temecula property owners, developers, and municipal tax base for immediate destruction of the residents' family wealth and hard-earned property investments?
So we really hope to design a project that limits any direct impact to private property. That is certainly our goal. And because we don't know the route yet and we don't know if or what those impacts might be, it's hard to answer that question. However, we prefer to work with any private landowners and understand concerns, understand what impacts might be, and the type of property or the value of property if that is where the project routing leads. So we would interact directly with that property owner to understand what their concerns and damages might be, and then we would go from there.
Thank you for that answer. Any of my colleagues have any other questions about property value? Yes, sir?
No, not property value.
Not property value. Anybody to my left? Seeing none, I'll go to my next question. And thank you very much. Our city's economic growth relies on vibrant housing business and new construction. Will a developer buy empty lots or building family residential tracts directly under a 500 kV corridor? And how will you offset the long-term economic strategization, I cannot say that word today, this project forces into the fiscal security of Temecula's families?
Thank you for that opportunity. We work with developers frequently along our 230,000 volt lines or 500,000 volt lines, so I can assure you home development projects are continuing in and around those type of assets. However they value those, what they ultimately develop them for is really up for those individual speculators. But we have not seen existing transmission lines in San Diego County or Orange County actually prevent development of housing.
Okay. Any of my colleagues have anything? I might have you answer the next question. Anything?
I do have a question on that, Mayor.
Yes, please, go ahead.
With that being said, in regards to developers, the city of Temecula, especially in this corridor, is already developed. The homes are already built. So in this area, I'm not concerned about developers coming in. I'm more worried about and concerned about the current property owners there. And I understand that you work with the private homeowners, but has SDG&E ever done a study on the equity lost near these transmission lines? And if so, have they reimbursed these homeowners for the equity that they lost?
I'm not familiar with that. I would say we have very public line siting processes here in the state of California. And within those documents, we may be able to find examples where that has been done historically. It's not uncommon to study that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kalfas. Okay, sir, maybe you can help us with this one. So Temecula is the most important thing for us, besides our residents, is their safety. So I want to ask this question. Temecula is completely surrounded by high fire risk zones. During a wildfire, minutes matter. A low-flying firefighting helicopters are our primary defense. How can SDG&E justify stringing massive high voltage lines and towers directly through our airspace, knowing they can create a deadly physical barrier that can and probably will actively threaten lives, property, and total financial investments of our citizens? Can you help me understand that?
We don't think there's a lack of coexistence there. We work in really detailed ways with our firefighting communities to have that awareness, co-train with them, et cetera, right? Just this weekend, and folks may or may not be aware of this, there was the tank up in Orange County, right? That behind the scenes, almost nobody knows Edison had to de-energize several transmission lines associated with that. This interconnectedness of the grid in moments like that matter. Now, while the temperature was really very cool, had that showed up in 100-degree days, it would have been a very big deal. And so these transmission lines have to be weighed on totally how they provide for a community, the reliability and the benefit. This line, in most likely scenarios, will provide resiliency in wildfire space. But I will also tell you, it's one of the main reasons we wanted to step in and build this transmission line, is we think SDG&E is the world's best operator of transmission lines in high fire threats area. And one of the reasons I will tell you that is, personally, I live in a high fire threat area. I have 230,000 volts line, half a mile either side of my home, right? And so this is not something our teams take lightly in building assets like this in wildfire spaces. But what I will tell the community, wherever the line ends up being, it will be safe, it will be reliable, and its fire safety will be the top thing for SDG&E.
Thank you for that. I believe some of my council members have other questions. Yes, sir?
Well, just following up on the thread of wildfire risk, having spent the better part of my career working on wildfire and wildland-urban interface projects, and specifically research on community resilience, I can unequivocally say that this project creates a significant risk of fire within the community and the surrounding area. You know, I would love to hear why you think that's not the case, because, you know, and I understand that SDG&E now considers itself a leader in you know, wildfire resilience and you know, safety of the grid, but y'all were also responsible for the Witch and Guajito fire in 2007 that burned down a significant part of San Diego County.
Not caused by a line like this, though.
Not okay. We can talk about the, you know, severity of
the relative
these
risk
lines.
of these lines really does matter. These lines are almost never, ever the source of ignition or wildfire. Never.
Almost.
Okay, I'm going to
almost never.
Going to disagree with you on that on a national scale.
We shouldn't disagree. I think what we should provide is facts that where fires happen, it is in the lower voltage, and as you get them into these structures, almost never, because of how high they are and how far the wires are away from each other. That's just a fact. Almost never. Almost never.
All right, we're gonna disagree on that point.
We don't have to disagree. I'll provide you that study of the individual line levels.
I would love to see it, and I'll be happy to provide you others as well.
Yeah.
But you know what surprises me is how cavalier you are with the wildfire issue, because it's a serious threat.
Not at all.
And placing this type of infrastructure in our community not only enhances that risk in a pre-existing high fire risk zone, but it severely impedes the ability of our fire department to actually respond to those incidents because of the high voltage lines and because of the air attack and other resources that they're going to bring in. You're placing this specifically in the zone that poses some of the highest threat to the city of Temecula. The other piece too is firefighters generally don't like fighting fire under high tension power lines when there's a fire going on in a creek where these lines are placed. So I'm finding it really hard to understand how you're saying, well, this isn't a fire problem, because there's layers of issues that that we're just simply not going to be able to handle when it comes to fire risk for Temecula.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry if any way, shape, or form I came off as cavalier. This is the number one thing we worry about every day, and we've worried about every day since 2007, and in 19 years, SDG&E has not started a wildfire. And what I can tell you is when we carefully examine the facts, which I will provide you, 500,000 volt lines do not start ignitions. They do not, okay? And that's just a simple matter of fact, right? And so we don't have to disagree about that, right? The benefits of often lines like this come in the rights of way or fire breaks that they can cause, right? We coordinate directly with the firefighters in San Diego County that are fighting any fire anywhere that may start 2 miles away from our transmission lines, but may burn there, and we actively coordinate with them, and in most cases, they'll say, let it burn under your lines, right? And that's in a wildland interface space. Where this line is, I don't suspect that that's where the treatment would be, but our intensity of working with our fire partners is unmatched. We own the helicopters that get on into any potential wildfires in and around our assets. And again, not to be cavalier at all, this is something that is everything that we do, and should this line end up anywhere near Temecula, anywhere near this proposed route, you will absolutely have the best operator who's the best safety provider in this space.
Okay.
All righty, thank you for that. And I believe we have another firefighter here who'd like to be able to ask you a question.
Just a few questions on fire. How much money has SDG&E paid out in wildfire settlements in the last 25 years?
I don't think not even a single dollar in the wildfire fund as we think about it here within the state, not a single dollar. Not in that wildfire fund. If you're talking back to 2007, sorry, I wouldn't know that.
2007 was $2.4 billion. Thousands of homes burned in that fire as well. And we talk about almost never, right? That these lines almost never start fires. It's not never, right? It's not 100%. They will.
I don't think we'll find a single line of 500,000 volt that has ever started an extreme wildfire in the western United States. I feel that strongly about it. Starting an extreme fire is what we're talking about here.
Well, extreme is subjective, right? Because it can start out as a little brush fire.
Well, we can start with 2.4 billion, but
right.
I'm quite confident there's not a 500,000 volt line that's done that.
This next one is a rhetorical question, which you don't have to answer. But I think it's important for us to stop pretending that major utility infrastructure through high fire severity zones, like the one that is proposed here, comes with no consequences. There are consequences, and there's absolutely the possibility of wildfire through this corridor.
I will answer it only because if you take a look at the map, and it is one of the biggest challenges we have here in the western states, in order to get power from outside of California and into California, there's not a spot around our state's borders where we can cross without going through the high fire threat district, right? And that's just really very critical for us all to consider. If there was a means to get from where this line originates in Imperial Valley up into Orange County without traversing the wildfire threat area, all of us would have thought about doing that. It's just not possible in this case.
Go ahead.
Mr. Schwank?
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so trying to build off my colleagues a little bit, thinking about, even if these lines never start a fire, fires happen.
Yes, sir.
We've had fires in this creek in the past.
It's been an active wildfire season for Riverside, yeah.
And so I'm mostly concerned about right next to homes, not being able to an air attack, like thinking about there could potentially be a fire, and you have these resources, and you're mentioning you have helicopters, and that's great, but I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about sort of the Temecula Valley Hospital component of it as well is very close. And if we're talking about flight paths and we're talking about air attacks, how do these lines impact the existing flight path to the hospital? Have you reached out to the hospital and done any work on modifying or the potential modifications with the FAA or sort of building off of these sort of air attacks and flight paths?
I'm just going to join Kevin for a second to talk about the hospital. So we will go through an FAA review if the route stays where it is to determine that there is no operational risk or conflict with the hospital. We don't see there being a need for any conflict there right now, but since we don't have a precise location for the route, I can't say that with certainty other than we would coordinate with the FAA to make sure, we would be required to do that. Right. We would never place a line where it impeded the helo pad from the hospital. So that would be a barrier to placing the line there. And so that's for the further development that needs to come to determine what those limitations or restrictions might be, both from the hospital's perspective as well as the FAA's perspective, that is going to make sure that there's no aircraft conflict.
And I would like to make sure it's clear that the line itself does not prevent firefighting on them, under them. Airdrops across them happens frequently. If that's the right thing in our coordination with fire agencies, if the right thing is to drop retardant on those lines, that's what will happen.
Next question I have for you, still staying within public safety question. I know you're stating that wildfires, this isn't really a thing that happens. We're saying that it can possibly happen. But I do want to put out there for the record and ask that Temecula currently maintains an excellent ISO rating, Class 2 rating, which directly keeps our residents' homeowners insurance affordable as of today. By introducing massive industrial ignition risks and obstructing aerial firefighting assets in a high fire zone, have you had the opportunity yet, sir, to calculate how much our ISO rating can and will drop? And will SDG&E step up to pay back the skyrocketing insurance premiums for our citizens when the project destroys their financial security and instability?
That's a hell of a question
It's
to
a
try to
loaded
answer.
question.
So no, I have not done any studies on the ISO ratings here, right? But again, I want to make sure it's clear, these are not the type of lines that create wildfires. These are also the type of lines that also do not prevent firefighting. And I know we keep saying that is just untrue. These lines do not prevent air attacks at all. They happen all the time on any structures we have in and around San Diego. We witness it. I've seen them happen up here in Riverside this year. Direct drops onto Edison lines, right? So the lines themselves do not prevent air attack.
Okay.
And the men and women that fly, if you've never gotten into a CAL FIRE and the way they coordinate their air attacks, you'll really quickly learn the reason why those lines do not end up being a hazard is that they're absolute professionals in understanding how to fight in and around those assets.
Okay. Thank you for your statement. Open up to anybody else to finalize any questions on public safety. Yes, sir.
Just a quick one, related to public safety, but I was curious why Cal ISO and SDG&E are traveling to the city of Temecula with armed security detail. We're consistently one of the top 25 safest cities in the nation. Police presence here was fairly substantial today. So is it the city or something that we're doing that makes you feel like you needed a security detail today?
Really great question for the public discourse, so very informative. So I think it was in response to understanding that the Riverside County Sheriff's Office was spotting additional folks here in response to how many people were attending. That simple, existing protocol. You responded by posting sheriff deputies, our security detail came in. I myself did not arrive here with security. My piece of shit 2013 Tacoma truck's out there in the back. I mean, in case you think this was additive to this Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I say it because, you're coming here.
You say it why?
I mean, it's a little surprising that you chose to do that, coming to the city of Temecula. It's a showing of trust and faith in, Riverside County Sheriff's Department and the city of Temecula providing you with the kind of
Riverside Sheriff's Department on this.
Yeah, understand that, but
We work
bringing
with
in
them
private
on this.
security, it's an odd move. It's never happened in this city hall before. I don't think, Mr. Washington, I'm not sure that's even happened at the County Board of Supervisors meetings. And I know you guys have had way more contentious meetings up there than we have. And so it struck me as a surprising move by San Diego Gas and Electric to come to our town and have that sort of discourse.
I appreciate the discussion on it, very helpful.
Okay. All right. I've got 4 more questions. Let's get out of the public safety area. I think we beat that pretty well. Let's move into, let's talk about our tribe, Pechanga. I can't speak for Pechanga, but as mayor, I have an obligation to ask this question. Have you evaluated whether this corridor directly threatens our tribal neighbors and their ancestral, sacred lands? Why should the city of Temecula support an intrusive infrastructure project that shows complete disregard for the cultural heritage, sovereign rights, and historical legacy of Pechanga?
Of course, we would never do that, but we can discuss siting transmission lines and doing it in a very environmental way is par for the course for any transmission line in California. No transmission line is ever going to get built that rises to that level of disrespect you just mentioned. But we have met with Pechanga, and Erica can brief you on that.
Yeah, we have placed a top priority on our dialogue and partnership with our tribal partners that may be along this route. Those were among the first folks that we reached out to when SDG&E obtained the project, understanding how culturally rich this region is. And so input from them as we develop is going to be crucial to understanding how we can reduce and avoid as much as possible any impacts to cultural resources, to areas of ancestral origin. And we know that those exist along the preliminary route. And that is why we need continued study. We need that to be a publicly, transparently studied process to understand what those potential impacts might be. We want to hear directly from the tribe, what is a meaningful way for us to avoid that? Can we avoid that? And what from them, from their perspective, is a meaningful way to mitigate any impacts, should there be any? We want to hear their voices, and so that's why we've had several conversations with different representatives of the Pechanga tribe, and we will continue to do that as development moves forward, as long as they're wanting to continue to dialogue with us, and so far they have been.
And can you help me understand, if you guys don't have a route, how are you going to decide whether it impedes in their areas?
I think that's where the dialogue comes in, right? We can say, here's this general area, tell us about this area, and what is it that are the priorities, what are the concerns, what are your questions about this place where it might go? And then we can take that and inform our project development. And then ultimately, in that CEQA process, studying any potential impacts to cultural resources is a very technical and transparent part of the public process. So in addition to the dialogue that we're having, the CPUC will also take this piece on and make sure that to the extent that there are impacts that they can be avoided and reduced, and they, again, will choose the route and identify the route that poses the least impacts.
And how soon do you figure that those routes, so that way the city as well, along with the tribe Pechanga, can look at that together? Because it sounds like you guys don't have any of that currently.
We're going to continue to share information as the project is developed. Over the summer, we talked about those public meetings that we will have. We'd love to come back and have more specific conversations with you all when we get to that stage of project development. We'll file our application at the end of the year, where there will be our proposal in it and alternatives and an assessment of potential impacts. And then the CPUC will have their process. That will be a couple years long, and they will provide a schedule and opportunities for additional input through that as well.
Okay, thank you for that, and I will open that up to any of our council members. Yes, sir. Mr. Stu?
Yeah, so did you take into consideration other historical significance of this route? Because it is the old Butterfield Stage Route, which was basically the Southern Immigrant Trail. And to litter this trail with these high-powered, super tall lines would totally destroy the historical significance of even that. And so even the Pechanga tribe was this whole valley. So really, as far as I'm concerned, put it outside the Temecula Valley and you'll be safe. Inside the Temecula Valley is all culturally sensitive. So that, and I realize we're early, even though we feel like we're not early, but I hear you guys saying that there is opportunities. I think it would make us all feel better if you had routes that didn't include Temecula in it.
Yeah. We don't know what alternatives there will ultimately be. But I feel pretty sure that there will be alternatives that avoid the Temecula segment of the route in order to determine whether there is an alternative that reduces environmental, community, cultural resources, all the things so that we just talked about. But I also want to note that there are cultural resources all over the Southern California region. There are, San Diego County just in particular has more federally recognized tribes than any county in the country. So we know the challenge that we have here to find a route that doesn't have impacts. I don't know if we'll be able to find that. We're trying to weigh all of these significant routing criteria to identify the best route. Ultimately, the CPUC has to weigh that, but I don't know that even the CPUC will be able to identify a route that doesn't have impacts to the environment or cultural resources or all of these things. I think it's how can we mitigate, avoid, reduce, where can this go that is the least impactful? That's where we're trying to get right now.
So that's my concern about the CPUC is because according to your timeline, it looks like it's December you're going to submit a route.
Before the end of the year.
Before the end of the year.
Yeah.
So, and how are we going to be notified of that route to, and is this meeting, the CPUC meeting, is this a closed door meeting? Is it a public hearing? Is it something that we're going to be notified well in advance so we can?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will certainly be continuing to provide updates about when we file our application. The CPUC will also notice interested parties, including the city of Temecula. And it's not one meeting. It's a years-long process that has multiple steps and stages, including specific opportunities for public comment, open hearings. You can provide written comment, you can provide in-person comment, and they'll decide what the dates of those things are. So when we have them, or when the CPUC has them, there are specific notice requirements in their regulations that provide for public awareness. The role of CEQA in large part is public awareness and public input. And so all of those requirements will be fulfilled.
All right, I just want to make sure that you guys are aware. We just want to know as soon as we possibly can so we can make our
Understood.
Opinions known. So,
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So if we're talking about, we'll let Pechanga speak to their cultural resources, but we do know that this alignment is going through a traditional cultural property that's, designated and sits along the corridor for, their creation story, which was fairly significant. I'm not sure if you guys looked into the Liberty Quarry at all. I'd recommend it.
Yeah.
The reason I bring it up is because this alignment is going through, a very similar area that was designated and talked about during that, 7.5-year process that identified, this river corridor as the last fully protected free-flowing river in Southern California. Also provides the drinking water supply for Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. The wildlife corridor that sits here is the last inland to coastal wildlife linkage and habitat linkage left in Southern California. I could go on. This, and I wasn't being facetious in the letter I submitted to SDG&E saying, you could have taken a crayon and drawn just about any other location, besides this and found a less sensitive spot. Given all the history that's gone into this region and the dedication of our tribal partners, our federal partners, the city and our community to protect what are arguably some of the last of their kind in all of Southern California, it just kind of surprises me that this alignment is even under consideration.
I can assure you that all of those areas would be studied, understanding what the impacts would be.
Well, but they have been. I guess that's my question.
In relation to this project.
Well, but in relation to the land itself, it has been studied, and you're also aligned directly adjacent to and potentially through the Santa Margarita Ecological Reserve, which is one of the largest
The
outdoor
preliminary
research
alignment
stations
does not go through the Santa Margarita.
Well, it's right on the
Margarita.
edge, right?
It does, there are no direct impacts to the preserve in the preliminary alignment, as we said.
How do you know that
do
if
you
we
know
don't
that?
know where the preliminary, because the map I'm looking
We
at.
do know that 1,000 feet corridor does not go through the ecological preserve.
So it's going through private property predominantly then?
We
Don't know.
can have a more detailed discussion about that portion of the alignment when we have a map in front of us. It's really difficult to do that in this context. I think my larger point was we, as part of our process, as part of the CEQA process, the impacts of a transmission line to all the resources that you just talked about will be studied. But also, I just want to note that this is a very constrained region. It is a really big challenge to get from Imperial Valley to north of Songs without creating impacts, no matter what potential alternative or alignment is chosen. And so there's a phenomenon of just a trading of impacts that happens. You can eliminate an impact in one area, and then if you move the alignment, you create new impacts in another location. And so that's part of this deliberative, iterative process to understand, from our perspective, and eventually the CPUC will take it on, how can we find a location that is the least impactful? We have to do some study to understand how a transmission line would affect different pathways to know what that might be. And that's what we're at the beginning of right now.
But I guess I'm still, I mean, we can talk about this later, I'm sure, but I guess I'm still not understanding what the point of the project is. You know, because it was provided to us both in your materials and in the presentation earlier in fairly obtuse terms. You know, talking about grid stability, talking about moving electrical, capacity into, north of Songs and Orange County and so forth. But can someone provide us, like, where exactly is the energy coming from that's being transmitted? And where exactly is it intended to go ultimately? Like, who are the end users on this?
The resources that it's intended is developed and included within the CPUC's IRP. They provide us with the locations of the resources right down to kind of like better the bus bar or the substations where they're projecting the needs, taking into considerations a number of factors as they go through that bus bar mapping process with the methodologies documented on the IRP website, taking into considerations costs, different types of resources, the mix of resources, environmental from the land use point of view of the resources.
Okay, but where's the energy coming from?
It's coming from, lack of a better, east of here in the southern areas. I don't have, if you look in terms of in the transmission plan, I don't have the numbers right here. We have a number where we look at the zonal aspects of it. And so there is in the southern all the way out to the Arizona border. There's resources on the eastern which go on kind of the Delaney, Colorado, the whole areas.
So are you anticipating like the renewable
solar, it's renewable
wind
resources
in Imperial County?
Some of them are, yes.
Are you anticipating any import from out of state?
There is in the portfolios of the CPUC in terms of out-of-state wind from the New Mexico area that would be feeding into here as well.
And delivery is intended to go?
Well, delivery in terms of as we look at the renewable resources is for the resource or the loads within, say, California is what the portfolio is based upon. And the lines that we look at bring basically those resources to be deliverable to the loads. And those would be in the San Diego, and a lot of it is the coastal area. The tie-in to the north of Songs area provides more for the local, tying into the 230 kV system in that area. Like indicated, the lines themselves go, as indicated, there was 3 competitive solicitation projects. One was a line that goes east of Imperial Valley. There's the line that goes from here to north of Songs and ties into the north of Songs substation to the 230 kV system just north of Songs, the Songs generation location, as well as a 500 kV line that goes up to Serrano and ties into the 500 kV system in that area to make an integrated project in terms of as part of the transmission plan. Like I said, is to make the resources that are within the portfolios as identified in the locations of the portfolios to the loads, and the loads in a large part in terms of are in the coastal area from San Diego all the way up to LA.
So is it fair to say that there's a lot of unused or abandoned energy in the desert that's not currently making its way into the areas where you'd like to distribute it?
Well, that's one of, as we look at, is making access to those resources to be able to be deliverable and be incorporated based upon the resource needs to supply the loads in the area. So it's continued development as we look at the renewable resources that have been identified to be installed between now and as we look at the next 10, and the CEC and the CPUC are required to provide us out a 15-year target now for the loads and the forecast of the loads, as well as for the resource portfolios for us to plan the transmission system to be able to deliver that power reliably to meet the reliability needs of the state as well as the state's goals as well.
So ignoring for a moment the Anza-Borrego State Park and BLM land and all of that this is traversing in San Diego County, I think the question for everybody sitting here today is, why are we becoming the dumping ground for abandoned energy created in the desert to be able to move it into areas that don't benefit our own community? I mean, I'm having a really hard time understanding how the CPUC in the state of California think that our community, the only urban area that's being impacted by this project, should take the burden for a project that's clearly benefiting Orange County, Los Angeles, and San Diego.
Well, as we look at it, it benefits the entire, really from the point of view of the ability to supply the loads within the California system, as well as the renewable resources that are required in terms of for the state for overall reliability, for resource adequacy, as well as the state's goals.
But isn't that outdated engineering? I mean, we've been talking for years about distributed energy, microgrids, other forms of a more resilient, reliable infrastructure that does not include specifically the development of high, energy power lines. So
I would say the distributed generation is a component of the mix, but to meet the overall reliability needs and transmission-connected resources have been identified. And that would be in terms of also as to the CPUC and their IRP process, which is an open and transparent process, as to those resource needs as well.
Okay, we'd really like more information on that if it is that open and transparent. I've been looking, and I can't for the life of me figure out, and why nobody has it on the tip of their tongue. Where's the energy coming from, and where is it going? What is the critical need that this is filling?
The energy is coming from, and I don't have in front of me within our transmission plan and our subsequent transmission plans, we do identify the zonal locations that the CPUC has provided. So where that energy comes from is transparent as to what we're planning for and identified within our transmission plan, as well as in the CPUC's IRP. They do provide a complete workbook, and it comes out in the development of the IRP before it's approved by the commission. that clearly identifies all of the locations and resource types that they've included in the IRP,
If you
right
could-
down to the location
You
and
could make sure we
substations.
get a copy of that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
We can take that as to provide you to the links to those by all means.
All right, thank you for that answer. I have a couple other council members who have a few questions, and I have one or two right after. But just kind of doubling down and asking a little bit more about what Mayor Pro Tem was asking about. You know, one of the things that I had noticed is on your slides, you had said over the next 20 years, California will need at least, by 2035, 85 gigawatts. Is that correct? And then within 10 years of that, by 2045, we're needing 160. So we're doubling the amount of energy needing. So my question to you is, why, and is that going to data centers? For instance, the one in Imperial County that has been submitted and is going through the process, that entire county does not want to deal with an Imperial. So is that going to be part of the energy that's going to be used in these data centers? And if I'm correct, I believe there's over 300 data centers currently in the going through California, ready to be implemented. So can you help me understand that a little bit more, please?
The data center loads that we plan for are included within the CEC's load forecast as to what they've developed in their forecasts. I will say those have increased over the last probably 3 years in the forecasts that we have identified. I believe the total over the 2030 to 2035 to 2040 timeframe that's included in the portfolio or in the CEC's forecast is about 4.9 gigawatt. And so if we look at the load growth that the CEC's load forecast currently has, and I'm referring to in terms of what's in the 25-26 transmission plan that we just had approved by the board a week ago. In those timeframes, the load increase that the CEC has increased, it's probably about, the data center load is about 1/3 of. By 2035, the load forecast for the CAISO system has been forecast to increase by about 15 gigawatt by 2035, by 20 gigawatt in the 2040 timeframe, and by the 2035 to 2040, it's about 4.9 gigawatt, which is included as data center load within the CEC's load forecast that they develop as part of their IPER forecast for the state of California.
Great. And would I assume correctly that as this continues to roll out, that we're going to see more and more of these projects wanting to be able to be pushed into communities? Is that correct?
I can't in terms of respond as to, in terms of it depends on where those locate. We have had a significant amount of the data center load growth being in the Greater Bay Area, the south of Greater Bay Area, and we have transmission projects that have been identified to support the load growth in that areas where data center is a component of it.
And what are the energy sources that are stemming to be able to utilize that energy?
The energy resources are the resources that make up in terms of within the portfolio of or the IRP that is designed to meet the load growth and the locations where they have identified those renewable development.
So is that
results.
wind? What kind of energy is being sourced to utilize that?
In a lot of ways,
Water.
a lot of the resources, like you identified in terms of in the portfolio, make up a lot of it is either solar, storage, or wind are a large component of the resources that are identified.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stewart, I believe you have a question.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say this. The Temecula Valley is a high wind corridor, and it's coming straight through where these transmission lines are supposed to go through. So that is another consideration, but that's not what I'm... Solar production. I mean, there's so many homes with solar on their houses right now. I'm having trouble understanding how the need for additional power is so great unless it is for data centers. And just the fact that the energy efficiency of everything from refrigerators to air conditioning units have gone so well that, again, I'm having trouble understanding this additional power need that, and to Mayor Pro Tem's point, we have become basically the dumping ground of this to supply power for San Diego County, high-density areas along the coast. It has really nothing to do, when you say California grid security, that's along the coast. When it comes out to here, we're producing a lot of that electricity on our houses. You don't go into Los Angeles and find a whole lot of solar systems. But out here in the valleys where we get sun, intensely, there's a lot of people with a lot of solar producing a lot of electricity. So that's where it's not making any sense to me that you want to put it through Temecula for grid security and for Los Angeles and Orange County. And San Diego County. And honestly, that's where it's all going. That's what San Onofre did produce, all that power. Why don't they reuse San Onofre? There's ways to create nuclear energy now in smaller nuclear reactors that are incredibly safe, uses totally different radioactive material, and can actually be reused. So why aren't we looking that route? Instead of, and it's, to me, that's security. A nuclear power plant is way more security than some solar or wind farm. And so that's what I don't quite understand is, I don't understand the load that you're talking about keeping increasing, unless it's for data centers. That's the only thing that makes any sense.
I will leave a lot of that in terms of it would be discussion with the California Energy Commission within their IRP process. They do develop the forecast, and like I say, it is looking out into a 10 to 15-year time horizon. They do an hourly as they look at the profile. That is one of the things that is shifting, and as you look at the solar, the peak has shifted to later hours. As we look at things in terms of just fuel switching and electrification and electric vehicle requirements, those are driving a significant amount of the load growth that is within the California Energy Commission's load forecast. And those impacts on the profile are driving those needs for the requirements. It also drives especially the changing of the profiles, the resource portfolio and resource mix that the CPUC develops as part of their integrated resource portfolio or plan. And the question in regards to nuclear would be one I would suggest that you bring up and participate within the CPUC's IRP, because that's not a component that we're responsible for with regards to the resource planning and like I say, the inclusion of specific resource types. But I would encourage you to participate in the CPUC's IRP process.
I do have a quick follow-up on the whole solar, because I do know now that there is almost no solar going on anybody's houses right now without batteries. And so that solar, that load that, like you said, has shifted to the evening, I totally agree with you, it is. But we're using our own power at that point. We're using the battery power we've stored up in our batteries to charge our cars. So again, it doesn't make sense what you're saying as far as the load increase in the evening, because if we're producing our solar power and then we're storing it and we're probably still shoving some back into the grid on top of that. So again, but I don't want to belabor it, so.
And I will just, like I say, encourage you, and we can provide you links directly to the CEC's load forecast. They do forecast, and there is a significant distributed generation behind the meter solar, as well as growing as to storage that they do incorporate into their load forecast, and into the profiles that they develop. Basically, like I say, as they develop an 8760 forecast for every year out 15 years that is incorporating the growth of behind-the-meter solar as well as storage and the impacts of the profiles to come up with the load forecast. But like I say, we can provide you with some links to the CEC's load forecast information if you would like.
All right, thank you very much. And I believe Councilmember Kalfas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. To go back to an original question that you had a few minutes ago, talking about the tribal communities, I just want to touch on that real quick before we move forward. First off, is it fair to say that SDG&E has traversed through tribal communities in the past? And if so, you talked about mitigating the impacts. What were some of those mitigations that you had with the impacts?
Good question.
And did they include whether to the sovereign land or public land that you've traversed in the past or private land paying a one-time fee or recurring fee to the owners of those lands? So the mitigation to the impacts through tribal communities, and has SDG&E paid impact fees, if you will, to those communities once you traversed them?
I don't know, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. I will say we have facilities that are on or near our tribal partners' land throughout our service territory. So we have easements and leases from them. So we pay them for the right-of-way that we use. Different locations, different infrastructure, different places are structured differently.
But there are leases out there between SDG&E, tribal communities.
We do have right-of-way with tribal communities, yes.
Do you have right-of-way leases with any public or private entities as well?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. We'd have to get back to you on that.
Yes, please get back to us. And if so, I know I speak on behalf of the Temecula community when I say that Temecula is not for sale. Thank you.
I'll take that for 200. All right, any other questions? Yes, sir.
Just on the alternatives analysis, you mentioned CEQA. Is NEPA going to be
Yes.
required as well for the project?
Yeah, you mentioned BLM land earlier, Bureau of Land Management. So the substation in Imperial Valley is almost entirely surrounded by land that's managed by BLM. And so we will likely, no matter which way we go, need right-of-way from them, and that would trigger review under the Federal Environmental Review Act.
So under federal, unlike CEQA, federal requires a much more rigorous alternatives analysis.
It is different than the state review, yes.
Yeah, well, not just different. I mean, it's actually referred to as the heart of environmental impact statement in the regulation itself. And so just starting off this project, you've provided an alternative, which I'm assuming is the preferred alternative at this point. But you create these alternatives based on the project description.
Mm-hmm.
What is the need? What are we trying to accomplish with this project? And then you back into, historically, this, you would back into different potential solutions to meet that objective. But I still don't have a clear objective of what it is CPUC or anybody is trying to accomplish under this scenario. But my bigger concern is that we've seen these maps, we've seen these alignments. You say, oh, this is just preliminary and we're here to talk. But clearly, time has gone into both the bid, the proposal, the acceptance, and the situation we're in now with that line. And my concern is we're starting off, at least from a federal perspective, the NEPA process, absent the kind of alternatives analysis that one would expect under that scenario.
The NEPA process has not begun yet, much like CEQA has not begun either, but there will be a robust alternatives analysis as you identified. The NEPA review is agency-specific. Policies have changed in the last couple of years, and so BLM has their own guidance about how they will conduct NEPA review, including alternatives analysis. We will obviously provide data and information to the agency as they do that, but that will be part of the process, and that has not begun yet.
So, and I guess that's why even have a map at this point, right? I mean, if the alternatives analysis is supposed to be rigorous, including the no project alternative, that's supposed to be analyzed at the same level as any of the other alternatives. So
Right.
we're not seeing that conversation at all, and we're not seeing any rigorous review of any of the other alternatives, including the several that were presented to CalISO in the bid process. So I'm just saying it concerns me that we're backing into this, at least from a NEPA perspective, in the wrong direction. And you're already presenting, and we're here today talking about, the preferred alternative in essence.
So I think I mentioned this earlier. Usually, we don't come out this early with a map for the reasons that you're talking about right now. But we wanted to have early discussion with stakeholders, with community members, with local jurisdictions to understand what the preferred route should be, what our proposal should be to these agencies, and then also what alternatives should be evaluated and studied. That's part of this public engagement process. That is our goal. We aren't backing into anything. Those processes haven't started yet. But when we had some early discussions with stakeholders, what we heard over and over again was, well, we don't have anything to react to. This is a huge geographic area that you need to cover, that CAISO identified in the transmission plan. It would be helpful to us to see a map so we can react to it and give you feedback, and then additional alternatives development flows from there. And so that's part of what we're responding to in this process.
So I'll just end on a couple of quick things. So if what we're describing from the environmental perspective, cultural perspective, community perspective, economics, so forth, is not appropriate for our community specifically, then why not just take an eraser and align that thing along a different corridor or something where we're able to have I think a more fair conversation about this? Because what you've done is you've come to Temecula. There's been some hiccups in the public outreach and marketing campaign here, and I'm just trying to figure out, like, there probably was a better way of handling the rollout of this to have a more fair, balanced, and I think transparent conversation on this.
I can assure you our goal is to have that transparent conversation. That is genuinely what we're trying to do. And hearing your impacts and feedback is loud and clear. We're hearing that. Obviously, no decisions have been made. No final route has been identified. And ultimately, it is the CPUC that decides that route. And so this will all of the public impact information and feedback is part of the process, and will be both received by us as well as by the agencies that are involved. And so that is how you continue that public transparent process. Make sure that your information, your data, your perspective, your very strong opinions are all part of that record. That's the goal. And that will be factored into for the decision makers when they ultimately determine if it will be built and where it will be built.
But you hold a lot of the cards right now, and for those decision makers, giving them an alignment that does not include the city of Temecula is fully within your purview at this point, right?
No decisions have been made, not even our final proposal has been identified. That is what we are trying to get information on in this public outreach process.
Well, we would appreciate continuing that dialogue. I also want to just close the loop on the 500 kV fire risk piece real quick. CPUC's own publications, including multiple EIRs, and I'm just reading from one. I know I've read this somewhere before, and I know it's in a lot of the documents that we've reviewed. Ignition sources related to construction operation of new 500 kV circuit would have a very high potential to ignite wildfire surrounding the corridor. This is the CPUC's. I'm not looking for a response because clearly you have a company line on this.
AI for that, but really very
hang on a
carefully,
second.
I said
No,
that
you
they
can
started
stop.
any extreme wildfire. Any extreme wildfire.
Nobody's asking you to speak
okay,
right
well,
now.
thank you.
Yeah, why don't you sit down?
I will do that. Thank you.
This is the California Public Utility Commission's own document and own publication making those. This is not a Google or an AI search. This is a qualified response from somebody who spent 20 years doing research in wildfire and urban interface fires. Sir, what you're saying is just patently wrong in the state of California. Do not speak.
Well, if you're going to call
the state of California would disagree with you.
Sir, if you could do me a favor,
not
sir.
started a major wildfires. What I said, we can all go back and check the records.
We're done.
Construction could start an ignition. A major wildfire hasn't happened. Let's get our
All
facts
right.
right.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
listen, sir, we're just trying to be able to have dialogue, so can you please just, I understand that you have your opinion. Our Mayor Pro Tem is sitting here as an expert as well, being able to share, I'm looking right at his computer, exactly the document that he's talking about. So let's just, I know this is very tense. Let's give each other the ability to have that conversation completely. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for answering so far. Anything else? Okay, I've got 2 more, and then we're gonna open it up. All right, we've talked about a lot of things. I want to say first off, thank you very much for our County Board of Supervisor, Chuck Washington, for being here, because this is actually going to land right in his backyard. Temecula's and our region's economy thrives on our world-class wine, country, and massive tourism industry that brings millions of dollars into our local businesses and schools. Can SDG&E show us any definitive evidence after you finalize your project that turning our scenic landscape and our homes into an industrial power corridor will not permanently wipe out the asset value of our local tourism economy?
I'm going to give you another unsatisfying answer on this one because we don't know where the routing will be. We cannot
Can I ask you a question?
specific
I don't want to
values.
interrupt, but have you guys done these before? Like, I would assume you guys have some type of data or have done a little bit of just a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Thank you. Information on this. And I know you're sitting there, you're by yourself, trust me, I get it. But you see the importance to our community. And I'm just here to tell you, to be in this position as the mayor and to sit with incredible council members and a community that does not want to see the destruction of our city, I need to have more factual information to understanding how you guys coming in are not going to destroy everything that's been built over decades of time and to be able to destroy businesses, tourism, families, and schools. Please help me understand that.
I hear you and appreciate what you're saying. I think the challenge is that valuations and damages are very location specific, property specific, use specific. And so to have more specific information, we need to know those things. And so that is part of the process. When we have more specific information and we understand what the impacts are, we can work with property owners before a decision has been made to understand what visual impacts might be, to understand what, from their perspective, the damages are that they might suffer. But I can't speak to that specifically now. I certainly wouldn't want to be inaccurate or make any guesses.
And I appreciate that. But can you understand? You know, we asked you guys to come.
Yes,
I hear you. This is our second time that I'm here with you, and I'm still hearing the same information. We don't have it, and I get that. But I would hope that you guys can continue to bring the information, because you guys even said, you know what questions we're going to ask. You stated that. You know what questions we're going to ask, and so you wanted to prepare yourself. Then why are you guys not prepared for these questions? These are very simple questions.
You earlier asked me, one of the other council members asked me about why it doesn't feel like we're very early in the process, but we are, and this is part of how I can show you that we are so early in the development that we don't have that specific information. We need to know parcels, location, siting to be able to answer it. And so that is genuinely a demonstration of how early this development is. But hearing from you all is part of that development process. And as it advances and as we get additional stakeholder feedback, and we do know parcel numbers and there is noticing of additional public meetings and a regulatory agency process, more of that information would be available and developed.
And do you guys have a mapping or some sort, and I hope you guys have this, of the impact region or area as far as how far out either animals, vegetation, anything is impacted from the point of those power lines? What does that look like?
We are currently conducting surveys on habitats, presence of species. There's a lot of desktop information that's available, so we're reviewing.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I mean in general. So you guys have done these before.
Yeah, we do have the layers
So
of
those-
data on,
What does that look like? So if I have your tower
It's all
and
publicly
I sit
available.
there in my backyard, how far, because I can see those towers depending upon where they're going through that corridor, and I know plenty of other people here can as well. How do I know that those are or not going to affect my home or any of the residents or businesses or schools around there? What is the impact zoning area?
we do not have specific structure siting. But when we do, that will be part of the visual or aesthetics impact that is studied.
Any of my other council members have anything on this one? This last question, I got one more. Yes, please.
Just on that question, Mayor, in regards to, and we haven't really hit on it, the EMFs, the electromagnetic fields.
Thank you.
And I know there's various studies by many different agencies out there, and there's a great debate on the long-term health effects and health concerns in regards to the EMFs. Would you or have you committed to an independent, publicly available measurements of before and after construction of said EMFs on these extra high voltage towers?
California is one of the absolute best states for managing that illness or concern. Has been that way for more than 30 years. All the utilities in the state are required to do exactly what you asked for on a daily basis, even around any existing lines. And so yes, for this new one, there will be before and after, and a study directly to anybody's home to what that impact from EMFs would be. In general, across most states do not even offer any EMF measurements anymore because of the minimal impact.
And those
But
studies,
that will be done.
Thank you. And those studies you're referencing are publicly available, is that correct?
Yeah. I don't think in the United States there's a clear standard for it. I think that's the reason why you hear some debate. I think it originally originated in Europe maybe 40 years ago, 35 years ago. But in all the studies here in the United States, we've not ever landed upon an exact number. And it's not uncommon for somebody to move into a new home, see a power line in their backyard, to call a utility and ask them to come out and measure that. And then we actually have professionals who go out there and measure that and sit down with a homeowner and actually show them what the EMFs are at their property and give them other things to show what that might compare to. But that's routine every day.
And with that being said, with all of them that have been out there in California, is there an average EMFs, or is there the ratio that we're looking for? Before there's 0, and then after, do we know that number on how much these emit?
I don't know the exact, it does come down to the distance, but rapidly when you get 100 feet away from any of the large power lines, they pretty much near background noise.
Thank you.
Any other council members about health risks or concerns? Stu? You good? Okay. All right. With that, I would like to open it here up to the rest of my council members for other questions. I know we've been able to get questions in and out, but I think there's a little probably more specific questions. I'll just say this before I finish. I really hope that your concern is more about the people rather than your power lines. I really do. Because in our position, it is my honor and duty to put people over power lines every day, and this will not look good in our city, and nor do I ever want something like this. So I'll open up to the rest of the council members.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions to talk about. I think we've hit on most of the points. I would really just ask that y'all take this meeting seriously, take it into consideration, recognize that, this community is unique in a lot of respects. And in fact, I kind of want to thank you all for doing this, because this is the reason why I moved to Temecula 17 years ago. This community has a remarkable spirit and a remarkable way of coming together. And surprisingly, in the middle of all the political upheaval and disagreements we can have on a whole variety of issues, this, much like Liberty Quarry, is uniting our community in a way that I haven't seen in a very long time. And you really have to, watch the documentary that was produced by Pachanga on Liberty Quarry. Do some digging into this, because you will see this community will give you a run for your money unlike any other.
questions.
And so my hope and question to you all is that you take this seriously, you take this back to the state of California to have them understand what it is they're getting into, but also just take into consideration the cost for municipalities like ours, the tribe, the community, and all the dedicated folks who will see this thing through to the end, and say there's a better way to do this, and it's not through the city of Temecula.
All right, we've got a couple more questions. I'm going to send it over to Councilman Zach Schwenk.
Thank you very much. So maybe just a few comments and sort of like open-ended questions. Maybe I'll start with the questions first. So, like was mentioned, this is the beginning of this process, although it certainly feels like we're at the home stretch. I've been looking at the grid. I mean, it's a complex grid, right? There's just no way around, looking at the electric grid and getting power to and from, everyone. I was looking at data centers is a big one. EVs is another big one, right? So we need to think about, some of the impacts that aren't necessarily associated with some of those things. My concern is the alternatives. Like, we haven't talked about a lot of alternatives, right? And so hopefully through this process, we can look at alternatives, upgrading existing infrastructure. We talked about more localized power generation and things like that. So, just know we're ready for this fight. We're ready to start in earnest in this. But I don't want it to come off as we're just being NIMBY, right? Like, it's just not in our backyard. I'm sure you build into this process. There's probably not a community you go to that says, oh, can we have a 500 kV line run through our community, right? You already know this is a problem, right? And so I will fight for Temecula, 100%. But I'll also fight for Murrieta. I'll fight for San Diego County. I grew up in San Diego, in the mountains in Julian and San Diego, and so I have friends in the desert. Ansbarigo State Park is a beautiful, beautiful, culturally rich, environmentally sensitive landscape that I will fight for as well. So there's not for me, there's not a better alignment. It's thinking about impacts to our community, of course, and that's why I'm sitting here, and I'm going to fight for it, like I said. And everyone up here is, and everyone in the audience, and everyone in the conference center, and everyone watching online. Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, just the fact that this has brought the community together. This is your first meeting you ever attended, but I talk a lot about building community. Hey, this is great, we're building community. We're getting folks to come out and be part of this community. It's really important, and I think Temecula sort of speaks to that. So I'll sort of wrap up with that. I really want us to truly think through alternatives. I'm looking at, the cost-effective way to this. California is already paying significantly higher energy rates than the national average, and I don't understand how this project will lower rates. It's certainly not going to lower already insane rates, and the cost of living is already through the roof. So I'll stop there for now.
Oh, great questions. Thank you very much for that. Any other questions directly from Councilmember Kalfas, please?
One question in regards to alternatives. We haven't hit on it. Can you just discuss undergrounding these wires and what that process looks like, right? Because we talk about there's no good route to send these high voltage lines through. Can you just walk us through what SDG&E has done in regards to underground?
I'm sure that could be something that gets studied as part of the ultimate project. It could be interveners, stakeholders ask for that. On a general scale, overhead lines are somewhere around $15 million a mile. A direct bearing underground for 500 kV might be 150 or 160, and that's just based on something I think that Edison has a project that they're moving forward with. The thing with undergrounding, of course, is the massive disturbance that it actually takes to get them underground, right, as well. And so it won't be something that will be dismissed. It'll something that'll be studied. Its relative cost impact could be significantly against the project, though. But it will be studied.
Thank you very much. That's all, Mayor.
All righty, thank you for that question. Stu?
Yeah, For me, it's all about alternate routes. And I really, really, and I understand you guys are in the early process, and I understand why we feel like you're not, but it sounds like you are. So I'm giving you that credit that, what you say is true. So the Temecula Valley is too beautiful, too nice, too everything to disturb like is planned. So if you can reach down and figure out an alternative route that skates by us, that's what I want to see. But anyways, that was my.
Alrighty, at this point in time, that ends council questions. We are now going to be moving to public comments. All right, we were going to take a break, but let's keep rolling with it.
Yes, Madam
Yes.
Mayor, as a reminder, at the beginning, I do have approximately, well, I'll just say over 100 comments. So I'm going to go ahead and read 2 names at a time. So folks can go ahead and come on over from the conference center as well as the patio. I think both of those spaces are full. And each speaker will have 1 minute. If you have heard something that someone else has said, you might want to go ahead and focus on something else. Your 1 minute starts when you literally start speaking, and the podium clock will show you exactly how much time you have left, and I will just keep calling the names so that we can just roll as quickly as possible.
If I could just let everybody know, I understand that there have been individuals who were expecting or have written speeches 3 to 5 minutes long. Again, this is for us to be able to make sure that every single one of you, 100 plus, get heard today. That is our goal. I want SDG&E, CPUC, all of them to be able to hear what you have to say here in our city and whether you are for or against this project. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, with that, the first speaker will be Shalini Renfro, to be followed by Rachel Allen, to be followed by Paradise Barona.
Good to see you, ma'am. Haven't seen you in a while.
It's good to be back. I wish it were under different circumstances. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Shalini Renfro, or Shal. I am one of the co-founders of the newly formed coalition, Save Temecula, Fight the Power Link. Our 2-week-old petition to stop SDG&E currently has over 6,000 signatures. Multitudes of residents are rising up and voicing the many ways SDG&E's plan would devastate our community. It's important to note that this decision does not need to wait for the CPUC. We get to decide it here tonight when our city commits to immediately invest the financial and other resources necessary to win this fight. We are at a pivotal moment now during the preliminary routing and planning stage.
And that is your time.
Shalini.
An application
Your
is
time is
being
up. The
filed.
next speaker is Rachel
To demonstrate
Allen.
they messed
to
with the
be
wrong city.
Followed by
Thank you, ma'am.
Paradise Barona, to be followed by Patricia Granja. So Rachel Allen, followed by Paradise Barona.
Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rachel Allen, and I'm a local realtor here in Temecula. I work directly with families who choose this community because of its beauty. Constructing massive 500 kV transmission towers through Temecula Creek will absolutely impact South Temecula and surrounding communities. Families do not move here to stare at 200-foot industrial transmission towers outside their homes. I also have serious concerns about wildfire exposure and insurance availability. We're in the middle of a California insurance crisis, with rates rising and insurers pulling out of high-risk areas altogether. So I have to ask, did SDG&E, CAISO, and the CPUC fully evaluate this proposed route against Southern California's high fire severity zones, the Temecula wind corridor, and the earthquake fault zones? So why should Temecula bear the visual impacts, wildfire concerns, and economic consequences while receiving no benefit from this project? I will add, the investigation of the famous Eaton fire is pointing to
Thank
failed
you. Your
transmission
time
equipment.
is up. The next speaker
Thank
is
you very much.
Paradise Barona, to be followed by Patricia Granja, to be followed by Charlie Coe.
Good evening.
Hello, hi there. Thanks for having me so much. So whether you've lived here for 30 years or just moved here, today's decisions affect all of us the same way. So thank you for having me. My name's Paradise Barona. I'm here as a resident, a parent, and someone who truly loves Temecula. My family chose here, like many of you, for the beauty, and that identity took years protecting. And we have welcomed over 3.4 million visitors just last year and generated over 1 billion in tourism. And that's because we value the opportunity to welcome folks into this beautiful valley. Now imagine these towers is going to disrupt so many different local businesses, so much of our community. And wildfire concerns are immensely real here. In my own lifetime, there's been 3,600 California wildfires linked to utility equipment and transmission systems. And so I just wanted to leave that. I know that there's a lot of folks wanting to
Thank
speak,
you,
so
ma'am.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next is Patricia Granja, to be followed by Charlie Coe, to be followed by John Hicks.
Good evening, Patricia.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Location and distance to these electric lines matter. These lines cause electromagnetic interference by electrical fields, magnetic fields, and corona discharge. That's the buzzing sound you hear around them. Comparing a 500 kV electrical wire to a microwave is negligent, and that's what you said during your meetings, dear. There have been numerous destructive fires tied to power lines. I could name a few: Dixie Fire, Zog Fire, the Califor Fire, the Electra Fire, the Camp Fire, and so on. Please quit trying to gaslight us. These lines will be emitting electricity 24/7. We are in a fire zone. On a personal level, I have been evacuated. I was evacuated with the Samantha Fire. There's no way for us to escape. On a personal level, I will no longer be able to view the luscious surrounding. I'm by the creek bed. I won't no longer be able to hear the frogs croaking at night that I fall asleep with, and the birds chirping. I urge you to find a better path.
That is your time, ma'am.
Thank you. Charles Coe, to be followed by John Hicks, to be followed by Dennis Long.
And just to let you know, if you have not spoken here before, there is a timer right in front of you that gives you a countdown. And once it hits red, you know you're kind of in that 10, 15-second mark. So just to let you know, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Charles Coe. I've lived with my wife near Temecula Creek Inn for 33 years, and it's a lovely place. Matt Rum mentioned the Liberty Quarry a while ago, and I spoke against that quarry many, many times, and in fact, I'm even in their video. And I'm totally prepared to speak as many times as I need to against this crazy project. In fact, I'm hoping, I think the city was prepared to sue should the Changa Indians not come to the rescue at the 11th hour and saved us by buying the property. There probably is no property they could buy to save us this time, so it's on us. We got to make it happen. And just an observation, I think we've heard a bunch of politicians tonight, not people who really mean what they say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
John Hicks, to be followed by Dennis Long, to be followed by Renee Carter.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and city staff. I'll take my minute just to say one thing. I open my personal phone and information up to either one of you that sit on this committee and anybody else in the city of Temecula. I'm in a unique position to be able to answer every single question that, unfortunately, Southern California Gas and Electric was not able to answer. I have it right here. I was one of those that was going to come in with a 5-minute speech that can tell you that Riverside County as a whole will be holding the burden on its population in the number of 81 to 87%. And in respect to community and house associates, I have exhibits. In order for you to understand what they're trying to accomplish, you have to understand how power companies deal with energy trading, power procurement, and energy procurement. I happen to know how that works. So any of you that have a question, I will leave my number with staff, and I can talk to you all directly. And then I would welcome another opportunity to come
Thank
here
you,
next
sir.
and
Thank
give
you,
you a
sir. Next
presentation.
speaker is Dennis Long.
Yes, please. If you can leave your information,
To-
we'd be happy to get a hold of you, sir. Thank you for coming up.
The next speaker is Dennis Long, to be followed by Renee Carter, to be followed by Jared Slusher.
Thank you, Dennis.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me come. This is my speech that I prepared. My wife proofread it. Now I have to go off script. I'm a father of 3. My daughter gave us 2 grandchildren, and my 2 sons are Eagle Scouts. This is a over $2 billion project, 150 mile in length, correct? My son's Eagle projects were about $1,000, and they needed to come in under budget. You're not in budget when you're passing off the cost to 9%. Let me help you with your study. Leave Temecula now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Next speaker is Renee Carter, to be followed by Jared Slusser, to be followed by Lawrence Slusser.
Who was that first one?
Renee Carter, Renee Carter, Renee Carter,
Renee, raise your hand if you're coming in, or?
Renee Carter. Okay, we're going to move on. Jared Slusser. Jared Slusser, to be followed by
Oh, wait.
Lawrence Slusser.
Jared by, okay, there we go. We got 2 Slussers in here. Sounds good.
Mayor Alexander and the Temecula City Council, my name is Jared Slusser. For the past 16 years, I have worked in the energy sector. I spent a decade working on energy efficiency programs for the major utilities like SDG&E, SCE, IID, the gas company, and so on. 6 years ago, I started a company called Transform Power. We install solar, and we're based locally here in Temecula. The most important factor that I believe we're overlooking is that the utility company does not need the power that these lines are meant to carry. Over the last 3 years, 3,433 megawatts of solar have been installed in SDG&E and SCE territory. That's an average of 1,144 megawatts per year. This proposed project is meant to carry 1,500 megawatts of power. At our current pace, in SDG&E and SCE territory, solar installers will have installed 8,000 megawatts of solar paired with batteries by the project completion date of 2032. These solar installations will provide double the amount of power these lines are meant to bring.
And that's your
Thank
time,
you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you for coming in, though.
Then,
And Larry, I would assume that was your son?
sorry.
Okay.
Larry Slusser, to be followed by Melanie Neiman, to be followed by Adam Ruiz.
Madam Mayor, and should I say Dr. Mayor, thank you, and members of the council. I want to thank you for looking out for us. I really appreciate it. We all appreciate it. And what I'd like to say is just make sure we need it. Try to hold their feet to the fire, make sure that we can't accomplish it with what Mayor Stu said, batteries. I understand the problem between 5 o'clock in the afternoon and 9 o'clock, but I think batteries could take care of that. The next thought is, as Mayor Koffes said, how about undergrounding? So it's only 5 miles in the city, why not have that undergrounded? And lastly, if you see that beautiful graphic behind you, the city medallion, we don't want to have high transmission lines going through our emblem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Good to see you.
Next speaker is Melanie Neiman, to be followed by Adam Ruiz, to be followed by Christopher Bailey.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, Mayor Anderson, City Council, and staff. My name is Melanie Neiman. I live on Loma Linda Road near Gardner Middle School. My home borders the Temecula Creek Basin. Last week, I received a letter from SDG&E notifying me to expect a field crew to access my property as soon as May 18th and possibly multiple visits over the next 18 months. I received this letter in my mailbox on May 21st. Questions: why did I receive the notice? And why was it so late? How many other residents received this letter? And where are their properties located? How exactly could this project affect the resident properties that received this letter? What are your plans for mitigation? How could I possibly even sell my home today or for the next 18 months or whenever this is settled? I'm opposed to the SDG&E project anywhere in Temecula. Thank you.
Thank you,
The
ma'am.
next speaker is Adam Ruiz, to be followed by Christopher Bailey, to be followed by Eric Schwartz.
Adam Ruiz, thank you for coming with your expertise.
Thank you. Now evening, I guess, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Adam Ruiz, and I'm here on behalf of the Temecula Advocacy Coalition, which is a partnership of Visit Temecula Valley, Old Town Temecula Association, and the Temecula Valley Wine Grower Association. TAC represents the organizations at the core of this region's visitor economy, and today we're asking the City Council to formally oppose the proposed route of the project. We want to be clear. We understand the need for infrastructure, and that's not what we're opposing. What we're opposing is this specific route, which would run a 500 kV transmission towers directly across State Route 79, Vale Lake, Galway Downs, the Deep Portola Wine Trail, and the Temecula Parkway corridor. That is the heart of wine country. That's what visitors come here to see. Tourism generates more than $1 billion in annual economic impact for this region. That economy is not separate from the landscape, it is the landscape. And once you put industrial transmission infrastructure across those viewsheds, you cannot undo it. Running out of time here, we left a more detailed written comment. Look forward to continue to work with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Christopher Bailey, to be followed by Eric Schwartz, to be followed by Lori Halsey.
Mr. Bailey, good to see you.
Good evening. Truncated statement here also. So good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. On behalf of Visit Temecula Valley, we stand in opposition to the proposed route of San Diego Gas and Electric's Golden Pacific Power Link through our region. Temecula Valley's tourism and agricultural economies depend on the natural beauty of our landscapes. The introduction of 500 kilovolt transmission towers across State Route 79, Vale Lake, Galway Downs, and the Temecula Parkway corridors threaten the scenic character that draws millions of visitors each year. This route also poses unacceptable wildfire risk, placing high-voltage overhead lines in high-severity fire zones near our vineyards, businesses, workforce, and visitors. While infrastructure expansion may be necessary, this project should account for the $1 billion economic impact created by local tourism and follow a route that does not damage the viewscape and ambiance of Temecula Valley. We urge the City Council to demand alternative corridors.
Thank you, sir. Eric Schwartz.
Thank you very much.
Followed by Lori Halsey.
Hey, guys, remember,
to be
thumbs
followed-
up, thumbs down. I know we're very excited, so we can just keep it moving. Thank you guys for all of your comments so far.
So
Go ahead,
again,
sir.
Eric Schwartz, to be followed by Lori Halsey, to be followed by Robert Quaid.
Good evening. My name is Eric. I live in Morgan Hill along the Temecula Creek. There's little doubt in my mind that the proposed route of the Golden Pacific Power Link will have detrimental effects on Temecula's economy, home values, and safety. Fire risk is not theoretical or hyperbole. 2 years ago, Morgan Hill, June 24, we had a fire that was successfully mitigated by CAL FIRE aviation assets. I'm not convinced that the power lines will not be encumbering to the aircraft. A deluge from 50 feet is much more effective than a
Can we please
fine
keep it down?
mist.
Sorry, can you pause this time for 1 second? I'm so
Yes.
sorry, everybody. We're trying to hear. If we could just keep it down a little bit. Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir.
Dropping for effect from 50 feet is going to be much better than a fine mist from 200 feet. Additionally, sometimes we get a stray hot air balloon right up behind my fence. It's pretty cool. My dog goes crazy, but those power lines will definitely be a risk to those pilots. Thank you very much.
We appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Lori Halsey, to be followed by Robert Quaid, to be followed by,
There are many more residents who strongly oppose this project, but are unable to attend this due to work schedules, family responsibilities, and other obligations. Please understand that the number of people presented at this meeting do not reflect the true level of concern throughout this community. Many hardworking families or residents want their voices heard and share these same concerns about safety, health, fire risk, and preserving Temecula's identity. Many residents feel and long-term impacts have been adequately addressed, including environmental concerns. And above all else, as a teacher, if I came to a job and gave the data you guys gave, I'd be fired. Thank you.
Robert
Thank you.
Quaid. Again, Robert Quaid, to be followed by, I think it's Ed Gerso, to be followed by Samantha Nguyen.
Good afternoon, neighbor.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, let's be clear. I think the routing of these lines had something to do with the city's best friend, Governor Gavin Newsom, and his cronies up in this PUC, you know, particularly for all the years that we've supported him. But the point is, this is like we are the only area outside of SDG&E's service area that is getting these lines. That would be like my neighbor who owns 2 houses next to me with wanting to build a dog walk across my property so his dog can get back and forth. Well, all I have to say to Gavin Newsom and the whole program running this through our city, keep your dog walk.
Thank you very much.
Ed Gerso? I think it's Ed Gerso. Okay. Samantha Nguyen? Mike Flora? Kathy Sizemore? Okay, I'm going to read all these names again. Renee Carter? Oh, coming up? Kathy, go ahead and come on up. I'm slow, but I'm coming. Okay.
Great to see you, Miss Kathy. Come on up.
All right, in 2022, I had the privilege of being a member of the committee that updated our Quality of Life Master Plan, the document that governs our city. I helped to write the QLMP, and this project violates it. Core value number 1 commits to hardening our community against wildfire. This project runs 500 kilovolt lines through a high-severity wildfire zone. Core value 4 commits to protecting wine country from urban encroachment. Core value 5 envisions a city surrounded by unscarred natural terrain. This project scars it. Core value 6 says that the city's strength is its people. A whole bunch of them are here today. So let me just say that this project doesn't serve a single home in Temecula. All of the risk, none of the watts. Yeah, one thing, I've lived in Temecula 30 years. We don't back down. We're a force to be reckoned with.
Thank you, ma'am. All right,
Okay,
our next speaker.
I'm going to go ahead and just play these cards one more time, and if you are here, please come on up. Renee Carter. Renee Carter. Okay? Renee Carter. Okay? Ed Gerso. Ed Gerso. Okay? Samantha Nguyen. Samantha Nguyen. Okay? Mike Flora.
Wait, there's some people coming through
Okay.
the back. Can you say the name one more time?
Yeah, I'm happy to say the names one more time. Renee Carter.
Nope.
Ed Gerso. Samantha Nguyen. Mike Flora. Okay? Chris Sizemore, to be followed by Dax Snyder.
Keep going through Chris.
Okay? Dax Snyder, to be followed by Aaron Dornan.
She'll be back. Can we?
All right. Jim Niederrecker. Jim.
Wonderful.
Welcome, Jim, to be followed by Edward Hubler and Amar Camp-Najar.
Good afternoon, sir. Good to see you as always.
It's actually good evening. I believe the proposed transmission line poses a real safety threat despite studies claiming there are no causation between EMF exposure and cancer or leukemia. A study conducted at Slater Elementary School in Fresno, California, located near high-voltage transmission lines, reported 13 cases of cancer over 19 years. The expected number of cases was only 3.2. That's a 322% increase. At the Montecito Union School, there were 6 childhood cancers in 7 years. That was 15 times the expected rate. At 200 feet beyond the right-of-way, the approximate magnetic field is 5 to 20 milligauss. The exposure in those schools was 3 to 5 milligauss. So all the homes south of the creek and the businesses north of the creek are going to get 5 to 20 milligauss approximately. That's totally unacceptable. The data in those schools demonstrates...
That is your time, sir. Thank you for...
It's not a good idea.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I think it's either Dax or Dan Snyder. Come on up, sir.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for coming.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors, and also SDG. I'm here right now as a representative for the Red Hawk Community Association. We've got several, if not many, complaints and concerns about this project. And we put together a letter and we sent it off to everyone in the association, and we mailed a copy to the council for your review. Basically, we're very much opposed to this for a number of reasons that have been spoken so far. And mostly the property values, whether you're in direct sight, it affects everyone. A drop affects everyone in comparisons. The environmental impacts and also the long-term health implications. Whether they're proven or not, they're still perceived, and that means something. Myself, Don R. Snyder, I'm the president.
And that's your time, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate you very much for coming in. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and make an announcement at this time. It looks like there are some seats available in the council chambers. If there are individuals in the conference center or in the patio that have filled out speaker cards and would like to speak, please go ahead and make your way over. It looks like there's about 20 seats or so here. And I'm also going to call these cards one last time. Renee Carter, Ed Gerso, Samantha Nguyen, Mike Flora, Chris Sizemore and Amar, okay, they have been discontinued, withdrawn. Dax already spoke. Dr. Aaron Dornan. Okay, we will start afresh here. Edward Hubler, to be followed by Soraya Badinia, to be followed by Krista Chaich.
Hello, sir.
I spent most of my career as a corporate executive, and whenever we started a project, the first and foremost thing that we talked about was cost. We all know that it's cheaper to come through Temecula than it is to go onto the south side of Mount Palomar down Highway 76. That's the reason that they chose Temecula, is because it's going to be a whole lot cheaper for them, and the CEOs of the companies can put more money in their pockets.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Soraya Badinat, Krista Chaich.
Good evening, Krista.
To be followed by Gabrielle Renfro.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and city staff. My name is Krista Chaich, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Temecula Valley Wine Growers Association. I'm here today in opposition to SDG&E's proposed Golden Pacific Power Link route through Temecula Valley and our wine country. Temecula Valley Wine Country is more than just a tourism destination. It's an agricultural preserve, an economic engine, and a source of pride for our great community. Families, vintners, and local businesses have spent decades building a world-class wine destination centered around scenic beauty, hospitality, agriculture, and outdoor experiences. Massive industrial towers cutting through our wine region would permanently damage the rural character and visual landscape that attract millions of visitors each year. We respectfully urge the City Council to formally oppose this proposed route and advocate for alternative alignments that avoid Temecula Valley and Temecula Valley wine country. Protecting our region today means protecting its economic sustainability, agricultural heritage, and quality of life for future generations.
And that is your time, ma'am. Thank you for your comment.
Gabrielle Renfro, to be followed by Ross Jackson, to be followed by Michelle Cormack.
Good evening, sir. Long time.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Gabriel Renfro. First, huge thank you to you for taking the concerns of residents seriously. We are trusting in you to be our heroes. I strongly oppose these monstrous towers that would cut through our neighborhoods, increasing our costs and risking our safety while providing no direct benefit to Temecula residents. Our community is prepared to fight this for as long as it takes, but let's not do this for years. Let's squash this thing now. To SDG&E, you don't want this fight. Temecula is going to stop you every single step of the way. We will drain your time, your money, and your energy. Don't do it. Get out. To my neighbors in the audience, I encourage you to join the Save Temecula Facebook group, which is an activation hub for future activities, to sign the change.org petition, to go door to door and pass out Save Temecula flyers, get one of these sweet t-shirts, and put a sign in your front yard. Woo!
Thank you. All right.
Ross Jackson. Hi, welcome, Ross. To be followed by Michelle Cormack, to be followed by Monty Sharp.
Thank you. I know you guys are very excited to hear what they have to say. Remember, let's try and business meeting. All right, but thank you, though. I appreciate your energy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ross Jackson, Secretary of the Board of Temecula Old Town Association. We've heard a number of stories about pros and cons. What we would like to suggest is that simply keep your decisions made with the community's voice in mind and a long-term character of our city remain part of the conversation. On behalf of the President, Julie Knoll, and our board, we would like for you to please oppose this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross Jackson.
Michelle Cormack, to be followed by Monty Sharp, to be followed by Bob Cormack.
Thank you for coming in, Ms. Chell. Good to see you.
Hello, Madam Mayor and our beloved City Council. I want to thank you guys so much for your love for this community, love for the people, your well-informed and well-thought-out questions. I know we are in great hands. There's just, you covered most of what I have, but there's something I want to say. We back up to the creek, our house, and we have measured the distance across from our back fence to the back wall of the homes across the way. It's 600 feet. They say they need a 1,000-foot corridor. We do not have a 1,000-foot corridor there. We also, it's right where the wildlife preserve is. So it's full of trees and shrubs, and we were forced to go on the California Fair Plan this year for our fire insurance. We don't need something else that's going to contribute to that. My own brother lost his home up in Paradise to power line fire, along with 18,000 homes up there. So I just thank you guys for having our backs. And SDG&E, we don't trust you. You say so many statements that are very misleading. We are not going to trust you.
Thank you very much.
Monty Sharp, to be followed by Bob Cormack, to be followed by Rose Corona.
Mr. Monty Sharp, Pastor, how are you, sir?
I'm great, thank you. Madam Mayor and City Council, we are blessed to have you. SDG&E has said that the cost is basically going to determine the route, but they have not acknowledged the cost to our community. They have not acknowledged the cost to our families, and especially our children, and longevity of life and quality of life. The tower poles and the lines that run right next to the homes of Vail Ranch and Vail Ranch Middle School, to which they argue there is no health problem. Yet studies do suggest to the contrary. In a 1999 National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences report concluded that ELFs and EMFs exposure cannot be recognized as being entirely safe. They cannot. So we put our kids at risk. It's like playing Russian roulette with our children's lives. Now, I know that these people would not do that with their children. Why should we have to be forced to do that? In addition to that, our communities being faced with...
Thank you, Monty.
I'm being done. I'm being done.
The next speaker
You got the point.
is
Thank
Bob
you. Bless you all.
Cormack.
Thank you, sir.
To be followed
Please submit
by-
any of your comments into the email. I know you were.
The next speaker is Bob Cormack, to be followed by Rose Corona, to be followed by Tim Parks.
Hello, Bob. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you for your support. I'd like to say that historically in California, half the most destructive fires have been caused by power lines. Why? Because power lines like to use creeks and drainages to install these power lines. Creeks and drainages significantly influence wind-driven wildfires. The proposed power lines are directly targeting a drainage with heavy vegetation that runs throughout our city. Every day, the wind blows through that drainage, depending on which type of weather we're having. Here's some examples of these fires. 2018, the Camp Fire, the deadliest in California. History with 85 deaths and 18,000 structures. 2025, the Altadena Fire only burned 14,000 acres, but destroyed 9,000 buildings, mostly homes, and killed 19 people. This was an area very much like we live. And in 2021, the Dixie Fire, the largest in California history.
That is your time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate you.
Rose Corona, to be followed by Tim Parks, to be followed by Marcia Casso.
Ms. Corona, good to see you, ma'am.
It's a lot to get me out here. And before you start my time here, I just would like to thank, as many people know, my family's been here for over 50 years. And it's a long, long time to see a lot of change. And I thank you for all of the work and hard questions that you put together and really did your homework on this. And as somebody who came here when there was 200 people in town, I really appreciate the work you put in, and I wish that SDG&E had done the same. I just will be as quickly as I can. My name is Rose Corona, and many of you may know me and my family as the owners of Big Horse Feed and Mercantile and Corona Ranch on Highway 79, Temecula Parkway, and Butterfield Stage Road. I preface my comments to say, first of all, that I'm not here to speak on behalf of my family, who have owned it for over 50 years, but may or may not be impacted by the potential project. But more so, I'm here to speak on behalf of the citizens of this community as a voice who has seen a lot in 50 years.
And that's your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Tim Parks.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Tim Parks, to be followed by Marcia Casso, to be followed by Linda McDonald.
Just to remind people as well, don't forget you have your timer in front. I know it's a lot. You have so much information you want to share, so thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you for this moment. Longtime resident since '91, own a couple properties out here, and I appreciate the health concerns. I appreciate the historical aspect of the city and the blight that it will cause. I don't like the disclaimer, however, that the city has nothing to do. I would hope that our city has a say in this matter, that legally we can go against this, such as the historical value, we mentioned that as far as the Butterfield stage. The real estate values, all of that you've covered today, I appreciate, but I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time. Thank you for coming.
Marcia Casso to be followed by Linda McDonald, and then Evelyn Travis.
Hi, Marcia.
Hi, good evening. I'm Marcia Casso, and I live in Paloma del Sol for 36 years. I don't trust these people, I'm sorry. I don't. There's no clear transparency here, as far as I can see, and I want you guys to protect our city, and I will do as much as I can to protect Temecula. I love this city, and I don't want these transmission lines coming through. It affects our health. It affects our children's health. Something needs to be done. And where are the attorneys of Pechanga Indian? I'm going to go over there and go talk to them. Okay? They need to come here and defend us as well. Okay? Everybody needs, as a community, to come forward and defend our city. Do not trust these people. Please, do not trust them. I beg you. I beg you. That's all I could say.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming.
Linda McDonald, to be followed by Evelyn Travis, to be followed by Yuan Hawks.
Howdy, Linda McDonald here, 40-year resident. So I've been through this before. This ain't my first rodeo. I fought you guys before when you tried to come through here 25 years ago. We won. Liberty Quarry tried to get in here. We won. So that should be a little bit of a notice to you that we're not going to back down. We will win. And this is the stupidest route I've ever heard of to come through Temecula. Here's something you guys can do. Ordinance. Get an ordinance going, you guys. Declare that no power lines can come through this city. Do it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Evelyn Travis.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, Evelyn. Thanks for coming in today.
To be followed by...
It's Arlen.
Arlen.
Okay.
Arlen, I have sloppy handwriting.
No problem, sir.
That's why I type.
Thank you for coming.
I typed up, I typed up my thoughts on the project. I'm semi-retired. I've got 30 years in the business. I spent some time doing projects for San Diego Gas and Electric.
If we can just hear you in the mic so everybody can hear everything you have to say.
So anyway, hello.
Hi, sir.
Mayor Alexander, councilman, fellow residents, guests. I submitted my comments. You have them to be part of the record. I'm available to help out. I helped out on the Valley Rainbow project that we successfully kept out of this valley. And I wanted to mention a couple of things while I'm here. If you look at the Ironwood project is a 500 kV line that will come into Imperial Valley to bring wind power. And Horizon Wind is the sponsor of that project.
The next speaker is Yuan Hawks, to be followed by Jim Schloss, to be followed by Michael Farewell.
How are you, ma'am?
Good. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Dr. Yuan Hawks. I am a longtime resident, 19 years in Temecula. I'm here to strongly oppose this project. Temecula is a home. It's not a dot on the map. And this project is not a line on the map. I want to urge you and to stand with us to protect our home and defend our homeland. And we are here. You see hundreds of us here. We will stand with you. So please consider to oppose this project and keep our home safe for us and for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jim Schloss, to be followed by Michael Farewell, to be followed by Julian Larson.
Thank you for coming in, sir.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jim Schloss. I'd just like to say first, thank you for your insightful questions. I thought they were awesome. And as an engineer, I'd like to say to the SDG folks, there's no way you start a $2.3 billion project with as little planning as you did about Temecula.
If you could just come closer to the mic.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I encourage the city council to, not take their word for it and, start forcing them to do the engineering studies that they need to do, look at the alternate routes, hold their feet to the fire. Let me know how I can help. And just thank you for your support.
Thank you so much for coming in, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good,
Thank
sir.
you all. My name is Michael Farewell. I live in the Red Hawk community in the Fairways. First of all, City Council members, thank you. You did an admirable job representing us today. Appreciate that. Real quick, California doesn't care about us. That's the truth, right? So we have to fight for ourselves. The problem is they passed SB 149, so it's going to limit our ability to litigate. So we have to unite early, and we have to push for alternatives quickly. I'm sure they have plans. So we need to push them toward that. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Jillian Larson, to be followed by Joseph Komrosky, to be followed by John Mitchell.
Hi, Miss Jillian. Good to see you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here opposing, obviously, but first of all, and actually only, this doesn't matter anymore, what I was going to say. Thank you to the city staff for your excellent, well-prepared information that you gave us that covered everything on mine, and I'm sure everybody else's. Thank you to our city council for your intelligent, educated remarks and questions and answers. And I have to say to the people behind me, and I won't turn around because I want to be heard, you came to us without a horse. It's not a cart without a horse. You don't have a horse. And also, it was a case of not ready, aim, fire. It was fire, aim, and not ready. So if this is the project that's going to go in with this kind of preparation, lack of answers, not really getting anything clear, having no information for us. Please, just leave us alone. You've got a fight on your hands, and you don't want to pick Temecula. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, everybody, for being here. This is not going to happen here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Komrowski, to be followed by John Mitchell, to be followed by Cindy Allen.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Dr. Komrowski. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor Alexander, Dr. Alexander, city staff. I have never been more proud to be a Temecula resident than tonight. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I'm going to speak from two hats. Hat number one, I'm an elected official for Temecula Valley Unified School District, and these power lines become dangerous close to Vale Ranch Middle School. And I speak on behalf of the 800 students that are enrolled there and the parents and the community members that live there. I condemn this. Secondly, I speak as a resident. Stu, you hit on my argument with the balloons. That's what I was going to center on. That's the very DNA and identity of Temecula. What I didn't hear was the FAA mentioned in depth. So when the CPUC kicks in with SECA, make sure you tag that national governing body and force as much impact as you can on this vacuous and empty SDG. And to answer your question that they couldn't answer, it's called the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. They don't have the answers, and they never will, Brendan. I'd be happy to educate you on EMFs. Thank you so much for your time, and I know you're going to do the right thing.
Thank you, sir.
With the wrong city.
John Mitchell, to be followed by Cindy Allen, to be followed by David Allen.
Thank you for coming, sir.
John Mitchell. I moved to Temecula with my wife 5 years ago. We live on the creek. And I want to thank the council for their questions. I think they're very intelligent. I wish I could say that the answers that we got from the Golden Pacific Power Link were anywhere informative or close to that. And I hope that the next steps that the council makes is to engage our legal counsel and start putting injunctions and lawsuits on these guys. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Cindy Allen, to be followed by David Allen, to be followed by Alessandro Thornton.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members and everyone else here. My name is Cindy Allen. I'm a Temecula concerned citizen here to oppose the SDG&E power lines being put directly through our city. Bringing in many of those high-powered lines will directly affect the health of the residents in and near the proximity to the power lines. They are known to cause cancer and leukemia. No matter what you say, I know it to be a fact. Do your homework. Other issues. When purchasing homes, people did not expect these power lines to be here. They bought their homes. You can't put them in after you buy. They're going to degrade their properties. And then I just have a question for SDG&E. Would you live 1,000 feet from these power lines with your family and your children and grandchildren? I can't imagine you doing that. I couldn't imagine doing it. So please
Thank you, ma'am. That's your time.
David Allen.
Thank you so much.
David Allen, to be followed by Alessandro Thornton, to be followed by Lisa Sleeman.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Hello. I oppose this method, period. There's no give and take or nothing. Take your toys and go home. I will not put up with it. And I've spent $50,000 on my house. I have solar panels and battery backup systems. I'm not draining any power from them. I got my own power. But that's the way I feel about it. They can go home.
Thank you, sir.
Alessandro Thornton, Lisa Sleeman. Okay, Alessandro Thornton, Lisa Sleeman, Mark Winkler.
Just to, as people are coming up, I'm just going to let everybody know, we're going to continue this. We're not going to take a break if my council's okay with that. We're over halfway through, and so we want to make sure everybody gets heard, and then we'll take a break after the motion. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm a homeowner in the Temecula Creek area directly impacted by the proposed project. I stand here before you today in strong opposition to this project and the placement of massive transmission towers behind our homes. Like many people, purchasing my home was one of the biggest financial decisions of my life. After going through a divorce, I essentially put all my eggs in one basket to create a stable and fresh start for myself. I invested everything into my home. and because I believed in the safety, beauty, and long-term value of Temecula. With this proposed project, I'm being told that my investment, my sense of security, could be significantly damaged. Homes affected by these transmission towers could see property values significantly reduced. This, in turn, should be reflected in our property tax assessments, which will affect you. These towers would permanently change the character of the Temecula Creek area. Families chose this community for its open space, scenic beauty, and quality of life, not to
Thank you. The
live
next
behind
speaker is Mark Winkler.
Thank you for coming up, ma'am.
By Bill Veal, to be followed by Dennis Fitz.
Good evening, Mr. Winkler.
Good evening. Council, thank you. I appreciate you fighting with the full weight of your authority, your resources, and your financial commitment. The supposed greater good scenario would have Temecula to take all the risks with no benefits, and SDG&E reaps the profit. In return, our city receives increased health and safety issues, environmental damage, visual blight, declining property values and rising insurance concerns, harm to our local economy, erosion to our city tax base. Temecula will carry the brunt of the devastation caused by a giant transmission infrastructure where none existed before. In a region threatened by wildfires and earthquakes, these risks are very real, not theoretical. We need action, advocacy, expert resources, and a united front. Together we are stronger. That is why community members and I have formed Save Temecula, a nonprofit organization dedicated to fighting the power link. Our mission is simple: unite residents, businesses, and community leaders to protect Temecula's future. Other alternative routes and technologies exist.
Thank
the
you
TNG board would not put this monstrosity in their neighborhood. We wouldn't put it in ours.
To be followed
Thank you for
by
your time,
Dennis
sir.
Fitz, to be followed by Christina Bracamonte. So again, Bill Veal. Bill Veal, okay. Dennis Fitz.
Thank you, Mr. Fitz.
My name's Dennis Fitz, and I'm a retired environmental researcher from the University of California, Riverside. All indications is that distributed power is the future. San Diego Gas and Electric should get out of the past and look into the future. They could be building an outrageous power line that could be obsolete the day it is built.
Thank you, sir.
Christina Bracamonte. Christina?
Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am, for
Temecula
coming.
Council, thank you so much for your insightful questions. I couldn't have done it better myself, with or without a PhD or any kind of education. Thank you so much for working so hard on behalf of this beautiful city. Mother's Day, I should have been celebrating, but instead, I drafted a petition. One of my guiding principles in life as a mom is Mother Teresa's saying, we can do no great things, only small things with great love. And I feel like we have to come together as a group and fight these. I don't care what it takes, but my Mama Bear says, bullshit.
Thank you, ma'am.
Don Smitty. Don Smitty. Don Smitty, to be followed by Mike Wakshul. Yes, come on up. That person isn't answering. Don Smitty. No, Don Smitty. To be followed by Mike Wakshul. To be followed by Sandy. Yeah, that'd be it.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Alexander, and council members. I only have a couple of items. One is the height of the towers. If a developer came in here and said, I wanted to build 12-story or 19-story buildings, you probably would not approve that because we don't have those here in Temecula. Another one is for our relatively friendly people here. I heard from their project management perspective, and some of the things I didn't hear about are, one, do you have a risk management plan, and can we see it? Two, you talked about stakeholders, but are you talking about, did you do a stakeholder analysis including future stakeholders, not just people today, but what are you doing to impact the future people and the future of our environment? Because when we talk about stakeholders, we're not just talking about people, we're talking about the environment as well. And from that perspective...
And that's your time, sir.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, Sandy B. Come on up, to be followed by James Novello, to be followed by Ryan Roofs.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I just want to know, by the time they have the specific structure location on this matter, is it then too late? Is that why they're hemming and hawing and not telling us? Also, how many microteslas is deemed safe? Microtesla is a unit of measurement for electromagnetic field we'll be exposed to. In America, short term is 100 microteslas. Long term, 0.4, not 4, 0.4 is deemed safe. 200 meters is supposed to be the setback. Those houses in Duarte didn't look 200 meters behind. So I don't think our safety really matters one bloody bit. I think the dollar does. That's why they don't bury these. They could bury them. They don't, because we don't matter. The dollar does. F that.
Thank you, ma'am.
James Novello, to be followed by Ryan Roofs, to be followed by Jeanette Nocita.
Thank you for coming up, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like...
If you can get right into the microphone, that'd be great.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you.
I was a worker at San Onofre, and we learned about radiation. And so one of the things is that the power lines, I learned about a town on a river and another town on the river. And one town was getting cancer and the other town wasn't. The town downriver from the other one had power lines going across the river. And so the town below was drastically more cancer. And so with the power lines going over the water district and the kids.
And that's your time. Thank you for your comments, though, sir.
Ryan Roofs. Ryan Roofs. Jeanette Nocita. Welcome, Jeanette. After Jeanette is Catherine Lopez.
Hi, ma'am.
Foremost, thank you so much for your fight and for fighting for us. Second of all, if Mr. Washington from the Riverside County Board of Supervisors is still here, please take up this fight for us. Because where I live on Summit View, and I invite the people from SDGE to come to my house and stand in my front yard, because I am across from where the panels and these big towers are going to be.
Madam Mayor, we can't hear.
Yes, if you can just talk.
You will see what we will see. You will see the destruction. And most importantly, if you don't think Temecula is important, then go and tell that to Disneyland. Because if you go to California Adventure and you go on the soaring ride, and they say the most beautiful parts of Southern California, they show Temecula. That's how beautiful we are. That's how important we are. And that's why this cannot pass.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I'll just remind the audience on your behalf that we need to speak into the podium, and your comments need to be addressed to the mayor and the council, please.
Thank you very much.
Catherine Lopez, to be followed by Nancy Snowden, to be followed by Taylor Law. Catherine Lopez? Catherine Lopez? Okay. Nancy Snowden? Nancy? Welcome, Nancy. And then to be followed by Taylor Law and Jody Christopher. At the very end, which we're coming near, I will read all the comment cards that were not answered to one more time, just to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Welcome, Nancy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
My name is Nancy Snowden, and I'm here representing my community called Aubrey Place. I'm on the board, and we are on the corner of Butterfield and Channel Street. We border the Temecula Creek, so this project would directly affect our homes. And we have 180 units in our community. So we want to just let you know that we're against it, and I really appreciate tonight and the questions and answers that you posed were really great. So thank you for this informative evening.
Thank you very much for coming, ma'am.
Taylor Law, to be followed by Jody Christopher, to be followed by Bob Cowell.
Hi, ma'am. Yep, just leave it right there.
Good evening. My name is Taylor Law, and I live on Temecula Creek Road in Behringer Creek neighborhood, and my home backs up to the creek. My 4 kids attend 3 local schools, and most mornings before my kids wake up, I go for a run with friends along the creek trails and into the hills. We run here, we walk our pets, we ride our bikes, we gather at parks, we walk with our families, and these moments matter, so please don't take that away from us. 2 years ago, on the last day of school, a fire erupted.
If you can pause for 1 second, because I'm very thankful for your slides that you're putting. There we go. Thank you very much in the back. Thank you.
Is that good? Okay. A fire unrelated to power lines erupted directly behind my house in the creek area. From our backyard, we saw red and orange flames racing through the brush towards our neighborhood and even closer to those on Morgan Hill. We all watched CAL FIRE save our neighborhoods. The airplanes flew skillfully close to the homes on Morgan Hill and just above the ground. Helicopters dumped water again and again, dousing the fire until it was out. CAL FIRE responded so quickly with air support and firefighters on the ground that were delivered by helicopter directly to the creek bed.
I'm going to give her 10 more
They were able to
seconds.
do this because the creek bed was open and unobstructed. If high voltage power lines had been there, the aircraft operations would have been impossible. That puts every family in this area at greater risk when the next fire comes, and in California we know there
And
will
that's
be
your
a
time.
next fire.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is Jody Christopher. Next speaker is Jody Christopher, to be followed by Bob Cowell, to be followed by William Boyd.
Good to see you, Mr. Christopher.
It's good to see you guys too. And I want to say again, just like everybody else said, Mayor, City Council members, and our staff, thank you for what you've done tonight. I'm very proud of you all. My concerns are not EMF. My concerns are non-ionized radiation. This is something that we don't measure, and it is caused by our power lines. We keep saying that this is not a problem, it's not a problem, it's not a problem. The health concerns based off of these high power lines are a huge problem. Please consider that SDG&E. You also have a high power line corridor just south of us. Why aren't we using the same corridor that's already there? Why are we proposing a new one right through a city? It's ridiculous. The third thing is this is outside our state's power. We're bringing power from outside our state to inside our state because we can't build powers here in our state. It's ridiculous. We need to stand up as citizens and get power back in California.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christopher.
Bob Cowell, to be followed by William Boyd, to be followed by Barry Schmidt.
And Mr. Bob, good to see
Hey,
you.
Council. I'm very much against the power lines going through Temecula, as you would think. The broader question is, why do they need 160 gigawatts of power by 2045 when each gigawatt is one nuclear reactor? So if you need 160 gigawatts of power by 2045, you're going to have 160 nuclear reactors you're going to need along the state. And you're not going to have enough solar power from El Centro. That's where the solar power is right now, and they're building out. So they just don't have, where are these solar panels coming from? They're going to come from China, or they're not going to come from the United States. And we're going to have to import these, and I don't even know if they have enough to supply us all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
William Boyd, to be followed by Barry Schmidt, to be followed by David Sola.
Thank you, Mr. Voigt. Coming in.
Thank you for stepping up and
Oh, sir,
saying-
unfortunately, we cannot have any of our
Okay,
devices, but
that's
thank
fine.
you so much.
That's fine. I wanted to say thank you to you all for stepping up and being the champion for the city, and I really appreciate it. My name is William Vogt. I am a resident and only been here for about 7 years. I put my entire life savings into a home that's 500 feet from these lines. I'm on Nighthawk Pass, like my neighbor just spoke eloquently earlier. You know, this really can't go through. I'm here for my grandkids. We've moved my whole family here. Their schools are right there next to these power lines. You know, I've seen videos of people walking on these trails behind my home. I want it to be the way it is now, forever, for my kids and for our house and for our family's future. We can't, I'm for sustainable power and I'm for green power, but not at the expense of our future, not at the expense of Temecula, period.
And that is your time, sir. Thank you for coming and giving us comments.
Barry Schmidt, to be followed by David Sola, to be followed by Michael Antonucci. Barry Schmidt? Barry? Okay. David Sola? David? Okay. Michael Antonucci? Michael?
He had to leave, I think I heard.
Okay. Tara Thomas, to be followed by Mary Mikulich. Welcome,
Well,
Tara.
hello, ma'am. Good to see you as always.
Thank you so much for having me and for the great work you guys have done already on this. My name is Tara Thomas, and I serve as a children's pastor in Temecula, and I'm here to voice my opposition to the proposed project. I'm here to point out that, yes, there is a school along the proposed lines, but there are also many churches along the route as well, and many of these churches have preschools. And these preschools serve the youngest and smallest residents of Temecula, and as stated on earlier and on the SDG&E website, they provide free measurements for electric and magnetic field upon request, and that SDG&E follows California Public Utilities Commission guidelines to mitigate exposures. So this raises a question for me. What effects do these frequencies have on the youngest and most vulnerable among us? I'll leave those answers to our resident expert, Dr. K. But why would we risk exposing them to these effects for a company to save money? I propose that we do not run the lines through Temecula.
And thank you, ma'am, for your comment.
Next is Mary Mikulich, to be followed by Jessica Chadwell. Mary? Okay. Jessica Chadwell, to be followed by Michael Feinberg.
Oh, there we go.
And after Michael, we will have Lorraine White, to be followed by Alice Richter.
Thank you for holding out, sir, and being here to speak.
Thank you for this opportunity. Michael Feinberg, 36-year resident, local rancher, and very conveniently, I am a power line fire lawyer. In 2007, a power line fire was ignited by SDG&E power lines on my friend and rancher's property, Glen Drown, in the Ramona-San Pasqual area. I've heard the COO say the same thing. That's the corporate statement. We did not cause that fire. They didn't cause that fire. You know what they did? They paid my client $600 million because they didn't cause the fire, and yet that continues. This is a matter of corporate integrity, believability, support, and follow-up support. The power line fires across this nation where I have been, and including the Camp Fire where 8 of my clients died, were caused by transmission lines, just like the lines that are planned here. Those were older. So was the one in Ramona. However...
And that's your time, sir. I would love to keep listening to you. If you can actually, I just want to make sure I have his information.
We have everyone's information, yes.
Outstanding. We'll be reaching out to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
The next speaker is Lorraine White. Lorraine, are you here? Welcome. And then Alice Richter and Sarah Geiger.
Thank you for coming.
Good evening. Thank you, City Councils. Thank you for being rock stars. I think everything's been said. You did your homework. You had intelligence questions. I wish I could turn around and address them, who I want to address. I've been in the business world for 30 years, and you were not prepared. And it's embarrassing and it's disrespectful, and one of you didn't even stay. I live in Morgan Hill.
Ma'am, you need to speak into
I
the
live in
microphone.
Morgan Hill. My backyard is Temecula Creek. I had someone from Edison come out, said how tall they would be, They would be all the way to my fence, all the way across my yard. My property value goes down. My insurance guy said, we won't get insurance. And I've been watching your faces from the other room the whole time. Please at least look like you care, and please come prepared next time. And thank you again. I'm proud to be from Temecula.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments.
Alice Richter.
Elon Musk has the answer.
To be followed by Sarah Geiger.
She made it in her time.
Alice Richter. Alice. Okay, Sarah Geiger. Welcome, Sarah. To be followed by
Thank you, Sarah.
Teresa Breaker.
Thank you for waiting.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Geiger, and I've been a resident of Temecula for 17 years. Our family does not want this project here. My own house backs up to Temecula Parkway. We do not want the upheaval, the mess, the fire danger, the health consequences, the eyesores, the decreased home values, or the environmental impact. Temecula, an upscale rural city known for its beauty, wineries, horse trails, and tourism, is obviously the wrong location for this SG&E project. Quite frankly, it's appalling that no one had the sense to stand up and say to their committee, you know what, this is a terrible idea. It doesn't matter if it is moved to a few miles in any direction outside of our city, or even if it's suggested to put lines underground. SDG&E, ultimately, if you cannot complete this line without going through or by Temecula, then you need to kill this project, full stop.
Thank you.
Teresa Breaker, to be followed by Peggy Bartels, to be followed by Miguel Gonzalez.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi, thank you, City Council. You're doing a great job. We have a home that's directly on Temecula Creek, and we paid a premium for our view, and that was 2 years ago. And now we're already impacted. It's not like a future impact, because if we tried to sell it today, we would have to disclose this going in and that it's on the map. We'd have to give the map and show them it's going right. You could see this on here. That's our view. It would be destroyed. Can you show that?
I believe if we can just open it up, please, so that can be powered on.
Yeah.
Oh, for that, I apologize, not for your phone. I'm so sorry,
okay.
though, ma'am.
Well, that's
but
all
thank
right.
you.
Everybody saw it, but thank
Thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Peggy Bartels, to be followed by Miguel Gonzalez, to be followed by Christopher Muller.
Hello, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. I want to talk a little bit about California having the highest death rates related to transmission line wildfires in the nation. Other comparisons are when you look at in Oregon, the transmission line related wildfires have killed 12 people. In Washington, 3 people. In Idaho, 1 person since 1994. In California, since 1994, transmission line fires have killed 157 people. You need to ask, why are we putting transmission lines up in residential areas? We can easily divide a 500 kilovolt line and bury it underground. That's the first thing. The second thing is the proposed project area, the Temecula Creek corridor, is the second highest wind velocity
And
area
that's your time,
in
ma'am.
Thank you.
Riverside
Thank you.
County.
Miguel Gonzalez.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time.
Miguel Gonzalez, to be followed by Christopher Muller, to be followed by Hong Min.
Evening, Miguel.
Good evening. Good evening.
As long as it's not a phone, we can have it on there.
I came to this meeting expecting to see more information on the alignment. I opened the website for the California Energy Commission, and anybody can see in there that there are already transmission lines that go from Imperial Valley to San Onofre. So the right-of-way is already in place. And they are 230 kV and 69 kV, but the right-of-way is there. So I would like to see more homework from this project to see why to Temecula. At this point, I will oppose the project to go into Temecula Creek, and I can mention multiple reasons why, but I would say just simple, I will oppose the project as it is right now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Christopher Mueller, to be followed by Hong Min, to be followed by Abraham Feltis.
Good evening, I believe it was Mueller.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for the meeting. This project is a product of a problem that SDG has created themselves. Through their suppression of the ability of homeowners to put solar systems on their homes. They did this through legislation that was put forth by the Edison Electric Institute, an association of investor-owned electric companies, of which SDGE is a member. SDGE is a guaranteed profit for their infrastructure investments. However, the homeowner does not have any guarantee that the money that they've put into putting solar on their home will ever be returned. And this is due to legislation that has been put forth by the Edison Electric Institute. This will continue.
And that's your time, sir.
That's it? Thank you
Yeah,
very
I'm
much.
sorry. Thank you very much for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Hong Min.
Hong Min, to be followed by Abraham Feltis, to be followed by Stephanie Baxter.
Always good to see you, sir.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, staff, good evening. My name is Hong Min. I'm the CEO of Temecula Valley Hospital, and I am here to speak out in opposition to the power lines. At Temecula Valley Hospital, we service about 50,000 patients through the emergency room every year. We're also a cardiovascular hub and a comprehensive stroke center. The work we do is saving lives. It's not about property values. It's not about sight lines. It's about people's lives. Over the past 12 months, we have experienced 4 blackouts, 3 of them resulting in an internal triage. We have some infrastructural issues that we need to deal with our own power. We do not need to be spending our most valuable resource, our attention and our energy focusing on building power lines that provides power not to our community, but elsewhere. We need to take care of our needs first, and with that, I oppose the power lines.
Thank you, sir, very much for coming in.
Abraham Feltis, to be followed by Stephanie Baxter, to be followed by Christine Vanderbus.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Abraham Feltis. I've been here close to 50-something years here in the city of Temecula. I own the industrial landscaping service here in Temecula. Speaking of hospitals, that's one of my main customers back in the day. I'm retired now. However, Temecula Valley is the heart of this city. It protects our heart, and we have to protect our heart. Not allow the Edison lines or anybody's lines that's going to expose any type of illness on our community. By doing that is saying no, no, no. Shop someplace else. Put it in the ground, and it will grow.
Thank you so much for your time and coming and staying with us.
Stephanie Baxter, to be followed by Christine Vanderbos, to be followed by Maria Petseva.
Hello, ma'am.
Good evening. It is so great to be here with you. My name is Stephanie Baxter. I'm an elected member of the Fallbrook Community Planning Group, your neighbors to the south. We are no strangers to being dumping grounds, as I heard described this evening, with battery energy storage, infrastructure projects, high-density housing, things that we are not asking for but are being pushed down upon us, and our local control is continually being overridden, as is proved by this project. Residents are tired of the environmental double standards where communities are asked to destroy nature in the name of saving it, and I thank you for leading this charge. I thank you for giving us hope, and I can guarantee you there will be many other communities following along your lead, and we are with you in People Over Power Lines. Thank you, God bless you, and we will see you in Fallbrook in July.
That's right. Thank you.
Christine Vanderbos. Christine. Okay, Maria Petseva. Okay. Veronica Langworthy.
There she is.
Okay. And after Veronica will be Marcus Heredia, to be followed by Ron J. Wilson.
Good evening, good to see you, ma'am.
Good evening, Temecula City Council. My name's Veronica Langworthy, and I'm from the city of Wildemar. I'm a resident there for 20 years. And I'm glad to hear you're urging SDGE to listen to the people of Temecula, and I hope they are listening and hearing the voices that are speaking with wisdom. Many years ago in Wildemar, there was a railroad company that came. Have you heard of the railroad in Wildemar? They found a lovely piece of land to build on. It was sandy, level, and one of the local people, the farmer, said, "That's a creek. We get floods. It looks great to build on, but it's not a good place to do it because there are flash floods. If you read Louis L'Amour, this happens." And so they built it. Train ran, great. Flooded, railroad tracks went away. Built again, flooded, railroad tracks went away, and then the railroad went away.
And that's your time. Sorry.
Hopefully.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Marcus Heredia, to be followed by Ron J. Wilson, to be followed by Samantha Hunter. So Marcus,
Hi,
welcome.
Marcus.
Miriam, non Patrangayam. I'm a citizen of Temecula. Council's right. Council has good knowledge that the mouth of the river is our creation area. The creation area, we call that place Pilekinga Pokuptranga, which literally translates to her birth canal, Tamayawit, the Mother Earth. And our first village is right there, Echva, Temeku. I work for SDSU doing habitat restoration. I personally steward all of the land right there, and I walk that river almost every day. I take care of everyone there, all of our plant and animal relatives, and I make sure everyone is doing good. A lot of the things that they would have to do to clear those areas would be clear cutting to put those lines in, and that would hurt all of our animal relatives and all of our plant relatives. It would make it really difficult. Any fire retardant would be toxic to the area and to the river itself.
And that's your time, sir. Thank you so much for coming in.
Ron Wilson, to be followed by Samantha Hunter.
How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for your wise words earlier and your good, strong point of debate. I hope we do send them home today with a clear understanding that Temecula is a community that will fight for what we believe in. So if you take your 1,000-foot corridor, and you draw the line down the middle, 500 feet away, you're going to put that outside edge right through my living room. And I'll tell you what, SDG&E, I'm not going to have it. Temecula will fight you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Always good to see you.
And Samantha Hunter, and then I will go through all of the cards that, one more time.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Samantha Jane Hunter, and I am US of A's Miss Temecula. Today, we stand on the precipice of a historical decision. This will affect not only our city, but the state of California, United States of America, and the entire world who looks forward to coming here. Another translation, which I can add, the city of Temecula, the name translates to the light which breaks through the fog in the morning. I hope that all of us together can join and be the light which breaks through this fog. This decision is a matter of life and death. It's a decision which will affect us for generations to come. Our city will never be the same should this come to pass. And I have to tell you, I'm completely terrified. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in, and good to see you again.
Okay, so I am going to run through these speaker cards one more time. If you hear your name, please come on up. Renee Carter.
She left.
Ed Gerso. Samantha Nguyen. Mike Flora. Chris Sizemore and left. Amar left. Aaron Dornan.
Good afternoon, or evening. We're still in evening. Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Dr. Erin Dornan-Liuzzo, and I live near Temecula Parkway. State planning for these steel power towers started 3 years ago, yet our community was left in the dark until last month. Today, the corporate rep sits here calling this clinical name The Project to distance herself from reality. She even has the embroidered shirt ready. They think our home is a done deal. My philosophy is nothing about us without us. Deciding our future behind our backs is wrong. They do not care about our community, our wine country, our hot air balloon economy. The threat is real. During a recent fire in this exact path, I had to cut my work meeting short to console a young girl crying on the street because her dog was trapped inside her home, while our brave firefighters fought the blaze from the air and on the ground. Multiple of my own friends lost everything in the Eaton fire last year. If these massive transmission lines spark a new blaze, the bottleneck will trap thousands of families and block aerial firefighting. This will crush our property values and worsen our insurance crisis. Temecula bears all the catastrophic risk with zero benefits. San Diego fought to keep these lines out. Our community deserves that same fierce advocacy.
And that is your time
Stand
now.
with us and
Thank
formally
you.
oppose this alignment.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Soria Barionat. Alessandro Thornton. Bill Vale. Don Smitty. Ryan Roofs. Catherine Lopez. Barry Schmidt. David Sola. Michael Antonucci. Mary Mikeloid. Jessica Chadwell. Alice Richter. Christine Vanderbos. Maria Patseva. Madam Mayor, that concludes all speakers. You are welcome to partake in discussion and motion as needed, and we will be taking a recess afterwards.
Outstanding. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to all the speakers coming in. Thank you to SDG&E for staying and listening to us as well. But again, I know this is just the beginning for our city as well, as we're about to step into comment from all of our council members. I also want to say thank you to Randy Joel for your dedication there moving forward and saying all those names, and to our staff for doing your due diligence. Great job. So with that, I'd like to open up to our city council members and see what else you have to say. Anybody want to start? We'll start with my left.
I will start it off. Thank you, Madam Dr. Mayor. To reiterate what she said, I first want to thank everyone for showing up today. We had our county supervisor here, we had the mayor of Murrieta, we had council members from Murrieta, we had commissioners, but most importantly, we had hundreds of community members. And that's what this was for, to listen to you and to hear your perspective and your thoughts on these power lines coming through Temecula. The conference center was full. This center was full. Our city hall here, the patio was full. You showed up, and you showed up in force, and that's what Temecula residents do when they care about something. And it made me proud to be up here representing you, and made me proud to be up here fighting for you. With that said, if you can pull up the slide real quick for me. This is on SDG&E's website. Our values, the number one thing is do the right thing. And we agree with you. Do the right thing. Not the right thing for your shareholders, not the right thing for your profits. Do the right things for the communities that you wish to traverse. And you have one responsibility, and that is to maximize your shareholders' return. We have a responsibility up here on this dais, and that is to protect our community members. And that's what we will continue to do. As you've heard tonight, the community unequivocally opposes this project. We will continue to show up. We will continue to speak out. We will continue to fight against the power line project, and we will continue to fight to save Temecula. And with that being said, I will make the first motion to formally oppose this power line project going through Temecula. And I would ask in that motion for city staff to work with city council on drafting the verbiage that formally opposes this project going through our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And we will be coming up on that in a little bit, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Again, not to belabor this point too much, but the community showed up tonight for sure. We really appreciate it. I heard a ton of comments online as well, but it's always nice to see people in person. voicing their thoughts and their opinions. And I think, I think that matters a lot. This community has got some fight in its belly, and we're in for the long haul. To SDG&E, certainly appreciate you coming up and going through this process. Obviously disappointed in some of the vagueness and whatnot, but we'll work through it, right? We'll get to a place where we have a greater understanding of what's at stake and what we can do about it. I think that when we look at projects like this, and it was mentioned, this can't be undone. Like this is a huge decision that is weighing on all of us and everyone in this space, right, and everyone in this room. This is something that just can't be undone, and it's a huge scar on the landscape. And it's something that we're clearly going to fight with everything we've got, leverage all resources, including, but not limited to, everything under the sun. I think this is something that most absolutely needs to stop, and we're here to stop it. Other than that, I think when we get to the motion section of it, and we sort of, what does it look like on a community sort of outreach? Everything's on the table for me.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your comments. I'll send it all the way to the right.
All right. So again, I want to thank all of you guys for coming out and supporting us, because really, we're just 5 voices. If you guys weren't there, they would probably say, nah, there's no pushback on us. So the fact that you're sitting there gives us the power up here. So thank you guys. And then as far as the SDG&E, you know what, I'm going to take you at your word, and that this is really the beginning process, and that there is opportunity to move these lines somewhere else, because Temecula is not the place for it. I mean, this valley is just way too important to, and I'm sure everybody's going to say that about their valley, right? But we're 115,000 people here in Temecula, so it's like it's become part of our souls. Literally, if you live here, it's part of your soul. That being said, please move it somewhere else. That's my comment.
Thank you, Stu.
So, I think we've all heard a lot tonight about this project, and there's a lot of unanswered questions that we have. I'm always amazed by this community and how you all come together. It is a remarkable thing to see, and it's part of the reason why I brought my family here, and we raised our daughter here and continue to live here. Under the best of conditions, projects like this and their alternative analyses and the type of work that needs to go in should not be using predetermined measures, should not dismiss alternatives arbitrarily, or structure an analysis to favor a preferred alternative or a preferred route. We know this. The law has spoken to this very clearly over the years. But already in this process, and maybe it is very early, but already in this process, you've demonstrated a bias screening criteria, artificially narrow purpose and need statement, no specific purpose and scope, in fact, leaving all of us to wonder, what exactly are we trying to accomplish with this? Utility companies like SDG&E and others generally argue that things like 500 kV lines are needed for regional reliability, renewable energy integration, peak demand support, grid redundancy, a lot of the same buzzwords we hear over and over again for these kinds of projects. Historically, that all made sense because the grid was designed around large centralized generation plants, one-way power flow, long-distance energy transmission, and passive customers. That's not the world we live in today. It's certainly not what California is. That's the 20th century model. Today's model, increasingly shifting toward distributed energy resources, behind-the-meter generation, battery storage, local resiliency hubs, microgrids, vehicle-to-grid systems, community solar, smart load management. Unfortunately, utilities, you keep proposing large transmission projects like this, partly because the regulatory and financial system still rewards massive capital investments like this, and not rewarding the modern alternative of where our grid actually needs to go. And one of the gentlemen said it earlier best, that by the time this project is done, it's obsolete. Bottom line is modern energy architecture, engineering, emerging technologies are being ignored. You're not planning for it. You actually are planning for an antiquated design that's unfortunately being rewarded by out-of-touch and outdated policy, law, and regulation. So from the top down with the state, all the way down through this, proposed project, it's just providing the wrong incentives to do the wrong thing. Regulatory incentives actually favor oversized infrastructure, even when distributed alternatives could substitute for transmission expansions. SDG&E in the state of California should instead have to prove why decentralized alternatives cannot achieve the same reliable objectives with lower environmental, wildfire, and community impacts. That should be the alternatives analysis that's demanded today under our modern energy infrastructure. For those of you who've been with me on this council for a long time, I have a history of having folks jump up out of their seat and try and exorcise demons from me. Erica Martin, I think I'd love to play poker with you one day because you've done a fabulous job representing San Diego Gas and Electric. I'd caution bringing Mr. Garrity to future public meetings because we saw tonight exactly what SDG&E has on the back door, and it wasn't pretty. Sorry to say, that was disappointing at best. And if we're just starting our relationship here today, it wasn't a great start. So I would hope that as we move forward in this, and I would share in my council's colleagues' comments on how we move forward objectively, dispassionately, and use the best available science, technology, and resources available to find the best solutions for the problems that supposedly plague our electrical grids in Southern California. But I will say unequivocally that you have selected one of the most environmentally insensitive routes, culturally insensitive routes, and community impactful routes imaginable. And we're all just sort of stunned by the level at which this has come to our attention. We can do better than that. We hope you do better than that. We hope that, like my colleague at the end said, that you do the right thing and that you listen to what's happened today, and we save all of ourselves a lot of time, money, and investment in something that just won't happen. So thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you to my colleagues. Again, thank you all for staying at this time. It's been hours, but I think each one of you can say it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. And they need to hear us, and the state needs to hear us, not just SDG&E. Sacramento needs to hear us, that this is not what we're going to put in our backyard. It's very interesting. Not one person came up to this podium other than SDG&E and CAISO that was for this project. Not one. Not one. So I just want to encourage everybody to continue this grassroots movement, because the fact of the matter is their project is just starting, but so is our grassroots movement just starting as well. So continue to just move forward and work together as a city as we have been. Again, I want to say thank you to my colleagues so far. It seems like we're all in the same position, all wanting the same thing. One thing I want to add that I wasn't able to before, and I think it's sometimes all about timing. In CAISO's May 9th, 2024 project sponsor selection report, so this is a report that they put out, they stated, in quote, Horizon West proposed, and I'm saying this route, that would transverse an urban area. The ISO understands that routing transmission facilities in urban areas poses a risk of public opposition, which can negatively impact budget and schedule risk. To that, I ask, is that all you guys care about? Your budget, your schedule risk? Not about the people of our city? What about the health that we talked about, the schools, the businesses? Again, people over power lines every time. Thank you guys for coming out, and at that point in time, I would like to add, and to make a motion to add on to what I believe one of my council members was motioning to. If we could, number one, I'd ask for direct the city manager to do all he can to oppose the proposed project based on the information we have right now and today, number one. Number two, at the appropriate time, I would ask that we can bring back additional information as referenced in the staff presentation and council comments. And to number three, bring back a formal resolution in opposition as needed. With that, I'd like to open that up to my council. I know there was a motion on the floor, and I'm going to ask Kalfas if he was okay with that as our motion.
Absolutely. I will second that motion, Mayor.
All right. Let's vote. And my video is not working. I'm an aye. That is a 5-0, and that motion passes. With that, I want to again thank you guys for coming out. I wish you guys safe travels back home in order to be able to hopefully come back again and have some more information for us as we've requested. Thank you for your time again. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back to continue our meeting if anybody would love to stay and listen to more. Okay, so thank you for everybody again for that meeting. That was fantastic. We end up going through public comments. So next we are going to move to city council reports. Would any of my colleagues like to add anything to the evening?
Madam Mayor, can we go back and do our boards and commission report?
Of course we can. Do not want to forget those important people over to my left. We'll start out with, let me see. The Planning Commission by Lene Shirley Trejo.
Hi, I'm still here. Good job, you guys, tonight. Proud to be a Temecula'n. So our Planning Commission report, next slide, please. I think everybody knows who we are and our description of what we do. Basically, we conduct legally required public hearings, so we are an important commission. I'm going to report tonight on 2 meetings. Our last meeting, the first meeting I'm going to report on is the May 6th meeting. And we had an amendment to the Uptown Temecula specific plan regarding the streetscape and sidewalk improvement standards. And just for clarifications and additions for this document, which our staff is great about making those clarifications and making sure everything's clear there. That was voted 5-0 by our commission. And so we recommend that approval. And then we had an amendment to the Red Hawk specific plan to allow a wedding and special event center associated with the golf course, and also a conditional use permit to allow a wedding event center to operate as part of the existing golf course between the hours of noon and 9 p.m., no more than 3 days per week. And there was one public speaker for this item, and we voted 3-0. I think we talked about this before with 2 recusals, since we have 3 members of our commission who live in Red Hawk and who are very close to the power lines. So anyway, we were able to actually hear this item, which had been tabled for a few months, so that was good. Next item, or next slide, please. And then also a conditional use permit to allow for Ducks in a Row, which is right there in the Truax building. It is an eating place for a Type 47 ABC license, and they also have a business right next to them We were impressed with them as a business and voted 5-0 on that project to approve it. And then the sign program amendment application to modify this existing sign to allow an additional sign location for Kura Sushi on Winchester Road, Unit 4. Don't have a map there, but anyway, if you were to see the sign, you would see why we voted against it, 4-1, to follow staff's recommendation on that, to deny that sign program amendment. And next slide. And then at the May 20th meeting, we heard the general plan update presentation from staff and the city's general plan update consultant, and provided general recommendations and feedback. And I think you will be hearing that tonight. And we had 3 public speakers for this item. I think that's all I have.
All
Short
righty.
and sweet.
Thank you very
Questions?
much.
Anybody? Nobody? All right. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your time, and to you and the rest of the Planning Commission. Thank you. All righty, on next to our public safety reports. Oh, wait, did my council have anything else to ask? Or? Okay, moving on. Public safety reports, County of Riverside Fire Department, Chief John Crater. What do you have for us today?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and Temecula residents. I'm here to give you the report for April 2026. Your Temecula firefighters ran a total of 959 calls in the city. 16 of those were fire-related, 73 traffic collisions, and 692 medical emergencies. And year-to-date, your Temecula firefighters have ran 3,692 calls. In a report.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Short and sweet tonight.
Short and sweet. Well, thank you guys. Thank you for your team and everybody who's serving to keep our city safe. All right, next we're going to move on. We've already done public comments, and so next we will move on to our city council reports. Do any of my colleagues want to go first or have anything to add? Anybody to my right, to my left? Seeing none. You're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. All right, next we're going to move on to our consent calendar. As far as today, we have 9 items, and I will read the titles. Number 1, waive reading of the title and text of all ordinances and resolutions, including the agenda. Number 2, approve action minutes of May 12th, 2026. Number 3, approve list of demands. Number 4, approve city treasurer's report for the periods of February 1, 2026 through February 28th, 2026, and March 1st, 2026 through March 31st, 2026. Number 5, approve annual renewal of city insurance policies. Move to the next page for number 6. Approve increase of construction contingency to the Fire Station 84 renovation PW 19-14. Number 7, authorize city manager to negotiate First Amendment to construction contract for ADA transition plan implementation. ADA curb ramp replacement phase 1, PW 24 Tech 07. Number 8, parcel map 38833 for subdivision of one existing lot into 2 separate parcels located at 29885 Camino del Sol. And number 9 will be a receive and file temporary street closures for 2026 summer events. Unless anyone would like to pull an item, can I have a motion, please?
Move to approval.
Second.
Motion to, let's vote. Man. This thing still doesn't like me, so there we go. Thank you. That motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. All right. There we go. All right, we are going to recess this council meeting to the succeeding meeting, to the scheduled meeting of the Temecula Community Services District, the successor agency to the Temecula Redevelopment Agency, the Temecula Housing Authority, and/or the Temecula Public Hearing of Authority, and I move that over to Stu.
And I will call to order the Temecula Community Service District meeting. Madam Secretary, please note we're all still here. Are there any public comments? All right, being none, we'll go to the consent calendar. Item number 10, approve action minutes of May 12, 2026. Number 11, approve Second Amendment with Vision One, Inc. for theater ticketing software. Item number 12, set a public hearing to approve TCSD proposed rates and charges for fiscal year 26-27. Can I have a motion, please?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and double seconded, so please vote. All right, that passes 5-0. We do have a business item, approve agreement with easier said than
Thessalonica.
Thessalonica Family Services, DBA Mission Hope, for implementation of the Temecula Family Bridge Program and Flexible Family Assistance Administration for fiscal year 2026-27. Is there a staff report we're going to get? Yes.
There is indeed,
All right.
yes. If we can just bring up those slides. So we've been talking about this now a couple of times, and we mentioned it during the budget workshop, so a lot of this should sound pretty familiar to you. But essentially, working with our team on homeless outreach and prevention, they encountered a significant problem in our community with a lack of emergency and transitional housing for families with minor children. And what we were finding was that these families were often the invisible unhoused, so they're not the people that you're seeing on the street, they're not the people you're necessarily thinking of when you think of homelessness within our community. Frequently, they're living in vehicles or sometimes moving between different temporary housing options. We met families in our community where the causes of homelessness included a sudden loss of employment, an illness, a hospitalization, sometimes domestic violence. And existing resources often can't preserve the stability of the family unit, which means they can't either keep the family together intact. Some of the solutions required separating older males in the family, so either fathers or older male children, or it meant moving the kids out of their schools or moving family members away from their jobs. So the goal was to find a solution that kept their families intact and kept their stability, their support systems, and their income and education all consistent. So with that, obviously, that is the need we identified. And then next slide, please. After a lot of research, what we landed on was the solution that we proposed during the budget workshop, which is entering into a contract for family bridge housing with Mission Hope. And you heard Heather Sanford earlier come in today and speak a little bit on this item, so this is what she was referring to. You can see the house there. They have several residences on their property. They're really beautifully maintained. They get donated renovation from Lennar. Comes in and just completely renovates these homes. They're fantastic. And Mission Hope is a longtime partner with us. We've seen their outcomes within their community. In fact, on that same property, they're currently operating what's known as the Empowerment Village model, which runs homes in which mothers with young children can go for a 2-year program where they're in residence there and they receive counseling, they receive coaching, information about just financial literacy, balancing their finances, nutrition, all kinds of life skills. And the idea being at the end of that 2-year program, they can then graduate into transitional housing and then eventually into independent housing. And I mention that because although that's not the program we're contracting with them for, that is a program that provides a service to our community. They've been running it for years and they've had fantastic outcomes, which tells us that they're really well qualified for this program. They have a strong network of wraparound services. They're able to find donors to donate vehicles, food, you name it. If a family needs something, they have donors who can step in and help. Through the program that we're bringing before you today, the city would contract with Mission Hope to operate a 4-bedroom bridge housing residence for eligible Temecula households with children. They would manage all of the property operations, including the rent, utilities, maintenance, furnishings, insurance, and this is very important, the on-site oversight. So they would actually have staff on the premises to provide security and oversight and make sure everything was operating safely and the way we would want it to. They can also provide stabilization services, including doing the intake, screening, eligibility verification, case management, housing search, and transition planning. Up until now, that's all been done in-house by city staff. And so being able to leverage Mission Hope to do that would really free up some of our staff time to pursue some other important priorities for community services. Next slide, please. The total cost of this contract is $350,000. This CDBG Public Service Program allocation, which you'll recall Council supported putting the entire $79,000 worth of that allocation towards this service, will cover the dedicated use of the property itself. And then the remaining $271,000, which will provide all of the additional wraparound services, as well as the funds that will be administered as part of Family Bridge Housing, Flexible Family Assistance Administration, Flexible Emergency Shelter, Motel Support, and Resource and Housing Navigation, will be funded within our existing budget from contract reductions where we were able to realize some savings in some other areas. I did want to call your attention very quickly to the second bullet there under scope of work. So the Family Bridge Housing is what we just discussed. The Flexible Family Assistance Administration is the funds that council has set aside for the past several years that we've been able to allocate to find emergency and transitional housing for families in crisis. Because this shelter would only be for women with minor children, we needed alternatives for families with dads, older males involved. So a portion of that money will then go to the Flexible Emergency Shelter and Motel Support. So when we have families come in that have family units that aren't eligible for inclusion here, we still have a solution for them as well. And that concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Right, thank you for that report. And a lot of good work is happening in the homeless helping sector that we're trying to do. Any questions from staff?
No questions.
Yes, Zach.
Just one question,
Yeah.
President Stewart. So with the flexible family assistance, like we've been managing that in-house, right? So we're transferring that, which I think is great. But what sort of controls do we still have, levers on those dollars?
Thank you. I'm really glad you asked that. So we would still be utilizing the exact same parameters that we developed and that were approved by the city attorney for the administration of those funds in terms of eligibility, verifying and what types of proof we accept for eligibility, how much funds can be expended on any one family unit, when they would need to reapply. All of those guidelines transfer over directly, and as a term of the contract, they would just be administering the funds in accordance with our guidelines.
Okay, that's perfect. I know how valuable that portion of it is. It's
Yeah,
really
thank
important,
you.
so thank you for that.
All right, that being said, I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion. I just want to say something super fast.
Go for it.
Just want to say thank you to Heather and their team. Having had the opportunity to work with all of you guys before, I know that the love and the dedication that you have to your clients is incredible, and I know that moving forward with this, if we do, it is just going to be a tremendous resource for our community. So I just want to thank Heather, the team, and yeah, you guys just do an excellent job. Thank you.
I will second that motion and also have a brief comment. The last city council meeting where we discussed this program was also when we were discussing the nonprofit grant program. At that time, I had my reservations on the CDBG funding going to this versus the nonprofits. And for those that didn't see our annual budget hearing, we did not only move this CDBG funding, but we also doubled our community services nonprofit grant program, which the council said they were going to do, and they followed through with their word. So I just want to thank my council colleagues and make that known to the public that we are happily in a fiscal position to be able to fund both of these programs. So thank you.
Very, very good. Any other comments before we go to vote? Then let's vote.
And I will go ahead.
Brenda
Yes.
did.
Yes, we have a second. And I will go ahead and state for the record that there were no public comments on this.
Okay. All right, that passes 5-0. Director report.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
All right, general manager?
Nothing further.
All right, board of directors? No? All right, I will adjourn this until the next one.
And I will reconvene the Temecula City Council to the public hearing. We're going to enter into number 14 item, adopt resolution, reconfirming automatic annual fee adjustment in Western Riverside County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, MSHCP, local development mitigation fee. And I believe, Mr. Matt Peters, you have a staff report for us.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Next slide, please. So the City of Temecula is a member of the Western Riverside Regional Conservation Authority, or the RCA, and that includes Riverside County and 18 cities. In 2003, all the member cities adopted the Western Riverside County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, or the MSHCP, and its implementing agreement. The MSHCP is intended to preserve plants, animals, and habitat for 146 covered species on 500,000 acres. There's a lot going on with this map, but for context, this is Western Riverside County. In the southwest corner is the City of Temecula. Northwest corner, you have Corona and the city of Riverside, and then out to the east is the county. So you can just see the scale of the MSHCP. The MSHCP includes a local development mitigation fee that's assessed on new development for land acquisition, land management, biological monitoring, and administration. And the 2020 Nexus study adopted by the RCA establishes the legal justification for the fee. And the Temecula Municipal Code provides for the automatic annual fee adjustment in accordance with the RCA's implementing agreement. And the MSHCP fees the city collects are pass-through payments. All cities collect the payment at the time of building permit issuance and then pass through those payments to the RCA. The MSHCP adjusts annually, or the local development mitigation fee adjusts annually based on the CPI. And this year's increase is 3.2445% effective July 1st, 2026. And here are the fees. You can see for residential, it's based on a sliding scale based on density. Less density, the higher the fee, higher density, the lower the fee, and then you see commercial and industrial, that's the fee per acre. The local development mitigation fee is not subject to CEQA and is not a project for the purposes of CEQA. And staff's recommendation is to approve a resolution to reconfirm the automatic annual fee adjustment in the Western Riverside County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, local development mitigation fee. That concludes my presentation.
All righty, thank you very much, Mr. Matt Peters. Do we have any questions for staff from the council? None to my right, none to my left. All right, let's open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments? Let's close the public hearing. Discussion and motion? Oh, we got a question.
Quick question, comment. So this MSHCP has been around 20 years, roughly, now?
Yeah.
How close are we to, tying a ribbon around the plan and calling it good?
So the target acreage for the MSHCP was 153,000 acres. It's been a while since we've checked in with the RCA on our progress. I'm not sure I have the answer to that.
Can we just get a little thumbnail back from them? We don't have to bring it back to council, just an email or something back would be helpful, just to kind of know what the status is.
We'll do that.
Thanks.
All righty, great question. All right, discussion or motion?
Approval.
Second.
All right, first and second, let's vote. All right, motion passes 5-0. We're going to move on to number 15, Conduct Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, TEFRA. I'll call it TEFRA. Hearing and adopt a resolution approving the issuance of California Enterprise Development Authority revenue obligations for the benefit of Vine Creek Apartments Affordable Housing Project. With that, let's start out again with Matt Peters with a staff report, please, sir.
I'd like to introduce Heidi Urias, our housing and real estate analyst in community development, to present on this item.
Quick. All right. So tonight we'll be conducting, or I'll be presenting on the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing, also known as the TEFRA hearing. You were correct. Before the council tonight is a resolution approving the California Municipal Finance Authority, CMFA, to issue revenue obligations for the benefit of Vine Creek Affordable Housing. I do want to make a note, the city is not issuing debt, the city is not responsible for any obligations, the city simply facilitates the public hearing. So CMFA, California Municipal Finance Authority, was created in 2004 to help finance community projects such as affordable housing. The city has been a member of CMFA since 2021. The purpose of a TEFRA hearing is to go ahead and, it's a public hearing required by the IRS before CMFA can issue revenue obligations. The hearing must be conducted by a public body such as our sitting council, and the purpose is to allow interested persons to comment on this project and the funding. So Vine Creek Affordable Housing, you have all seen it. It has already been developed, and this solely is because the developer will be going from a construction loan into a permanent financing loan, and so they have to issue these bonds. So the revenue obligations are not to exceed $25 million, and these funds are being used for the financing of affordable housing. The city's role is to hold this TEFRA hearing per the IRS code. It's to allow CMFA to issue the revenue obligations to Vine Creek, and which is within the city's jurisdictional boundary, and approve a resolution allowing CMFA and Vine Creek Affordable Development to issue revenue obligations. Again, the city's not issuing any debt of its own. It's an associate member of CMFA, and the city does not have any responsibility here. So staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the issuance of by CMFA of revenue obligations for the benefit of Vine Creek Affordable Development. Jared Suzuki from CMFA team is here present if you have any questions tonight.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you so much for that staff report. Do my colleagues have any questions of staff or of the individual that is here? Seeing none, let's move into open public hearing. Any comments? Close it. Next, closed public hearing, discussion and motion from my colleagues.
Second.
All right, let's vote. Motion passes 5-0. Excellent. All right, next we're going to move into item 16. However, that one I believe is continued for another meeting. Is that correct? Excellent. So we're going to move that one. Next, we're going to move into our business items. Number 17, we're going to move into approval preferred traffic striping configuration for the Paba Road Pavement Rehabilitation Project PW 25-05. And I believe, Mr. Ron Moreno, you are going to be issuing a staff report.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
And City Council. So this is a continuation of an item that was brought to you back in March. It wasn't continued, but I should say the recommendation was to go back and look at different alternatives. So we have done that, and now Nick Minichilli is going to present. He's our senior traffic engineer, some various options that the council can then examine and look at. I will say that at the next council meeting, we will be bringing forward to the council the request to award the pavement rehab contract to Vance Construction. They are the ones doing the Ox Lane projects, doing all the paving out on the 15 right now. Very reputable firm. We're excited to have them on board. Probably we got a better price because they are local in town right now. So that's going to be going to the council next meeting. We'll get going on construction of the rehab project. We'd be looking at striping sometime in July, I would think, by the time the rehab's done. So just for context of where we're at. So right now I'll give it over to Nick, and he'll do the quick presentation and a quick overview of where we were at and where we're at right now.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Ron. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This presentation is in regards to proposed striping modifications for Paba Road. As Ron mentioned, the Paba Road Pavement Rehabilitation Plan is going to rehabilitate 1.4 miles of roadway on Paba Road from Inez to Margarita. This was brought to the council on March 24th, 2026. At that meeting, City Council approved the contract documents and also the solicitation of contract bid or construction bids. The City Council did not approve the staff recommendation for road diet striping on Paba Road. Instead, Council directed staff to develop additional striping alternatives. So the meeting objective for tonight is we're going to review and hopefully select a preferred striping alternative. A total of 4 alternatives were developed. The first 3 are in the agenda report. Fourth one was added today, so we can go over that. Quick overview, don't want to spend too much time on this. A lot of this information was from the last meeting, but Paba Road, little road diet background. This was previously brought to the Traffic Safety Commission in May of 22 as a receive and file presentation. It was brought to City Council in March 2026 and it was not approved. Paba Road has numerous complaints in the past regarding speeding, roadway access from the residential roads, and a good amount of collisions near the library driveway from what we have heard. There's difficult line of sight due to the roadway horizontal and vertical curves along the corridor. This map shows different speed limits on Papa Road. At Primavera, from Inez to Primavera, it's 40, and from Primavera to Margarita Road, it's 45 miles per hour. General Papa Road characteristics, it's generally a 4-lane road with a 2-way left turn lane and bike lanes. Existing daily traffic is around 12,500. The posted speed I mentioned previously, and the 85th percentile speed along the highest points on the corridors is 52 miles per hour in multiple locations. And in the past 3 years, there's been 11 collisions. A little recap from the last meeting as well. Road diets, the city has done several road diets in the past. There's 3 of them up on the screen, La Serena, Red Hawk, and then Old Town Front Street. I won't sit here and go over all the data that we've gone through, but this is just a little refresher for those that may have not seen it. These are very similar roadways in terms of ADT, and going from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes with the 2-way left turn lane. And these were successful projects for the city in terms of collision rates dropping and speeds generally reducing. Wanted to present, after the meeting, the last council meeting, there was a request to get more information on data in terms of peak hour data for road diets specifically. When we look at road diets, this is another factor we look at is peak hours. I didn't present it, but we do have that information. And what all these numbers are trying to show is the peak hour for a road diet, if we went from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes and a 2-way left turn lane, it's very similar to the other roadways in the city that actually have more traffic. You can see going westbound, 700 is the max 1-hour volume, and then going eastbound, it's 757. Several other roadways in the city have more, and for peak hour, you can generally handle up to 1,200 to 1,600 vehicles in one direction before there's some type of congestion degradation. So we're pretty confident if road diet was selected that there would be no congestion issues on the roadway, except at the signals where we are matching the existing striping. We're not changing it. Whatever happens today is still going to be the same thing if we were to implement road diet striping. So the first alternative, this is what was brought to you at the last council meeting. This is the proposed road diet striping. We go from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes with a 2-way left turn lane. There's wider bike lanes. There's buffer lanes that eat up the cross-section of the roadway. At the intersections of Inez and also at Margarita, we're going to match existing lane configuration for optimal operations. Here is the general striping of it. There is a complete restriping of the roadway as part of it. And I will kind of zoom through it unless people have very specific questions on it. Alternative 2, this is essentially maintaining the existing roadway geometry of the current configuration of Papa Road. We're going to keep the general 4-lane road with a 2-way left turn lane and maintain the existing bike lanes. There are some proposed striping improvements that is just kind of bringing up the basic safety necessities we would want to do on the roadway with any type of striping project. So this would be crosswalk enhancements, green bike lane symbols or markings on the roadway, and some small striping improvements near Inez Road to clear up some confusion. At the bottom, you can see, bottom of the screen is the existing configuration with lane widths for Papa Road currently. This is more on from Primavera to the east. This is like in front of the library. We have existing 11-foot through lanes, 10-foot turn lane, and 5-foot bike lanes. Those are the minimum roadways widths we do in the city. We really can't decrease those. You technically go to 10 feet, but it's a really small lane, and we generally don't do that in the city. So here is the striping. The red is all the proposed striping that's proposed. Anything that's not red, the existing white and the existing aerial is staying the same. So what we're showing is just kind of some intersection improvements at Inez, bringing the bike lane not against the right turn pocket. We put it usually to the left of the turn pocket, so we wanted to make some improvements that way. We also do some green conflict striping in front of the driveway via, I can't read that from here, via Alturas. And then also we add a bike lane in front of where the city is just has wrapped up the Paba sidewalk project. There's a new curb line there, so we would add a bike lane there to complete the missing bike lane. You can see as we go through the corridor, there's just some green bike lane striping, the markings. And near the fire station, we would add some enhanced crosswalk striping. And then at Margarita Road, enhanced crosswalk striping, and then also some green conflict striping for the bikes and pulling that bike lane to the left of the right turn pocket. Alternative 3, very similar to Alternative 2. We add a little bit more biking enhancements near Inez Road as well. We maintain the existing geometry through the rest of the corridor, similar to Alternative 2. And I can show you what is proposed. So we, as mentioned, from Inez to the east, we add a little bit more enhanced bicycle striping. We do a buffer as far as we can do it up to Via Alturas. And it's just a little bit more striping to make it a little bit safer for the bikers in this corridor. We don't have room to add 2 lanes going eastbound, so we wanted to eat up that extra width with some enhanced bike striping for this area here. The rest of the corridor matches the Alternative 2 striping. Very limited striping improvements for the rest of it. Alternative 4, which was added today, is no striping changes. We just keep the existing configuration of the road. Generally, it stays a 4-lane road with 2-way left turn lanes and bike lanes. And that's the cross section for it. There's some photos of what the existing striping looks like. Next steps, we're seeking approval of a proposed striping alternative. And as Ron mentioned, striping implementation, it's probably going to fall around fall of 2026, depending how that project goes. And with that, we can open up to questions and discussions.
Outstanding. Thank you so much for that great report. All right, let's open it up just to questions right now for staff, if we have any.
Stu's got one.
Stu?
What does striping normally cost? So like just to do the striping of Paba Road, because we've always said it's just paint. But what does that paint cost us? I'm curious.
So it depends. Generally, I use around, let's just say it's like $1 a linear foot for striping. Putting it down on a project like this at the beginning, that's just the cost of the project. It's not a big deal. It's already included as part of it. But if we were to put it in and then, let's say, remove it, that's where it can get a little bit expensive because you got to grind it all out. There's a little bit more than just removing. So to answer your question, it's $1 a foot. So however many linear feet of striping we have, and I don't know. I mean, we have 1.4 miles. If you multiply that out by like 8 or 9 lines across that whole road, it can be pretty expensive.
Yeah, okay.
I will add to that question.
Yeah.
No matter what, because we're doing a pavement rehab, we have to restripe the whole corridor.
Right.
So we're looking at the difference between the options as pretty negligible.
Right.
Because even if you go back to the 2 lanes, you have to stripe all that. If you go to the road diet, you have to stripe all of that. So therefore, it's already built into the project cost.
Sure.
So we're not seeing any variable difference between the 4 plans that we're asking for council direction on.
Yeah, my concern or my thought was if we did it and then wanted to change it to another striping configuration, what would that additional cost us?
Yeah, that's going to be the $1 a foot per the 1.4 miles, and then depending on how many stripes. So it's 52, 420. Yeah, it's going to be about, a good 200,000,
Yeah. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Stu. Anybody else? All right, with that, I don't see any, we got one to the left.
Sorry, just a couple
You're
questions
good.
here. The 10-foot lanes in the city, you said we have a few. Is there a particular area that we have 10-foot lanes?
Actually,
Or do we have any?
I'm not sure of any actually 10-foot through lanes. We do 10-foot pockets, like left turn pockets, which is pretty standard design, but as far as a through lane, I don't think there are any. I do know other cities tend to do that. If you go to Carlsbad, they got a lot of 10-foot lanes, and it's pretty tight.
Thank you very much. And just one more question here. Just to reiterate, at the last meeting, staff brought forward the recommendation of the road diet, and that was, staff, you guys studied that because it was a recommendation at that time in 2022 from the Traffic Safety Committee at the time to study that, and that was why there wasn't multiple solutions presented. So first I want to thank you for bringing back multiple solutions after being studied. And my question is would it be fair to say that after restudying this corridor and bringing back these new 3 solutions, A, B, and C, that all three solutions provide comparable outcomes in terms of safety, speed reduction, and overall traffic calming and effectiveness? That could be a question for Ron or...
Yeah, well, and when we were directed to come back with alternatives, we wanted to make sure that we were doing something that was going to be safe, cost-effective. Nick and Eric are the best traffic engineers in our area. So whatever of those 4, and you're correct, we only brought the road diet last time because that's what was directed by the Traffic Safety Commission. This time around, we have 4 good designs, and either one of them could be picked, and that's all we're looking for direction from tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, no, thank you very much, Councilman Kalfas. Anybody else? Going once, up, there we go.
One more question. So in the areas where the traffic diet has been implemented, like La Serena and Red Hawk, it did, in one of the slides, it did say that there was a reduction in accidents. What kind of accidents are we talking? Is this with pedestrians? Is this with bicycles? Or is this car to car?
It varies. It
Okay.
varies, but it's probably most likely vehicle to vehicle.
Yeah.
I didn't study all those accidents, but
Okay.
I just did a general query of 3 years before that
Yeah.
striping, 3 years after. What are the total accidents and if they've been reduced or increased?
Okay, because that's a consideration of mine. If they were biking accidents, did it decrease the possibility of a bicycle and a car? Or if it's 2 cars, for me, it would have made a little bit more clarity on, what kind of safety are we trying to achieve?
Mm-hmm.
Because by making bigger bike lanes, buffered bike lanes, obviously it would seem like mentally you would feel safer for sure, because you got such a big buffer between, and there would be a huge buffer on Paba. But yeah, that's something I would have liked to know, but anyways.
We have that data, I just don't have it on me.
Got it. All right, thanks.
Mayor, one more question after I heard Stu. And in this data, after analyzing it, and correct me if I'm wrong, out of the uncontrolled intersections, right, so the non-stoplighted intersections on both the east and west end of the street, there were 0 pedestrian and 0 bicycle versus vehicle accidents. Is that fair to say?
I believe so, but
that is how I read the data.
Yeah.
There 0 bike accidents and 0 pedestrian accidents happened between this corridor.
Yeah.
And a majority, 6 out of 11, happened at the controlled intersections, which won't be changing.
Yep.
Correct. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much for your staff report, sir. All right. We did public comments and we had none, is that correct? Sorry, it's been a little of a long day. All right, going from there, let's move into discussion. Who'd like to kick off today's business item for 17?
I don't mind starting.
Absolutely, sir, go for it.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate you all bringing this back, and I think, so I have some thoughts on some things and sort of like try to sort of navigate this. The idea that a road diet is the safest alternative is, and that's a fact. Like, the road diet is like the safest alternative, right? Any improvement on speed reduction is going to eliminate, any sort of conflict between pedestrians and bicyclists and vehicles. And I think we might be focusing a little too much on the bike and pedestrian side of things on this project specifically, because the bulk of the collisions in our city are vehicle to vehicle, right? They're people driving that are crashing into other people that are driving. Chief Grader had a report tonight. There were 73 traffic collisions in the city that they responded to, right? Like, so these are resources responding to those. Last meeting, I focused a lot on the connectivity, which, through the Bike Master Plan we've been working on, and it's made we've made huge strides, to say the least. But I think, for this conversation, I want to focus a little bit more on the vehicle side of things and traffic collisions and what those actually mean. So the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, they report out on like the economic impact of traffic collisions in the United States. And so it's $340 billion in external, sort of damages, right? That involve people dying, right? It involves injuries, property damage. This is like a significant amount of people. In 2019, there was 36,000 people that were killed in the United States, right? And that's important. Like, people losing their life is important. It's a huge drag on their family, but also like from an economic perspective. Each person in the United States, based on the NHTSA, every individual pays about $1,000 in like these external damages with respect to traffic collisions, right? And most of those costs are insurance premiums and congestion, fuel use, environmental impacts, and taxes, things like that, right? So we're all sort of bearing the brunt of traffic collisions. Speed-related traffic collisions were associated with, and this is back in 2019, just over 10,000 deaths, and they estimate in $46 billion in damages, right, in costs, right? So that's something that I think we should focus on when we talk about these projects, and we've seen the 3 that we've done, we've seen them create a safer environment. And while the intersections aren't changing, and that's just due to, sort of size restrictions and through lanes on the other side and dedicated turn lanes, and Paba dies into Inez, you can only go right or left, So there's all these situations that they're constricted, right? And just because that isn't changing doesn't mean that reductions elsewhere don't make those improvements better, right? Because people slow down, they're not as rushed, they're not passing people on the right, they're not racing to get to the intersection. And so those matter, right? And I was really encouraged by the conversation I heard tonight about the power lines, about this, like, we have this outdated sort of vision of like the world, right? Like with traffic, with these transmission lines, and things are changing. And I think of transportation in the same way. Like, that we've built our community in sort of like this reactive way to the past, right? Traffic engineers of old, it was like all about building roads and coming out of World War II and building highways and cars and suburbs, and that's like what we did, right? For 50 plus years, that's just what we did. But I think like if you look at the system that we have, how do you make it function a little bit better? And we've seen that these projects work in that way. They slow people down. I heard some comments last meeting about kids riding the wrong way, and that's a valid concern. Like, people riding against traffic. So we're talking about bikes, and the reason they're doing that is because the infrastructure isn't built for them. It's built for people driving. And so in order to change those behaviors, you need to build infrastructure that is intuitive, that makes sense, that feels safe. And all these little tweaks over time, they really matter. And so I think like we can think about this project from safety, from a crash reduction. We can talk about giving kids opportunities to ride their bikes to school in a much safer way. I've been out there, you've all seen my videos, like there's not a ton of congestion out there. The data that you presented with the sort of similar segments sort of proves that, even at the peak times, which was a huge sort of like point of contention at the last meeting. And I think everything we've seen from physically being out there or the actual roadway data is sort of backs up what we know. I traveled from this during peak time when TVHS, when when Linfield and when Temecula Middle School were all in session. It took me from Inez to TVHS, it took me 4 minutes. It took me 10 minutes to drive all the way to Butterfield Stage Road during, this time. Now, if I was dropping my child off at Linfield, it would take a little bit longer, obviously. But I ask, is that like too much, right? Like it's 10 minutes to go that distance, that's probably not too much. I have an image that maybe Jonathan could throw up, because I think when we talk about the roads in our system, and this is pulled from the city's website, Temecula has 352 centerline miles of roadways encompassing 8.8 million square yards of concrete and asphalt surfacing. So these are all the roads that we maintain. It's kind of hard to visualize that in what does that look like? So this is a visual of what that would look like. These are all the roads that we have in our city. And if you think about, equating it to a football field or something like that, it's a significant amount of space. And thinking of that as a public good, not just for people driving, but for people walking, for people biking, and using that space as a way to make the town that we live in as safe as possible. And we have the ability to do that tonight through some striping enhancements to make this little tiny section, this 1.4 mile section, a little bit safer. So I'd ask that we would stick with sort of the original recommendation from the Traffic Safety Commission, and support this road diet, because we know it works. It's proven that it's worked, and the congestion that's on this segment is significantly less than what we have out on Front Street, or even through Los Ranchitos and through that section of the city along Inez de Portola. One thing with the existing striping or some of the other modifications, the reason I didn't support sort of like going back and looking at other alternatives is we've done this in the past. I'm very confident in our traffic team and our public works director that the project that they present is the best project, and sort of asking and putting them on the spot to pick a project as the best project. That's our job, and they're going to present what is the safest through research, through roadway statistics and data. They're going to present this in alignment with the things that, as a council, that we're asking for. And I'll sort of leave with this. This isn't like Zach likes to bike, kind of thing. I do love to bike. But many of you know I'm at UCR working on my PhD. I was selected next year to receive an NSF fellowship to study sustainable transportation. So essentially like science research to policy. I'm really excited to take part in it. And part of the reason that I was selected is because of my time here. I serve on the Transportation Committee at SCAG, and the time that I put in there, as well as the time that I put in at RTA. Not to mention the fact that the advocacy that I've done over the last 15 years in this space is seen as very valuable to UCR and to that Speaks program. So this isn't just like, hey, I like to ride my bike. I like people to arrive where they're going safely, whether they're driving, whether they're biking or walking. And safety in our community is the #1 core value. And doing a project like this and continuing with the improvements that we've made over the course of the last 5-6 years will bear out in the long run with health outcomes, with families getting an option. I filled up my car this morning. It's not very friendly on the pocketbook, right? So giving people choices, like if they can leave their car home for trips under a mile, the impacts sort of compound. So just thinking about it more broadly, and this little section is part of the system, right? And so like, what does the system look like in 20 years? It's probably not gonna look like what it did 20 years ago. And the system that we built is meant to change and meant to evolve with the needs. We're seeing a huge sort of bike renaissance with kids. Let's give them a safe place so they're not riding against the flow of traffic, so they're following, they understand. If we continue to build projects like this, it'll help in the long run.
Thank you very much for that information and that presentation. Who'd like to go next? I guess everybody's pointing at you.
All right, let's see where to start here. Well, first off, congratulations on doing that study and on receiving that. That is pretty cool. As far as road diets, I wouldn't say that I'm against road diets in totality, but I would also say that road diets don't work on every road, and we shouldn't do road diets on every road. And I understand that you threw out some statistics about the millions or billions of dollars that traffic accidents cost in California. But traffic collisions are inevitable with the automobile. And I think that the only way to get rid of traffic collisions in totality is to get rid of the automobile. I think that's something that we have to live with, right? I go on traffic collisions every day at work, and there's a variety of reasons. And the configuration of the road is one of the variety of reasons of why people get in accidents. There is a whole list of assortment, and most of it will probably, the sheriffs would tell you that they're usually doing something wrong in the vehicle that they weren't supposed to be doing, which includes speeding. But I want to focus on this particular road here and this particular section, and staff already answered a couple of my questions, and I just want to reiterate those questions that were answered, and that there have been no bike or pedestrian accidents via a vehicle in this corridor in the uncontrolled intersections. So this is already arguably a safe road. What we're doing here is already a safe road, what it is. And with the hybrid, the compromise option of number 3, it would make that even safer and a bigger buffer for those bike lanes, but also for the vehicles. I would just disagree on one part where you talked about the infrastructure. If it was built for them, they wouldn't go against the grain. I think there's already bike lanes that the infrastructure is built for them, and they are 14 and 15-year-old kids, and they like to go against the grain, both literally and figuratively. And I think increasing the buffer lane won't necessarily persuade these teenagers to go with traffic. I like the euphoric thought that with an increase in buffer lane and bike lanes that more people will ride bikes, but I think it's also important that we look into how many people use bikes in the city. How many people are actually using this corridor on a bike, right? We have all the traffic data for automobiles. We don't have the data on how many people use bikes. What do they use bikes for? Are most of the people on bikes doing it as a hobby, or are they actually going to the grocery store? Are they riding their bike to work? It'd be an interesting statistic to see on who is riding bikes, why they're riding bikes, and go from there to see if a double, a bigger bike lane is necessary. But again, in this particular instance, with there being no bike collisions, no pedestrian collisions, I would argue it is already a safe street. And I'll reiterate, last meeting on my reasoning on keeping it 2 lanes across. There are 3 major things that are happening in the city and around the city. One of them being the development of Altair, 1,000 new homes, more people using the street. The other one being the hopeful widening of Yanez right at this corridor between Rancho California and Rancho Vista. And the hope would be is that more people use PABA, right? I don't go on Rancho Vista now, so my vehicle isn't allowed or on this statistics because I know how much traffic backs up at Yanez. And the hope would be that more people use PABA to get to Yanez now that would be widened. And lastly, county is improving, or they already have completed their improvement of PABA Road at the county where we border. And more people will utilize that to get to the wine country and get to Old Town. And in my mind, there will be more cars using this, not less. And ultimately, I would say that this road works, right? We're not talking about widening this road. This road does not have congestion. You are right. This road works. And in reality, I would like to give a clap to city staff and previous city councils that approved this road, because we are not talking about that it is too congested and we need to widen it more. We did, and we planned appropriately. And to change that, to limit and have possible congestion in this corridor without the hopeful for a mass improvement of safety, because it is already a safe road with very few accidents outside of the intersections, would just not be the biggest benefit for the totality of the community. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. Anybody to my right? Yes, sir, Stu.
All right, so I've got a little slightly different bent on this. When I look at PABA Road, I see a lot of what Brendan is saying, that that new development of Altair is really a big question mark. And my experience after walking through the models, they are not going to be a bunch of senior citizens living in those 2- and 3-story units. It's going to be families, 100%. And so I see that Palba Road is going to take a higher volume of cars getting their kids to and from school. And they're not going to want to go across Rancho California Road because that's a traffic jam going, coming on and off the freeway. So they're going to look for an alternative route, and Santiago to Palba is the alternate route to crossing Rancho California Road. So I see that as being more of a driver for myself that I agree with Brendan. The road is working. And the other road diets that exist around the city, if you really look at them, they're in residential zones. They're in just nothing but homes. Red Hawk, nothing but homes. The only one that might be La Serena, that is a through or a collector road that'll get you over to Butterfield. And so that one you can make an argument, plus there's a school, which I know that gets a little congested, especially during pickup and drop off because of the road diet there, but it seems to have worked there. But again, this road has just a little bit different dynamics going for it than these other road diet areas. So I'm kind of leaning, I'd be okay with just keeping it striped the way it is, but if there's another alternative, and I don't know which one it was, alternative 3, does that make something wider?
So, there you go. Ron, do you want to answer that? I was going to jump in, sorry.
Yeah, that's where Nick was able to take a foot or two and move it over, give a bigger buffer. You're talking about from Yanez?
Yeah.
And that opens up that bike lane going further to the 2 streets.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Making a bigger bike lane will not change a kid's opinion on going against the grain, because they don't care. They're not thinking with this. So they're constantly pushing against the grain wherever they can. So, and I see it all the time. It's not a one-off. I've watched it. So, yeah, I don't know. That's where I stand. I'm leery of changing what we have based on several unknowns. And at the cost of $200,000 plus to change the striping, if we go, oops, we made a mistake, maybe we should have, could have, would have, I don't know. So I'm in favor of keeping it the way it is, or increasing the bike lane a little wider, just give a little bit more distance between the traffic, but that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to chime in?
So I'm going to agree and disagree with a whole lot that was said here. I don't think the road right now as is inherently safe just because we don't have a lot of documented accidents, right? I mean, it's like saying, the nuclear energy is inherently safe because we haven't had a massive explosion in the United States. I mean, we worry about these things because they are actual issues. The number of collisions, whether or not they have to do with children or pedestrians or bicycles, that doesn't move me one way or the other, that argument, because we still have collisions, right? So a 35% reduction in Red Hawk, as an example, that's a measurable outcome. And I think it's a positive outcome for those 35% of, individuals who didn't have to experience a traffic collision. It's also not safe because the 85th percentile right now is telling me that folks are speeding on that road on a regular basis. And that 85th percentile is underestimating significantly those folks. So, since our last meeting, I've driven down that road on multiple occasions and made a point of doing so just to and I'll pull over occasionally just to see what's been going on. And I saw folks easily exceeding 60 miles an hour on a regular basis during both peak travel times and non-peak travel times. Now, when we talk about safety, your response time in navigating a collision or having, a response to an incident dramatically decreases the faster you go. This is something we learned in driver's ed in high school, right? There's nothing new there. The faster you drive, your peripheral vision is also obscured, quite a bit by every 10-mile increment. But the more interesting statistics on, traffic collisions, and they mirror a lot of what you see on the pedestrian injuries and fatalities. So at 40 miles an hour, a pedestrian or a cyclist experiences on average, about a 46% chance of fatality. Going up to 60 miles an hour, it's near certainty. I mean, just for those reasons alone, I'm thinking, why wouldn't we want to, the whole point of this project, the whole point of this conversation was that several years ago, that community in particular had reached out and there was some concern about the rate of speed and the use of that road, coming to the council asking for a road diet that could substantially help improve that situation. Road diets, I can't remember the acronym, National Highway something organization, that unequivocally has stated that road diets significantly improve safety on the roads. So I don't think all of these alternatives are equal by any means. One of them is a superior safety alternative. And, arguing otherwise, it's like, why are we even having the conversation? I mean, staff would not have come forward with this recommendation, nor would we have seen decreases across every one of these miles of road where we've done road diets. And, some are larger than others, obviously. And yeah, I agree, some of the roads are different than others. But the whole point was to, improve, outcomes and decrease risk. And I think that's what the original proposal was accomplishing. And the interesting thing was, obviously nobody's here this evening to speak on this publicly, but, of the folks who came last time, the preponderance of speakers were those who were cyclists or other users as pedestrians on that road. And I can say, just from my own experience in Red Hawk, the traffic is slower, it's safer, people are out bicycling more and using the sidewalks and walking around the neighborhood more because it's also quieter, right? I mean, there's all these residual benefits that occurred with what I thought originally and initially when this was being done. I was like, this is kind of a dumb idea. I won't lie, Ron. I thought it was kind of weird putting on these stripes, but the outcomes have been substantial for our community and that particular neighborhood. And seeing it operate in other parts of the city, I gotta say, it's done its job. So I'm not here to second guess, what's been done on the research side or second guess. I think it's a great idea. And I think if we have anything that measurably improves public safety, the safety of our pedestrians and the safety of those driving on our roads, then I'm all for it. I'll end by saying that the numbers don't bear out either. There was lots of discussion about Altair and all of this other stuff. I mean, come on, let's be honest. How many high school students are going to be living up in the hill that get driven down Pabba Road? It's 1,100, 1,200 units total. Not every household is going to have a high schooler. In fact, a very insignificant portion of that community is going to have a high schooler living in there if you go by the statistics of the rest of this city. And so, even if you increase the number of vehicles on that road by 50 per day, which I think would be considerably high for what Altair actually is producing, even if you increase Pabba Road by 50 driving out to the high school, it still doesn't, reach some of the other standards on roads that we have that are, benefiting from road diets. So I'm just baffled that we're still arguing about stripes on a road and debating anything that can increase public safety on our streets. So, for those reasons, I'm just back where I was before, saying, let's do the road diet. It's a good idea. It works. We know it works. Let's go ahead and implement this thing.
All right. Can I jump in? We're good? All right. So a couple questions that I've just been jotting down, listening to our council members, just trying to get an idea of how to move forward with this. So a couple questions, kind of statements all in one. First thing I kind of thought about is thinking, if there's not a ton of traffic on the road, I would think that the cyclists and others using the bike lane should feel safer along the reduced speed, right? Like, where is that right now? So let me reword that. So right now, if we don't have a ton of traffic going down the road, do these cyclists really feel unsafe down that road. You know, having, again, cycled myself before, there's plenty of room. So if we have 2 lanes currently right now, they should feel pretty comfortable knowing that they're supposed to keep a certain distance away from cyclists. So just kind of my thought, there's not a lot of traffic going down there, so why change it? That was kind of my one thought. Hope that made sense. You know, the other thing I'm just thinking about is I know I'm not going to ask the staff to go reevaluate this or anything, but we looked at the traffic and we looked at how much is going by, but how much of pedestrians do we have going through? Like, how many cyclists do we have? How many walkers do we have? How many are we going to have? You know, again, these are just those questions that we're posing that, again, we haven't looked into, but let's think about it. I mean, I go down Paba all the time. I don't see a lot of cyclists. I'm sure they're there. I'm not saying they're not, but I don't see a lot of pedestrians because it's not a lot of homes in that area. You have a couple homes, you have churches, you have a couple areas that are smaller, if I'm correct, Ron, that are just smaller housing areas, if I'm correct. So there's not a lot of pedestrians that are moving through that area, through that corridor. Is that correct?
Correct. There's smaller subdivisions over there.
Thank you for that wording. Yeah. So that was just kind of another thought. The one area that I can say, kind of listening to staff and listening to the council members here, that I get concerned about is going downhill. So I know going downhill, we are able to pick up speed very quickly. And I think we all know that. So you have to be very, very careful, making sure that those accidents at that intersection do not happen because you got to slow your speed down. So with one of these, and if you can remind me, with one of these proposed striping, is any of those reducing at all to 10 feet? We're bringing that into 10 feet so we can have a road diet to slow those cars down a little bit?
The alternative 3, it's not really changing anything as far as widths. It's giving more buffer because there's extra right-of-way in there because it's only the 1 lane, and that's over towards Yanez. But Nick was able to add a couple of feet to the buffer, and that gave some area in there because if you notice, that portion of Yanez is not as wide as the rest of it.
Right.
So therefore, it doesn't have a typical configuration.
Gotcha.
That's why it is that way, but you can steal a couple of feet just because we have a little extra room.
Excellent. Okay. A couple more things. You know, I heard opening up the biker lane can increase, would just be safer for the e-bikes. I'll tell you, I was just riding with my family the other day, and I had like a mob of kids coming down the bike lane, one wheelie flipping me off because I was being that mom, like, get down off that one wheel. And I'm just going to tell you, I believe that, again, this is my perception, if we open up that buffer and bike lane, I believe there's going to be more individuals as these e-bikers possibly riding side by side through the buffer and possibly through the bike lane. That's just my opinion. I don't know if that's true, but I think the more room that they have, the more greater time, or they're just going to expand throughout those lanes. Just food for thought. Let me see. Spoke to a couple individuals with fire and officers here in our community. They would both like to see the double lanes stay for that configuration, and I think that's it. So just, again, thoughts. Just want to throw those out there of what I've thought and heard and throw it out to somebody else. Anybody's got anything or a motion?
I have a few comments.
Yes, sir.
But I will make a motion prior to making those comments to approve option number C or 3, the hybrid compromise for the restriping. And that is my motion, but a few comments just to reiterate. I don't like how this is being positioned as one is safer than the other. You know, when you say that, hey, road diets statistically are safer and cause 35% less accidents on streets, and that's been studied by the agencies that you guys mentioned. But there's a reason that we're not road dieting every single road in Temecula, right? 'Cause I'm not sure that we all agree that we shouldn't do that or we wouldn't do that. I am of the prerogative that road diets absolutely can work in certain streets and may not work in other streets. And I've mentioned that multiple times on why I don't believe this corridor is one of those. And it was mentioned that you're not second-guessing staff, and neither are we. In this position, I don't want to be seen that, hey, since we're looking at option number 3, we are second-guessing staff's original recommendation. But as it was said, staff only studied that single solution because that is what they were asked to do. They were asked to study the road diet in this corridor. They weren't asked to study multiple options. And with the multiple options being presented here today, there is no staff recommendation as there was last time. And I think there is no staff recommendation because, as my first question alluded to, is all three of these new options are similar in safety measurements. And we have to have a measurement of safety, which in this case is safety collisions. And in not second-guessing staff's data and staff's recommendation, it's been stated multiple times that we're second-guessing the 52 miles per hour data that they keep showing us that people are going 60 miles an hour. But that is second-guessing the data that we are presenting with. People are going to go faster, people are going to go slower. And ultimately, to lower the speed limit, we can lower the speed limit, right? There's a huge portion of this corridor that is 45 miles an hour. If we want to lower it from the 52 miles per hour that most cars are traveling at, let's lower it from 45 miles an hour to 40 miles an hour. That effectively lowers people's speed limit. And the way that we make sure that they lower their speed limit is that we enforce the current laws and ordinances that we have in place. And lower speed limit, lower collisions. Ultimately, I don't think there is a superior alternative. I think all three of these options are good options. And again, my motion will be for the third hybrid option. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I got a couple of comments and then
sorry,
sort
sir.
of answer your questions, but we can certainly vote on that. So with respect to your question of like, there's plenty of room and there's not a lot of traffic, so you feel safe. What a road diet does is it forces people to drive in a lane, right? So just because there's a ton of space doesn't mean that people move over. It doesn't mean that people drive in the lane adjacent. They'll ride right past you. The reason why you don't see a ton of people walking and biking on that street is because people are speeding. And they're like, it's not safe. So I'm not going to let my kids go out there by themselves, certainly not let them bike. But that's one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of people out there. And I've seen heat maps where we've made connections on roadways where you can see a lot of more people are using it from an active transportation perspective. But again, we're focusing way too much on this as a bike thing. This is a safety thing. This is like, stop making it about biking and walking. Yeah, that's important, but the goal of a city council is to create a city that is safe. And to say that traffic collisions are inevitable and throwing up your hands isn't what we should be doing. There are tons of municipalities that adopt Vision Zero policies that seek to eliminate traffic violence. This is a fact, this happens. Infrastructure matters, so we can feel like kids are gonna do what kids do, and that might be true, but that isn't borne out in the data. When you build infrastructure that works, this is across the United States, in states that are in the Midwest that build out things. Bentonville, Arkansas is a perfect example of this. There are other countries that do this really, really well. So infrastructure does in fact matter with respect to people following the laws, right? We can't just arbitrarily lower the speed limit to 40 if the 85th percentile is 52. So people are still going to be speeding, especially on the downhill portion, right? And so thinking about, again, the economic impact, every traffic collision in our city, we need to send police and fire, we send our sheriff's department and our fire department out there. That's a resource that does not need to be going if we can eliminate a handful of these. It makes a difference over the course of our city, like over the long haul. I'd like to know, like we can say, oh, I talked to someone and they want to keep it 4 lanes or someone believes in 2, but the data on our road diets is like definitive in our city. But if you only look at the road diets, that's one thing, but if you look at the other road segments that matter as well, so Rainbow Canyon functions at a higher peak volume than this section will. So a lot of our roads already function at this sort of higher level. I think the question was asked was like, well, who bikes? Well, now it's mostly kids, right? Like if you go to any school right now and go look at their bike rack or do a walking sort of analysis, like it's a lot of children, but it's also a ton of seniors that are home all day. And they're like, hey, I'm gonna go for a walk, right? And if you look at where people walk, they're sort of, I remember when I was a kid, like I had this region that I could go in and explore. That's gotten smaller and smaller as we've built out this infrastructure. You get children that are only allowed to go to the end of your street. I see a kid in my neighborhood that can only ride around our street. And that's a shame, that he can only go around our street. Because being able to explore and build some autonomy and make a little mistake in a safe community, that's what we want our kids to do. We want them to be able to explore and not be like, oh, Johnny, you can only go to the end of the street because Inez is too dangerous. And I'm not saying that like this is gonna solve our problem. This is a small piece that I think is so important because the neighbors did in fact come. The neighbors on Pava came. The neighbors on Rancho Vista are coming now and complaining. They're saying like, hey, people are driving 50 miles an hour down Rancho Vista. When are you gonna change Rancho Vista? My son went to Vale Elementary, and I witnessed multiple times people blowing through the crosswalk during school hours at well above 50 miles an hour, right? So we have an opportunity to make a small little tweak on our system that isn't gonna overload it. I really dislike the idea that we're only talking about bikes and who bikes. Well, we don't do a study on biking. We should. We should do biking counts. We did a huge master plan back in 2016 that packed the house. Every place we went to was full of people saying, we want this, right? Like think about when you travel, the places you go, there are places that are walkable and bikeable, right? You go to places, you travel these places, that is an asset. If we talk about tourism, we talk about quality of life, this is an asset for our community that we should be investing in. And it's not a detriment. And sure, road diets make sense on some streets, but if you look at Winchester, Rancho Cal, Temecula Parkway, those are those through. Those are the places we want people to go, right? Businesses line them. We don't want Pava to be a cut through for people to get to wine country. Like I just don't think that that's the best use of that space. And so, yeah, it makes sense to take a little here and reallocate it to slow down speeds so that our first responders don't have to be going to collisions, potential collisions, because people are speeding. It's honestly a no-brainer to me. I made a video on the Front Street Road Diet, 0 negative feedback. Like, it's no different than the video I made for Pava Road, but somehow Pava Road is like this contentious issue that's gonna break the backs of our city. It's just bullshit, honestly. It's ridiculous. It's very frustrating because we have clear data that says this will make our community safer. Stand on that. This will make our community safer, 100%.
All right, thank you very much, Zach. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a long-winded response to say, yeah, it's going to be safer. It is. I mean, I don't even know why we're arguing about this or debating it at all. It's just simply going to make it safer. So where's the hang-up, right? And we could put all sorts of unknowns and speculation out about how many high school kids are going to be driven by their parents to, you know, a high school several miles away. We can make speculation about what Altair is going to bring as far as traffic is concerned. But what we don't have to speculate on is that 85th percentile, 52 miles an hour, means that the vast majority of drivers on that road are driving too fast. You know, and 15% of them are driving well above, 52 miles an hour. So we're not speculating, saying, geez, I wonder if somebody's driving 60 miles an hour down the road. No, they are. I've seen them. We've all seen them. It's not an uncommon practice. And easily, based on those statistics, 1 out of 10 drivers is going 60 miles an hour or greater. So there's really, so there's no debate or conversation to be had on that. The question is the will of the council to listen to what the community had asked for, 4 years ago and follow through with a commitment to them saying, we're going to do something about speed and safety on Pava Road? Or are we just going to say, no, business as usual, or we'll give you a couple of, inches on your bike lane? Just because the house isn't packed with folks doesn't mean folks in the community and on that road don't still care. It's just, 9 o'clock at night on a Tuesday, and, we had a rough, go of it earlier. But, I just, a lot of speculation, a lot of worry. We know it works. We've put it on roads, both, common roads that are more neighborhood driven and those that aren't, and we've seen positive results because of it. Do we want to continue that? And then, I'm just still scratching my head. So what's the negative outcome if we do the road diet? What are we so worried about that's going to happen on Palba Road where, are we going to see this massive amount of congestion? Well, no, the numbers don't play into that. We just don't have that many vehicles on the road, and our annual or our average daily trips don't support that speculation. So what's the worst thing that's going to happen by us creating a safer or even slightly safer road in Temecula? I don't understand what the big issue is or what we're trying to prevent doing, except that we've had a couple of grumpy people, one of which didn't even live in the neighborhood, complaining about shrinking down one lane. I really could care less what that person thought. That wasn't your neighborhood. You lived down the way. So why are we paying attention to that? One grumpy person comes out of all of this city and we're kowtowing to that sort of response. I just don't get it. I'm baffled by this, and I know we need motions and everything else. My motion, bless you, would be just to simply adopt what was done. It wasn't just staff being directed to create a road diet. That was the council's will, that was the neighborhood's will, that was a lot of folks weighing in on this, and they could have come up with any version of measures, not just a road diet, any version of measures, whether it was visual friction or any other kind of measure out there to help reduce those speeds. This was the one they landed on because they have the evidence, they have the support to say that it actually works. They did a great job. They did exactly what the community and the council had directed them to do, and now we're saying, never mind. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Stu?
So, everybody's making the assumption that we narrow it to one lane, that the speeds are going to reduce. And, I've been on that road many, many times too, and I think even in one lane, you're still going to hit 60 miles an hour, because like you said, the amount of traffic that's on that road is not as, if you had a flow of cars, there's always going to be one person that's going to go the speed limit, which is going to block everybody up. And that's what will cause the road dial to actually work, is when someone is in the lead going, it says 40 or 45, whatever it is, they're the ones that's going to make everybody behind them. That's what happens in Red Hawk. Well, no, when I drive Red Hawk Parkway, when someone's in front of me and they're going slow, it slows everybody down. That's just what I've experienced. But that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing we're making the assumption. Now, to me, it would make more sense because I've had a lot of experience with Pina Colada and people speeding down Pina Colada, and we put that 25 mile an hour speed sign there, and it works miracles because I guarantee you most people aren't paying attention how fast they're going. And the minute you see that thing pop at you and says you're going 28 or 30, you brake, you slow down because most of us want to be good citizens. We're not out there to be drag strip people. We're not going as fast as, it's just literally you're just not paying attention. And so to me, I would rather just see that actually take place, where especially on the downhill motion, you get this big old red thing that says you're going 50 miles an hour, slow down. And to me, that makes more of a mental picture in my mind than you give me one lane and there's no one in front of me. I'm still doing 60. I mean, that's really what I would say would happen. So I'm more in favor of those little radar things that we put out there. Make it a permanent one that
we already have one though.
Do we?
We do, and I mean, I literally sat at that intersection, and I felt like it was more of a challenge to see how high, drivers could get that thing to cycle. I mean, I'm telling you guys, spend some time on this road. That little, meter down at the end, I would hear people actually gun the engine to see, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, this is having the opposite effect of what it was intended to do. And it just, yeah, it works in some areas, but that clearly wasn't the solution there. I mean, take the time and sit there, because you'd see the exact same thing that I saw.
Madam Mayor. I just want.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to answer your question, because you sparked something in me when you said, like, hey, we really need a vehicle in front to sort of slow things down. And that's how this works. In the city, we platoon vehicles through intersections. So, like, just because there isn't a ton of traffic, like if you sit there and you watch, like, vehicles end up getting platooned, right? So, like, if you're going to make a left-hand turn off of Inez onto Paba, it's not going to be one car that makes a turn. It's a bunch of cars. Watch it. It'll queue up, right? And it'll be 8, 9, 10 cars. And that queuing, that platooning of vehicles, when you get the single-lane road diet, is what slows people down. Because I do believe you're right. There are a lot of people that are good. And are there still going to be people that speed? Clearly. Like, that's still going to happen. But are we doing everything in our power to affect the most amount of people to slow down? So you were just sort of making a case for the road diet with the platooning of vehicles, because that's exactly what we do in the city, is that's what happens, and that's how it functions. And it works. It clearly works.
Okay, there's a motion in progress. Are we done?
I have a few
Love
more
you
comments,
guys.
Madam Mayor.
Are you serious?
Yes, I have, there's a lot of baffling going on, and I'm baffled that my colleagues are baffled that we're having this discussion. I think this is a great discussion, and it needs to happen, and I'm glad it's happening the way it's happening. Even though it's just paint, I think this is a great discussion for our colleagues to have. And I think, it was mentioned that the speculation of Altair and the speculation of this and that, and we can't create policy off speculation. The roads, as they currently are, was built off speculation. They were built on how many people the original planners of Temecula thought would be driving these roads. That's why they're as wide as they are. That's why we took as much right away as we did when we built these roads initially. It was built off speculation. This entire city and the infrastructure that we see was built off speculation. And this current policy that
It was
we're talking
built off of thoughtful engineering, not speculation. Big difference.
And I would argue that this and the road, the way it is currently configured, was also built off of engineering that you speak of, the way it currently sits today. Unless you're saying that when this was created, city staff just said, 4 lanes, we need 4 lanes here for no reason. I guarantee there was a staff report at that time that said, this is the best configuration for the city, and this is why. And these are all the reasonings, all the engineering. At that time. And just like at that time in 2022, when you say the community came and they spoke and they said this is what they wanted, in 2026, this is not what the community wants, in my opinion, right? Your opinion was that in 2022, this is what the city wanted. This is what the Traffic Safety Commission had staff analyze. And you say that staff, if staff, they would have brought back something else. When I talked to staff, and I don't want to put them on the spot, they said this is what we were positioned to study. We studied this specifically because the Traffic Safety Commission told us to study this road diet. And now that there are multiple recommendations, because the city council and city staff works at the city council's discretion and the Traffic Safety Commission's discretion at that time, we recommended, hey, could you study multiple areas? And they brought back multiple areas, and now these multiple different striping options, they have said, are all similar in comparison to safety. And we talk about safety and the speculation of safety. I just want to say, from my perspective, I would never, and this is just my own prerogative, you guys mentioned your prerogative, I would never allow my kids to bike on any lane that is over 40 miles an hour. You mentioned the 40 mile an hour fatality rate is 46%. I don't care how big the buffer is, I personally would never allow my kids on a 40 mile per hour street. That's my risk, right? We all have our own risk tolerance. You will never see my kids, no matter how wide Paba is, no matter how wide Rancho Vista is, they will never be on bikes. Why? Because it is inherently unsafe to have a vehicle any distance to a bicycle without any sort of physical barrier. That's my perspective. I don't care how quote unquote safe or how big the buffer is or how big the bike lane is. It is inherently unsafe riding a bike next to vehicles, regardless of the buffer space. But again, that's my opinion on bicyclists. And I just want to reiterate, it's not just TVHS on this strip. Right, and from Altair, we keep talking about high school, TVHS, yeah, but it's also Trinity Preschool. It's also Paloma at the end of that street on Paba. It goes past the strip, but there's Linfield, there's Vintage Hills up on the left. There's a bunch of streets or a bunch of schools on this street that potentially, like we discussed, it's probably not going to be senior citizens living in these 2-, 3-story homes. It's going to be families, and they're not going to just have high schoolers. You are absolutely right. They're going to have preschoolers. They're going to have elementary kids. They're going to have middle school, TMS right there. They're going to have high schoolers. They're going to have all these different age groups, and they will all be traveling on this road. So I think with the thoughtful planning and engineering that our city staff has done, they have said that 4 lanes on this road is safe. And we keep talking about safety, 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 and the perception of safety. There's no way to gauge the perception of safety, right? They're going to feel safer on the street, or they're just because there's no accidents doesn't mean that it's not safe. Yeah, but there's no data on the perception of safety. We can't have that. There's no data to back that up. And it was mentioned that we can't arbitrarily lower the speed limit on this street. Absolutely, we cannot arbitrarily lower it. There's a section that is already 40 miles an hour, which means that the city council already approved for it to be lowered from 45 to 40 because of data and analysis. And I could almost guarantee, I won't say 100%, I'll say 99%. If we study this corridor and they say that they are going too fast for 45 miles an hour, we can absolutely lower it to 40 miles an hour. And it's not arbitrary. There can be data and engineering to back up that lowering of the speed limit, including the school, including the library, including the accidents that happen here, the 5 that happen outside of the controlled intersections. So no, it won't be arbitrarily lowered. But I believe with research and data and analysis, we can absolutely lower it to a portion that's already at 40, the whole corridor to 40 miles an hour. You want to lower people's speed limit, lower the actual speed limit by law, and then enforce the damn speed limit. That's how you lower speed limits. And yes, you could say that when cars back up and there's more congestion, it's going to lower the speed limit. Absolutely. On other roads, like Red Hawk and other ones that differ from this one, there's a physical median in between. On this one, there will not be a physical median. There will be a center lane that people will zoom by on your left. If you're going 25 miles an hour, that is human nature. They will zoom by on your left. And we can talk about speculation and all of that. That is just reality compared to the Red Hawk one, which has a median in the left-hand corner, so you couldn't speed around in certain intersections. So there are things that can be done. And again, I do not disagree with road diets in totality. I disagree with it based on the research and data that I have seen on this particular street, that it will not be beneficial for the totality of the residents. And that is why I continuously push back against this. Even though it may baffle you, I feel like I've given adequate reasoning and quote-unquote speculation with Altair, the widening of Inez, and the widening of Pava at the county side to say, I understand staff's recommendation initially because that's what they were tasked to recommend and to research. In 2026, I do not think this is the best move moving forward on an already safe street for our constituents. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we've got...
I'm just point of clarification, though. Staff at no point ever said that all of the options are equally safe. Point of clarification there.
And if I mentioned that, I apologize. To my specific question that was asked, it was...
Are they safe? Yes, the answer is they are safe.
My question is...
They are not equally safe.
Would it be fair to say that after restudying the corridor and bringing back these solutions, they all provide comparable outcomes in terms, comparable outcomes in terms, and that is perception of comparable outcomes because we can't predict the future, comparable outcomes in terms of safety, speed reduction, and overall traffic calming and effectiveness? And the answer was yes. All three provide comparable
Play back the film.
safety.
It did not, nobody said yes. Nobody said yes. We can go back and play back the film or look at the video later, but nobody said yes to that. And I'm more than happy to let our Public Works Director, I just can't lay on that issue because it's just not true.
Sure, so we brought the road diet back in March. We were directed at that time to bring back other viable options. So we put together different plans that could be comparable, that had some enhancements to bike safety and pedestrians and just trying to look at it. And I will say, no matter what the council's direction tonight, we will have to, after this rehab and restriping, we will need to do a speed survey. So that is coming out of this, no matter the option that's chosen. And then what I concluded with was Eric and Nick, best traffic engineers in the area, they're not going to present something that's unsafe, but they all can work.
Can I ask a quick question, actually, as I'm listening to some of my council members here? Ron, if you can help me out as I'm looking, I understand we are moving into, that we want to move, or it's proposed to move into a road diet. Road diet typically is considered to shrink the road down, but each one of these I'm seeing as 11 feet across. From what is today,
What the road diet does, and this was kind of yours and I's discussion before,
Yeah.
is you're taking one lane and you're creating a striped buffer with that lane. So your bike lane moves a little bit wider, you have a much wider buffer, and then you have the one lane you had before. So that's
Yes.
why it's not changing width.
And that's kind of my question. I'm just proposing this. I understand that there's information out there, but if I'm going down a lane, then driving that's 11 feet wide, whether it's one or two, why would that slow me down? Like, I just don't understand how that would slow me down. If I'm driving down Paba and it's one lane, whether it's 2 lanes and 11 feet or 1 lane and 11 feet, well, how is that going to slow me down if I have nobody in front of me?
Well, just to rebuttal, I think on their behalf, is that they're saying that if there's the person in front of the lead
Other than
won't
in
slow
front,
down.
but we have less dense traffic there. It's not as
I think
intense.
they're saying their argument is that people will back up, and that ultimately slows down the majority of the traffic. Is that fair to say that the road diet, that's the purpose, is to have one car in front
No,
that's going slow?
the purpose isn't just to do that, it's to provide, and we had this great conversation years ago with the term visual friction. So the more opportunity you have to place things in the peripheral space of drivers, it's just simple psychology of what's going on with the driver, that as there's more infrastructure, more things on the sides of the roads, more feeling of that, sort of it closing in on you, that it artificially drops speed limits.
And that's kind of what
and that's all it does, right? And whether there's a driver in front or not, it doesn't really matter. That's just what it does. Look, I clearly we don't have the votes to do a road diet on here, so let's just move this item.
Okay. We have moved by Kalfas, myself second. Let's vote. Oh, wait, hold on. Approve striping. We have to figure out, so we're looking at configured, so we're looking at
My motion
number
was
3.
for option number 3. the
Alternative, okay.
Alternative hybrid option.
All right, and that motion passes 3-2. All righty, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, staff, for digging into those for different alternatives. All right, let me see. Our last one, I believe, yes, is going to be number 18. This is going to be our next big one. It's going to be, just to receive and file for a general plan update, draft land use report concept. And we should be receiving a staff report from Matt Peters and his team. Is that correct?
That's correct. One more introduction. I'd like
right.
to introduce Amanda Tropiano from De Novo. She's our general plan consultant. And I think I mentioned this last time. If she looks familiar, it's because she helped us with our housing element just a few years ago.
How are you, ma'am? Good to see you.
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me. So I have a presentation and then hoping to facilitate a dialogue with you about some next steps for the city's general plan update. So with that, I wanted to go through just a brief overview of what has brought us here to the discussion for tonight's conversation. The project kicked off in earnest in June of 2025. And we spent the fall of 2025 really connecting with your community, both in person and online, to understand some key issues and themes that your community really wanted us to focus on as part of this general plan update. Moving into the beginning of this year, we worked on developing existing conditions, reconnecting with the community on some of the topics we're going to talk about tonight. And then looking forward into the summer of this year, we'll be developing some draft policy information and guidance, and then kicking off the environmental review. Ultimately, our goal is to return to you in the summer of next year with these policy documents and environmental review and allow the Planning Commission and the City Council to consider the item. One of the cornerstones of this effort has been deep conversations with your community and key stakeholders to, again, uncover those issues and opportunities that Temecula has facing the next 20 years. To that end, I wanted to remind both yourselves and the public about different avenues they have to connect with us and provide that feedback. From a dedicated project website, we submit regular communications on listservs and social media. We sent a direct mailer to every mailing address in the community. It was just over 40,000 addresses. We hosted those in-person workshops, have conducted online surveys. We were in front of you as part of the City Council housing workshop. We have looked at all of the outreach and expanded on the work completed as part of the Quality of Life Master Plan. We've had 2 online surveys and then had a community workshop last month on the draft land use vision report. One of the things I wanted to reiterate, again, is that this work is really born out of the city's investment in the Quality of Life Master Plan. And in fact, the general plan itself will be organized around those core values. So again, just as a reminder, especially for the public, we're approaching this through that lens around a safe and prepared community, transportation, mobility, and connectivity, healthy and livable city, economic prosperity, a sustainable and resilient city, accountable and responsive city government, and equity. And that vision statement from the Quality of Life Master Plan will also serve as the vision statement for the general plan. So transitioning into our topic tonight, we're really going to be focused on the idea of land use planning and kind of considering some special strategic growth areas that may be suitable to see some changes over those next 20 years. So one of the things we like to set up the conversation with is just a recognition of the sort of east to west evolution of land use patterns that especially are prevalent here in Temecula. So looking at your most eastern boundary, a more rural, equestrian, low-density experience, and then the heart of the community being your more traditional suburban environment, and then really thinking about a more urban or multifamily environment, especially west of the freeway. So the topic of tonight's presentation is really reviewing the concepts included in the land use report. And first and foremost, we recognize that Temecula is largely built out. The vast majority of the community is developed with existing residential or commercial, industrial or job-centered areas. You have wonderful open spaces and recreation facilities. These are qualities that we're certainly prioritizing for preservation, enhancement through this process. So our goal through thinking about these strategic opportunity areas is to think about how the city can invest in fueling its economic engine for the next 20 years. So this is really about smart and targeted investment in strategic areas, not wide-scale changes to the community's land use pattern. And our goal is to really maintain that excellence that Temecula is so well known for and ensuring that your land use plan remains relevant. So as markets change and desires change over the next 2 decades, the city can be nimble and responsive to those issues. The concepts are essentially grouped into 2 key categories. The first are the 4 strategic study areas, and we're going to spend most of my presentation talking about those, and then as well as some parcel or site-specific changes, we're referring to those as A through H. So the 4 areas we're going to talk about include Southtown. This is the area south of Old Town. The Innovation Corridor, sort of on the eastern side, what you'd refer to as Overland Drive. Town Center and Tower Plaza, and the area of Commerce to College. This is around the Promenade and MSJC. As part of this discussion, we're also looking for tools for how we'd implement some of these ideas. Right now, the city has a pretty broad mixed-use overlay that's applied consistently across different mixed-use vision areas throughout the community. It's sort of a one-size-fits-all solution. 20 years ago, this was appropriate and probably the right fit, but as we think about how places evolve over time, we are looking at different levels of mixes of uses, so it may be appropriate in some places for that scale of a mix of uses to be lower density and lower intensity than in other areas. So as part of our concepts, we're going to be talking about 3 levels of mixed-use development. The first would be the mixed-use edge. This is sort of your lowest scale of development. It's really where these strategic study areas interface with existing residential neighborhoods. And then the next level up would be the mixed-use neighborhood. This is creating kind of walkable local serving opportunities. And then the mixed-use core, this is sort of your highest density or scale opportunities, really along your major transportation corridors. We've also introduced a new very high density residential land use designation. This is simply a tool to help implement your upcoming 7th cycle housing element. We're just letting you know we're thinking about it. We're thinking about how to leverage your investment in this work to best position you for that update when it comes. That use isn't applied anywhere on the map, but it's just a tool in your toolkit that may be available if you need it. So starting with Southtown, just to help orient yourself, this is really south of the Old Town Arch, north of Temecula Parkway. This area we really see as an evolution and expansion of the wonderful investment, obviously starting in Old Town, but you've seen happening in Uptown and then, of course, Southtown. I assume you see a theme in the naming typology as you go along the corridor. This area is primarily designated for service commercial and highway tourist commercial. And looking forward, we're thinking that the most appropriate designation for this would be a recommended specific plan implementation. Temecula has a wonderful history of preparing, adopting, and ultimately implementing specific plans that guide the cohesive redevelopment of these special areas, and we've seen that in places like Old Town and Uptown. And we've identified this as being an appropriate location for that mixed-use neighborhood application, where that would be sort of that local neighborhood serving mix of uses. That really is an extension, but complementary to the Old Town area. So we're thinking, imagine boutique hotels, arts districts, craft retailers, maker spaces. And then one of the unique qualities of this area is really a connection to its natural topography. So thinking about how you can reorient some of the businesses and buildings to face out onto the creeks and use that really as an opportunity as opposed to having that be kind of the back of house. And then as you'll see as we talk about the different strategic areas, we also recognize that they occur within the context of their existing environment, so people already live and work in that area. How can we create that synergy and opportunity to really revitalize the space and leverage that commercial opportunity, create that economic development opportunity moving forward? So for each of the areas, I'm going to present sort of an imagination of the art of the possible. This should not be taken literally. These are ideas to sort of spur ideas and investment and interest into what is possible in each of the areas. So this is probably a familiar look for you. This is on Front Street, just as part of the Southtown area. So as I transition into the slides, thinking about how you can activate that space, really bringing together goods and services, I'm creating an environment that's welcoming, a great reflection of the priorities of Temecula, where you can provide those local goods and services, generate that economic development and opportunity, and bring people living and working and shopping closer together. We also have thought about those connections to the adjacent uses, so really thinking about activating the spaces, using the creeks as trails, how people can get safely and securely to use these reactivated strategic study areas. The second location is Innovation Corridor, again on the eastern side of this. That would be the roadway known as Overland Drive, and it kind of crosses over to the west side as well. So this is really focused on an opportunity for economic development. The Innovation Drive corridor is really already a jobs and thriving economic development engine in Temecula. This is not focused on land use changes. It's focused on how do we position this location to capture a larger proportion of the regional interest in high wage and high skilled jobs, and ultimately use this as an opportunity to attract employers and investment into Temecula to keep this space strong and to keep your jobs and local economy strong. So this involves, sort of, again, as we move east to west, thinking about a connection starting first at MSJC, being able to move down into that sort of mixed-use uptown environment, crossing over the waterways and looking at those more job center locations. So you see sort of an evolution of a life cycle from, maybe a younger student all the way into a full-time career in these jobs that we want to attract and locate here. So again, as we're working through this, thinking about the art of what could be possible here, these are attractive, nice, well-maintained opportunity buildings here, but how do we find spaces for employers to really identify this as a location where their employees want to be? So one of the big factors that we hear from the business community, and I'm sure your economic development team backs it up, is that they have choices in where they go. And a big part of their choice in where they invest and locate is where their employees want to be. And so creating that space and environment so that employees feel proud to come to work, are happy to be there, this is a huge asset for employers looking to invest in local communities. And again, thinking about that transition as you go up and down the main corridor, creating a window or avenue into a space in Temecula that really demonstrates the city's commitment to its business community. Next, looking at Town Center and Tower Plaza, this is really the corner of Inez and Rancho California Road, just off of the freeway. This area is currently designated for community commercial, professional office, and highway tourist commercial uses. We are not proposing any land use changes in this area. The emphasis is still on keeping this a primary commercial center, emphasizing the role that it plays in your local economy, especially the provision of goods and services that a lot of your community members utilize. but it has some opportunity for strategic, targeted infill development or investment that helps improve the viability of those commercial centers, not take away from it. So really strengthening that commercial investment to stay competitive as consumer preferences and choices change over time. There are also some really interesting opportunities to connect this space to your nearby amenities, including the Temecula Elementary School, Margarita Recreation Center, other open space features, and nearby homes. So there's great opportunities to create those connections. And then as we're thinking about its proximity both to the freeway and then on its eastern end to existing single-family homes, we really see this as a gradient of development opportunity. So next to the freeway are the locations where you can probably have the highest tolerance for maybe slightly taller buildings. And then as you move east to that neighborhood edge, you're starting to get some lower scale development. So this is a view, a pretty iconic view of what Town Center Tower Plaza areas could look like now. It's, you know, an older architectural style as we're thinking about the future of Temecula. And so thinking about, again, not taking away from the existing commercial uses, this is building into and onto them. So you can still see that commercial frontage. It still is providing opportunities for commercial and retail space, but what's happening just behind that? How can we better utilize that space? And especially in these types of older centers where the back of it was really utilized as like loading bays or driving aisles, there are opportunities to rethink what that could do in order to create a more positive experience and connections to those local communities. And again, really thinking about those nearby amenities, how can they all come together and create a positive atmosphere at this location? And then finally, the Commerce to College study area. This is always one of my favorite to talk about. It's such a unique opportunity that any community gets to have a major regional commercial center like the Promenade next to a community college. This just doesn't happen that much, and it's an envy of many communities I have the opportunity to work in. So this is a wonderful place to think creatively about what the future could be, to create partnerships and connections not only between the Promenade and MSJC, but also the adjacent commercial properties as well. So thinking about a connection, a physical connection that allows people to move seamlessly between the two along a grand boulevard that suits the needs of all users, people that drive, walk, take transit, or might want to ride their bike, especially students. And then opportunities to create connections to boost the local economy and workforce. And then similar to some of the other study areas, looking at those connections along your creeks to nearby residential areas and commercial centers. So thinking strategically about what that connection, that physical roadway connection could look like, again, accommodating all users. So there's people that are certainly going to be driving, there are people that are going to be walking, biking, especially around these types of facilities. What could that experience be so that people really want to move from the college to the shopping center, grab lunch there, have opportunities to live there, and then transition back and forth in a really seamless way. And then we have thought about what the whole kind of envelope of this area could be, while the significant emphasis is certainly on preserving and protecting the mall. It's not going anywhere, so that's certainly not what we're suggesting here. But I'm sure many of you are familiar with the evolution of malls and commercial space. People are just certainly looking for that experience when they go out and they spend their money and they want to go shopping for a day. They want that experience to be something more than what they can get online. So we're really looking at opportunities to create that public space and connections to those adjacent uses as well. So transitioning into the discussion of the 8 individual site-specific or parcel-specific changes, these are all recommendations that staff supports. They're all generally pretty straightforward. I am going to go through them one by one, but I do want to recognize that staff is supportive of these proposals. And again, they're labeled A through G in the draft land use report. So Site A is known as the Diaz site. This is approximately 30 acres. It's owned by the city of Temecula. It was purchased with redevelopment funds. It has a PDO on it. One proposal would be to change its current public institutional facilities designation to industrial park, thereby increasing the opportunity for the city to sell that at a profit and reinvest those profits in the development of affordable housing and an alternative location. Site B is the Solano Way split zone lot. This is a property that has the same ownership as ABC Preschool. The original request was to better reflect the split designation between professional office and open space to match the actual topography of the site. Right now, the site's sort of split half and half. Half of it is professional office on the north side and open space on the south. If you look at the area really closely, you'll see that it doesn't exactly align with the built condition. Since then, the property owner has requested that the professional office be redesignated to high-density residential and maintain the open space designation. This property is surrounded by other high-density residential properties and would be a suitable location to accommodate that type of use, and staff supports that. Site C is off of Calle Medusa. This is an open space slope area owned by a homeowners association. There's no homes that will be built here. So redesignating that space is open space just to memorialize that it is not intended for very low density residential development. It is preserved as a slope and open space facility. Site D is approximately 20 acres. This is currently designated as community commercial. It's just north of Target. And the proposal is to change it to service commercial. There has been some past interest in auto dealerships in this location. Right now, under the community commercial designation, a CUP would be required for that. Moving to a service commercial designation would just allow auto dealerships without a CUP and hopefully streamline that opportunity. Site E is the Diaz Triangle. This is another site owned by the city of Temecula. It is currently designated as service commercial. The proposal is to designate it as highway tourist commercial. There has been some interest in a hospitality or hotel development at this location. The highway tourist commercial use just allows for a greater flexibility of uses. So we haven't really seen any historic, investment or redevelopment of the site. This hopefully will open up some additional avenues for development. Site F is the Boys and Girls Club. It's a sort of a hodgepodge of open space, public institutional, specific plan implementation facilities. The Boys and Girls Club would like to invest in their property and develop some additional amenities, such as a gym. This really sort of just clears up these inconsistent designations we have in the area that would allow the Boys and Girls Club to do what they'd like to do there and continue to serve your community with some new amenities. Site G is the Santiago Inez property. This is in Los Ranchitos. It's owned by the city of Temecula. It is currently designated very low density residential. The proposal is to designate it as open space. Through that public process, we heard a lot of interest for an open space or recreation facility in this area. So this would provide the opportunity for the future development of that type of amenity in this location. And that brings me to the last site here. This is the Zavala split zone on the north side in the black boundary. It currently is divided east and west between low, medium density and medium density residential. This is a challenge for any property owner or developer. You're dealing with two different development standards, two different densities on different sides of the site. Obviously, it's also resulted in no development on this property. So the proposal is just to designate it all as one single designation as medium density residential to allow for hopefully some new interest in development at one consistent density. So with that, that brings me to Mr. Peters will present the next few slides. And these are really some areas of opportunity that have come to light since we released the draft land use report for public review.
Thanks, Amanda. If you could advance the slide, please. So the first site is the sports park. If you're familiar with the flood basin and the proposed soccer fields, Amanda mentioned the city-owned parcel we refer to as the Diaz site, with the idea of adding industrial as a potential use so that that property can be sold and then as industrial and the money used to reinvest in affordable housing. There was a recent field trip by some city council members. They went to the Ontario Sports Complex, and some of the ideas we've discussed have been a baseball stadium, additional ball fields, perhaps an indoor facility that could be used for volleyball, pickleball on the city-owned site. So really creating this large-scale sports complex with perhaps a pedestrian bridge connecting the basin and the sports fields to the city-owned site and indoor facilities. So we'd be looking for your feedback on exploring that further. And the next area is the Los Ranchitos parcels. There's actually 3 sites that we'd be looking for your feedback on. Site A was already mentioned. That is the city-owned site. That's 7 acres at the corner of Yanez and Santiago. The second location is identified as B. That's actually zoned very low-density residential. That is on Temecula Parkway. It's east of the Park and Ride, and then it's west of Jedediah Smith, and it's south of Vallejo. So if you can imagine the traffic on Temecula Parkway, residential backing up to that, if we're looking out 20 years, should we consider that for commercial development? And then finally, Area C, that is at the corner of Margarita and De Portola. We actually have a pre-app in right now in the planning department. The pre-app is identifying a 2-story hotel, inline medical offices, and then retail. So it's definitely a mixed-use site. And again, if we're planning out 20 years, it is zoned very low-density residential. It's across from the hospital, and kitty corner from that site is commercial as well. So we'd be looking at your feedback, as to what to do with that site. And then the next area is the equestrian sphere of influence. So this area is east of Butterfield Stage Road. It's between Butterfield Stage and Anza Road. It's north of Temecula Parkway and south of De Portola. So right now, this area is outside the city, and what we'd be looking for your feedback on is the potential to add this to the city sphere of influence. Our sphere of influence is just to the south of Temecula Parkway, and what we'd want to do is perhaps look at expanding commercial along Temecula Parkway between Butterfield Stage Road and Diaz, and then transitioning the land uses at the back property line with residential to De Portola. And adding that to our sphere of influence would allow us to comment. We do comment on proposals that are with or adjacent to the city, but adding it to our sphere of influence would carry a little more weight with our comments. And then the last area is Nicholas Valley. You heard some comments earlier tonight. The majority of that area is zoned, again, VL, very low density residential. There's a minimum 2.5 acre lot size. Historically, the city has met with landowners out there and proposed different densities, different size lots. One of the limiting factors in this area is it's on septic. So, and there are dirt roads in this area. So any increase in density, we'd also have to consider, we'd want to consider some sort of assessment district to help fund those improvements. So that's certainly an area we can reach out to the landowners, we could conduct a survey and find out more. So we'd be looking for your feedback on that site as well.
So we have shared the draft land use report with the community, both online and in person. We also were able to facilitate a dedicated meeting with your General Plan Advisory Committee on April 9th, just specifically focused on this topic and collecting their feedback. We held the in-person workshop here at City Hall on April 22nd, and a survey ran from late April through early May, mimicking those same questions. Overall, the community feedback was supportive of the vision and concepts presented in the draft land use report. There are, of course, varying community member preferences on the scale, type, and style of development, but overall, seeing the opportunities to bring different types of uses closer together and create those special strategic areas that improve the local economy and are able to respond to changes in market condition over time seem to resonate well with your community members. We also facilitated a similar conversation with the Planning Commission on May 20th. As part of that work, we do want to summarize some of their feedback and comments here. So in general, the Planning Commission was supportive overall of the plan and concepts included in their report, and that the areas selected for future investment and strategic transitions really were the appropriate locations for the city to focus on as opportunities arise over the next 20 years, with, again, the reiterated focus of protecting your commercial centers, creating successful revitalization of these spaces through the introduction of complementary uses. So more specifically, the commissioner comments included considering including the city-owned parcel on Temecula Parkway as part of the Southtown focus area. Right now, Southtown stops at the kind of its southern boundary of the study area stops at Temecula Parkway. Also, an idea to consider conducting some sort of visioning exercise for Butterfield Overland National Historic Trail. So thinking about ways of looking between Temecula Creek Park to Southtown, could we create sort of a unified vision, recognize the historic trail, integrate it with wildlife protection and other amenities, and draw tourism and economic opportunity through that strategy. Looking at Los Ranchitos, thinking about the re-envisioning of circulation and roadway classifications to preserve the equestrian character. These are comments that we've also been receiving at the General Plan Advisory Committee meetings where the public has provided comments to that effect. Incorporating walkable elements into these focus areas, but also recognizing, as I had mentioned earlier, that people will continue to drive. And this is a fact of life. We are not trying to run away from it. We are finding opportunities to provide additional choices for people to, get out of their car if they want to, but also make sure we're recognizing the role of the automobile. And then finally, we also got some specific feedback on the scale and intensity of development that would be appropriate. We received from the Planning Commission a range of feedback, including preferences to maintain a lower scale across all of the different district opportunities of 2 to 3 stories, and some interest at some of the higher scales as well when we were thinking kind of 5 stories or more in some of those strategic locations. So sort of a range of views on that. So that brings us to the opportunity for your input tonight. I'm sure you all still have a lot to say tonight. We are specifically looking for your feedback on some key ideas. And this is, I do want to emphasize that this really is an opportunity, a milestone moment in that entire timeline that I had presented earlier. I sort of described the project in 2 phases, general plans that take about 2 years to do. The first phase, the first year, takes us to sort of this moment. And then the next phase, the second year, is sort of evaluating those policy decisions, studying the impacts of those land use choices, preparing the technical studies and environmental reports so that we can come back to you and demonstrate to you what those potential implications could be. So specifically, we are looking for your feedback on whether you support the proposed visions for both the study areas and the individual sites. Are the boundaries that we've identified appropriate? Are there any changes or expansions or retractions you'd like to see? Are the number of stories or residential densities envisioned for those different mixed-use district overlays appropriate? Are there some that are more appropriate in different study area locations than others? And then do you have any other feedback that you'd like to share with us tonight? Because we are really at a juncture where we need to have that information in order to move forward with that next phase of work. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your patience as we worked through that. We'll answer any questions you have now and allow you guys to weigh in.
All right, well, that was an excellent presentation, and I just want to thank the community and staff for doing the community outreach, getting the information out to you guys in order to be able to do that analysis and bring us what you did. So thank you for that. I'm going to open it up to, let's do my bookends. Go ahead, Stu.
All right, so excellent presentation. I love everything you've got planned as far as, the way you're reimagining. I did have a question about the mall, and it shows a creek. Where's that? Is that creek, is that the Meadowview, the one in Meadowview?
That's right.
And do you envision kind of bringing that in and tying into the whole mall college campus?
Yeah, ideally, we'd be looking for opportunities to activate those spaces and, partner with local agencies to really understand how we can use that as an amenity, not simply sort of a waterway. So
Right.
to the extent that we can look at policy direction or programming ideas to partner and create those connections off the street so that people can use that as a walkway, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, that's really cool. I love the concept. Also, the Nicholas Valley. So I'm really in favor of the 1 acre, like the one speaker said earlier, because Meadowview, we're on half acre minimums, and we all have septic also. So I don't see that being a limiting factor. The dirt road issue is more of the limiting factor. So I think if that was coupled with, like you said, a service district that would actually, if we could, because I think it needs to be paved. If they're going to do any kind of development, I don't know how you could develop that without having some sort of roads. And we would have to have some sort of service district to facilitate that, because we'd have to maintain it in perpetuity too. So, but for them, it may be worth it, because if they can take that 2.5 acres or 3 or whatever they're on and convert it into 3 1-acre lots, you know, that would be might be financially beneficial. But and it would kind of, literally, our last dirt roads are right there in Nicholas Valley. So it would be nice to somehow bring them into the 21st century. 21st. But I'm definitely in favor of looking into that option of letting them go down to that 1 acre. Because again, I don't think the density, even at 1 acre, it's not going to increase that much in that area. So, and if they're cool with paying more for a service district, it's on them, you know. So that's my 2 cents. I love everything you propose with all the other properties. As far as the Diaz property, I'm more in favor of selling it off as industrial, just because I think we can get a lot more money for it, and that money can be used for affordable housing, which is the one thing we're lacking right now, is the cash. You know, so if we had cash to entice on whatever, you know, someone maybe wants to redevelop a piece of property in Temecula, you know, and turn it in just like, is it Vine Creek? Yeah, did over there. So I would love to have that little carrot out there by using that, you know, selling that as industrial property. So that's my input on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If I can just ask staff, we had those 4 questions, and if I did it the wrong way, do you want us to go question by question or just send it out to council members just for evaluation?
No, I think we were hopeful tonight, right, that we could go have you think about these questions with what you saw on the slides.
As a whole, so we don't need to go through each question?
No, unless there was something you saw that, like Councilman Stewart pointed out, he picked out Nicholas Valley, picked out sort of the college area. So I think you could apply this to anything that you saw on the slides, or none of it, if you were good with what you saw.
Just want to make sure I was doing it right. Thank you. All right, let's go to my other bookend. Sir?
Thank you, Mayor. A lot to digest here. This is a big item. But first, thank you for all the work that you've put in with the GPAC, with the subcommittee. Myself and Mayor Pro Tem have been on it, and I mean, this is a huge item. I know no one's in the crowd tonight, but working on our general plan, which is the vision for the city for the next few decades, was something that we did not take lightly, and it was an honor to be on the subcommittee, an honor to work with you guys. And believe it or not, Mayor Pro Tem and I actually work very well together. Despite what you may have seen in the last one, it's all civil discourse. But there's a lot to go through here. I guess it's kind of hard because there's so many different areas that we went through. I don't know the best way to go about it. I guess I want to start off with saying the areas that had opportunity zones, it was a big discussion for Mayor Pro Tem and I in the subcommittee, and I'm sure at the GPAC, that it was important for my colleagues to know that the overlay zone of the mixed use with the current commercial that we're thinking about putting in the opportunity zone that would overlay with the potential for residential is an opportunity for the developer to come in, but they would still have to get full council approval if they wanted to change that in the future to a residential zone. So that was a big sticking point for me during that subcommittee meeting. And I also want to touch on, we had a citywide survey that went out that hit directly on future developments in regards to how high they should be, how many stories they should be. Did we receive that feedback? And if so, what did it say?
We did. So as part of the online survey, we did show the illustrations of different building heights, starting at 2 to 3 stories, a range of sort of 5 stories and up to 8 stories. Our results are mixed. So we received feedback from the community. We received almost 250 responses to the online survey. And we received a range of responses. I think a higher tolerance for the medium to higher densities adjacent to the freeway, or in areas in those more concentrated commercial centers at Town Center, Tower Plaza, and at the mall specifically. And then looking at the more, lower scale development at Southtown, seeing that more as a local serving kind of extension of Old Town, opportunities for a range of uses there. So both appropriate, lower scale and higher scale as well. So I'd say we received a range of interest, mimicking the feedback we received at Planning Commission as well, honestly.
Thank you very much. Yeah, after that, having that meeting and listening to the community and with that survey, I would be more inclined to look at a max of 5 stories, just so my colleagues know where I stand on that. I know the approval could go up to 8, like an Uptown Sports or Uptown specific plan, it can go up to 8. I think for these areas, 5 would be beneficial, but that's just my prerogative, just for my council to sit on. As far as the Diaz lot, like Councilmember Stewart mentioned, I think this is one that I really want to dive more into with staff and my colleagues and look at the potential that we could do there with the regional sports park. And I really want us to dream big on this one, if you will, have a huge vision and let the state or let some other entity tell us that we can't do it. But this is one, like Mr. Peters mentioned, a couple of my colleagues went down to Ontario and looked at their minor league sports field that was surrounded by other different sports fields, soccer fields, baseball fields, and indoor facilities. And I think, and Mr. Peters, you asked for direction on that. My personal viewpoint would be to dream big on that one. Look into the minor league stadium, look into surrounding sports field that look up at the big baseball stadium with the pedestrian bridge, and look into that Diaz lot across the way that could potentially be parking for that facility and for that huge complex. So on that specific one, I really want us to dream big and let other agencies kick our dreams down. But hopefully we can fulfill those dreams with a professional baseball stadium surrounded by other much-needed sports fields that we have in this city. Another one that was mentioned, and I know Mayor Pro Tem will talk about this, is the sphere of influence over the equestrian area. And I'll let him hit on that, but I really want to talk about and see what my take is with the colleagues on the sphere of influence over the wine country in totality. We mentioned throughout our QLMP the wine country and how it's a vital core to the essence of Temecula. And even though it's out of the city limits, it is a huge part of who we are as a city, and it's also a huge part of our sales tax base. Even though we get zero sales tax from the wine country itself, they come overflow into Temecula, shopping at our stores and our Old Town restaurants, and looking at a sphere of influence with, in my mind, no hope to annex it, but more of just, as Mr. Peters said, to have a say at the table when they make decisions. Because we know that development is continuously happening in county, and I know they have the wine country community plan, but it would be nice to have a seat at the table and give our input to protect the wine country and to protect the equestrian neighborhoods in that area. And again, I said it's hard. There's so much in there, and we can go through each one, Mayor, with the Los Ranchitos lots, and then looking to go commercial, and also us looking at the circulation element with Yanez, and I know that was in there. So there's so much that we could discuss and go through, but I know that the city staff needs certain things to hit on. But those were the main ones I wanted to touch on before we get into very specific.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Great insight. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, yeah, and I appreciate working with you on the subcommittee. Also just appreciate that all of the re-envisioning and graphics that we saw, all of those roads were on a road diet. So I'm just messing with you. All right. But honestly, I think the concepts moving forward really help, I think, Temecula, the city council, our residents and businesses envision a very different future in a lot of these areas. And I think I agree, like 5 stories, I kind of landed on the same thing in a lot of the areas, right? I mean, it just gives this opportunity for something different in Temecula and really fosters the kind of growth that I think we're all sort of envisioning. For some of the properties like the sports, park concept, I love the concept, but I also think we need to be very careful in our calculation about what we're doing with the Diaz property. Selling it makes a lot of sense, but if we're going to do that there, having that extra acreage for other infrastructure and needs might be really important, right? So I think there's a lot that, and again, none of this is set in stone. A lot of it gives us ultimate flexibility in doing what we need to do to create that branding and that vision. The sphere of influence, I agree. I think we need to think a little bit more broadly on the sphere of influence. And I don't think we should be too shy about talking about annexation, particularly along that South 79 corridor out to Anza, is that right? Because if that has the opportunity to be more heavy on the commercial side, looking and forecasting in the future, talking about city budgets and bringing in new sources of revenue, that is an extremely important corridor that could help do that for us. Of course, all this needs to pencil out in future analyses and everything else, so I don't want to get people too amped up on the concept just yet. But, it's opening that conversation, and right now with the, work we're doing on the general plan, now is the time to have those conversations. I love the concept areas from, South Temecula to the innovation zone to the college and, promenade area and all of that. I think the real incentive for any business to invest in those properties is to know that that the city has a potential plan. I appreciate the conversation we had earlier when we talked about, it's not a foregone conclusion to have housing or have all these other elements. This will have to be something the future councils will have to decide, but at least putting it out there saying, hey, here's the potential of what these properties could do. And you're absolutely right. The retail sector and the malls and everything else have gone through, quite a transition over the last 10 years or so. And so just having that opportunity for us to, kind of put it out there in a general plan to get people thinking about how to invest, in these properties or reimagine these properties, it's a good opportunity for us to do that. So just really appreciate all the work that was done on this and the concepts and the trying to, consolidate all of the variety of stuff that's been coming at you guys from every different direction. I know it's not easy, but you really did capture a lot of the community sentiment and the hopes for the subcommittee. So thank you.
All right, thank you to all my council members. I agree with everything I've heard so far. Obviously, the one area that's going to affect, oh, goodness gracious. I'm going to keep going.
You just keep talking.
I'm done.
It's not like we've been here for 8 hours or anything.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Go for it.
Thank you for the presentation and all the hard work into the subcommittee as well. I really, there wasn't anything on the sort of like the vision of that like jumped out at me that was just like a hard no. It's very forward thinking, and I think the rub will be like vision versus reality. Like that first project that comes in that sort of meets the vision, where all you hear in the community is like, we don't need any more people, the roads are full. So is the will of the council, regardless of who's on the council at the time, willing to sort of stick to that, right? So I think that'll be, we can have these grand visions and we can have these plans and we can do specific plans and create these like opportunities. But at the end of the day, we'll sort of like see how that plays out like in the long run. But I love the connectivity. I too noticed, these like sort of the road diet world, and I was like, wow, that kind of Pablo could have looked like that too, But I understand like we're kind of like visioning, right? And I think that's the thing I appreciate most about this job is like thinking about the future and thinking about 20, 30 years ahead. And you think of the mall and MSJC and potential higher, like different higher ed, and like that corridor right there has so much potential, so much untapped potential, much like all the other sites that are on that as well. Specifically with like the Diaz-Dindy property, so I went to the Ontario Stadium and toured that, and I could just think in the back of my head, like, this is possible in our city. Like, it is legitimately possible. So sort of, for me, it isn't like, do you list the property now and use that funds to develop the sports park, ballpark possibility with housing? It's sort of like, we can pump the brakes and kind of see what, how that all plays out. Knowing that any sale, those RDA funds will have to go back into affordable housing, so we're not losing anything there. I hear a lot about folks who'll say like, oh, I wish, and they have these sort of visions about Temecula, and one of them is like, I wish there was like UTC, so University Town Center, like the mall, right? Like they sort of want that sort of feel. Well, that feel includes like housing, and that feel includes a lot of different things than what the promenade in that area exists. But I think planning forward for adding housing, and I'm okay with, like, the 5 stories is fine, you know, like, I'm sort of okay with that. I think, I remember back in the Uptown Specific Plan, there was one person that wanted, like, I forget how many stories, but it was like an obscene amount of stories. And it was sort of in the back of my head was like, well, it's not even feasible for a 30-story in our city. Like, the money's just not there for that. We're not at that level. But overall, like, generally supportive of everything. The one thing I want us to be very mindful of is a lot of these, what we'll call them opportunity zones, house small businesses where the rents are affordable. And as you redevelop, you're sort of like, are you pushing out existing businesses and replacing them with something else? And so I can think of Southtown as a perfect example of, like, if that gets redeveloped, you know, what happens to some of those businesses that that section of town is a little bit older. The rents, I'm assuming, I haven't certainly looked, but I'm assuming the rents are a little bit cheaper than had there be a, you know, a 4-story mixed use, you know, kind of space. I don't know. But I just want us to be mindful of the impacts to some of the businesses that we currently have as we re-envision and we redevelop these. You know, you see businesses here in Old Town frustrated with some of the, you know, the per square foot pricing and things like that. And you know, those smaller businesses are really the backbone of our community. And I want to do as much as we can to protect that, and I know we will. But overall, like, totally supportive of this vision and reimagining some of this stuff. And if we need to go through the individual sites at some point, we can. But overall, I was supportive of staff recommendation and the work that you all have done, as well as the subcommittee's work.
All right, sorry, I forgot about you. All right, so again, agreeing with everybody on these areas, looking at the fact that Los Ranchitos does fall into my district. I know you've obviously done reach out to that area. Are we looking to do more outreach to them as far as for Los Ranchitos? And there we go.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll be reaching out.
Okay, and then I believe one of those you said we're looking at, was it Lot C or C something? What was it within that?
We identified it as a Lot C. It's at the corner of Margarita and De Portola.
Okay.
We do have a pre-app at this time.
And do we have any pushback? I think it may be a very good idea, knowing that we have, I believe, the hospital within that area. You know, families needs to stay there, or people, or even doctors who might be coming in. Maybe that might be a great opportunity to kind of build that up. I know Marietta has that. So just another good area for revenue, but I'm just questioning any pushback that we've heard from Los Ranchitos on that project.
So the pre-app came in, the city provided comments, and then I talked to a representative from Los Ranchitos. They actually received it after the city got it, and they had comments themselves.
Okay.
So it's going to go through some different iterations. They have different concerns than the city does, but I think eventually, you know, that will get to a point where I think both sides are supportive, potentially.
Okay. And then can you just put that map up of Los Ranchitos, of that section of the 3 lots, please, that is open? So just to make sure, so C we have as the pre-app right now currently, and then B is that long strip. We have one house, I believe, that's in there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then obviously Santiago and Inez. So just out of curiosity with B, I know there's been a lot of conversations coming back from ICSC. There were businesses interested in kind of doing something in that area as well, but we're possibly wanting to move that to low density or commercial, just to make sure.
Commercial. So the
Commercial,
thought
okay, good.
is mostly city staff just looking at that site and thinking about the future. It's not necessarily a request from Los Ranchitos. It's just
Okay.
wanting to get it on everyone's radar, looking 20 years into the future. It's zoned very low density. I think if we were starting from scratch, we wouldn't necessarily identify that for residential. So we'd take a look at it for commercial and the viability in the future.
Excellent, excellent. I love that. And I'd also like to be able to, I know we're going to have more discussions, but with parcel A, just digging in and just finding out, getting more information, obviously from Los Ranchitos and what their vision is. We've been hearing things have come out of this council, but I like to be able to, I know we're having a meeting, I think myself and Ron, so we'll be able to get a little bit more information from them, so.
Yeah, just to add to that, Los Ranchitos representatives have been at a lot of the GPAC meetings, and some of the things we heard about that site was an equestrian center, in addition to identified in the CIP as a community garden at that site. So I think what we've identified is open space, but again, we'll be going, listening to the city council as to what the vision is for that site.
Sounds good. Okay, then moving on to the sports park area. I'm in definite agreement, but I'd love to be able to take a look on that one lot across from the basin, that there might be a possibility for maybe an indoor facility. Again, going to ICS, we had great conversations about multi-sports fields within one area, which was pretty neat. So, being able to have baseball, baseball, soccer, different sports within that area. So just, again, another opportunity I'm definitely in for diving in with council to see what that would look like. Let me see, Innovation Corridor, I love the idea. Definitely love seeing the fact that you guys are bringing in food and just restaurants in there as well, so that way these businesses have a place to eat. They're not going somewhere kind of not off the grid, but for their area. So that's very appreciative. I understand that completely. And also just having it in the perspective of going back to the possibilities of having a military business community in there as well. Could definitely bring some good revenue. So I don't know if that's a possibility or could fall into that depending upon the type of contractors or the type of business in itself. But other than that, I'm very appreciative of all you guys put through, the city, the staff, everybody. So at this time, anybody have anything else that they'd like to add? Are we sure we don't do another round? Okay, sounds good. All right, so staff, to my understanding, I think everything is remaining the same, so we're just going to have it as a receive and file. Okay, sounds good. All right, so with that, thank you again for your time. And so we don't need a motion, we'll just do a receive and file on that one. All right, the last one is going to be department reports are going to be receive and file only. And do we have any more public comments at this hour? No. Seeing no. Items for future city council agendas. Anybody? Nope. Okay. Seeing none. Are you? Do you?
I'll hold it.
Are you sure? Yep. Floor's yours. Okay. All right. That's gone. All right. City manager, any reports?
Nothing further.
All right. To their wonderful city attorney.
Oh. We had a closed session tonight, but no reportable action.
No report? Okay. That being said, adjourned.